Only had a handful of jobs in my whole life. I'm a terrible employee. I get things done faster than I'm supposed to get them done, and that creates boredom, and I can't take much of that boredom. I never could. I always have to be active, which is why I'm still working today, and I'm going to continue work until they put me into the nursing home. And then as I come in and out of coherency, I'll find something else to do while I'm in the nursing home. I'm going to work until I die because I honestly can't imagine retiring and doing nothing. Doing nothing just kills me. I hate sitting around doing nothing. I'm not built like that. And when I see people sitting around trying to get out of work, trying to find ways not to work, I say, why? What are you going to do? I mean, what do you want to get out of? The thing that drives you, the thing that you spend your time doing, the thing you should be enjoying is what you're trying to get out of it. Never did make any sense to me. We're not all islands. We need people in our lives. We need to talk to people, and if we're going to talk to people, you have a choice. You can talk to the dream stealers, or you can talk to the folks who are on the same path you are. And I can tell you from a lot of years of teaching that the very first thing that one should do is latch on to other people that are doing that thing they want to do, not only to give them the inspiration, but also the education necessary to continue growing. Well, good morning and welcome back. Well, we got to have a lot of information yesterday, and we got just as much information today. We got a packed agenda today. In a few minutes, I'm going to be interviewing Frank Cava, which is a member of Jason Medley's group that we met yesterday called Collective Genius, which I'm also a member of. And it's one of the most active, highest producing groups I've ever seen with real estate investors, so you're about to meet one of them. Now, before we do that, I understand we're going to give away money today. Is that correct, team?
You are right, Ron.
$500?
$500.
Okay. So, who feels lucky? Let me see a hand. Raise your hand. Oh, wait. Won't be any of you. All right. We're going to do a random drawing here. And let's see who is going to start this day off as a winner of cash. We're talking cash.
We are going to reward the people who got on here early,
Okay.
because some people come on a little bit late. So we want everyone to just raise their hand, make a comment in the comment section. Today, Nick is going to randomly select a comment from the comment section. And that will be our winner for today. So I'm going to start playing the drum roll if everybody's ready. I'm going to give them a minute.
What do you want them to say? Show me the money?
Say whatever you want. Say, give it to me.
Okay.
Give me. $500.
And while you're doing that, don't forget, put your questions in here now. You have to start over. Can't use yesterday's. And make sure there's a queue in front of your questions so they can easily pick them out of all of the comments. And same, when I bring Frank on, you're going to have questions for Frank, I'm sure. So it would be nice if you would indicate that those questions are for Frank. All right.
All right, Nick, whenever you're ready. I think we got enough comments now. The winner is Earl Bridges.
Earl Bridges. Is Earl on there? I guess he is.
Yeah.
Okay, Earl. It's your lucky day, Earl. So you got a choice between $500 cash that we'll send you in the form of a check, or you can use it for $1,000 worth of anything you want, including mentoring or a master's or the boot camp or whatever that Global has. So how's he? We gonna call him? Is that it, guys?
Yeah, we're going to try to get in touch with Earl, and if we're not able to get in touch with Earl, then Earl, you go ahead and email us at vip@globalpublishing.com.
Or we could just have Earl call us, you know.
Give us a call into our 904-262-0491. Everybody in our customer service department is watching this morning, so they'll be looking out for you.
All right, and Earl, if you have a problem, just put a note on there to Nick and we'll take care of it. Congratulations, you're the lucky winner. All right, tomorrow we're going to give away $1,000 at the end of the day. So This morning, we've got a brand new video from Steve Sumagale in Pennsylvania. Steve is one of our mentors, and he's got a very active real estate business of his own. We met him on here yesterday, if you were on here then, but he sent us this video of a deal that he has done, so I thought we'd play it this morning and I guess make Steve happy, but maybe he'll learn something as well. All right, you got it ready to go, John?
Hi everybody, Real Estate Steve here, and we truly have something special for you today. What I'm going to show you is how we did a deal that ranks likely in the upper echelon of all the deals in the entire United States. The reason why it ranks so high across the country is that you could actually go likely 10 lifetimes with not even knowing that this kind of information exists. So I want to take you on into our world. I can't wait to show you what it is that we did with this house. This pretty house deal is going to net us $80,000 now, $105,000 over 5 years, and as much as $155,000 in 10 years. Now that doesn't even include any depreciation of $9,000 a year. Truly life-changing money. This type of deal will reshape your life into levels that you've never known. It is truly life-changing money. So how do we make this deal happen? What we're gonna do is introduce you to our acquisitionist, our sales associate, Dave, and he's gonna tell you all about it.
So the first thing in the morning I came in and it was a lead source from social media. So I made sure that it was set up properly, talked to him for a good 10 to 15 minutes to make sure what was going on. And he had 4 houses. I couldn't believe it. I was really excited. So I talked to Steve, and then the rest is history.
So once the lead was acquired from the social media powerful video ads, it came right in. The acquisitionist picked it up and killed it. We got it on the closing call, read the script that we had, and then we set up the appointment to make the deal. Awesome. So when we got here, we were truly stunned by what we saw. A huge house in Fairview, Pennsylvania. And when we walked in, first thing I saw was this absolutely stunning pool in the backyard. So I asked the seller, why is it that you're selling such a thing? And he goes, well, I'm just gonna move to Florida and live the rest of my life, and I just want you to take it over. So, of course, we said okay. I asked him what he had in the property, and he said, I have about $750,000 into this property. $100,000 pool, $100,000 in concrete work, $50,000 grill, even $100,000 fireplace. Not to mention, the couple $100,000 addition that went on in the tandem 4-car dream garage. Finished basement, 4 furnaces and 4 air conditioners, river rock on the exterior and the interior. Truly one-of-a-kind property. We knew we had a gem when we walked in. Now we just had to figure out the financing. So the next step is we asked the seller what he wanted for the property. And he said $475,000. And so I replied to him, is that the best you can do? And he said, $450,000. I said, okay, that's within the range. Now I said, how we usually buy these is we usually pay you a monthly payment until we pay you off in full, okay? And he said, well, that'd be, depend on how long it's gonna go, because, if it goes too long, I'd be dead. And I said, well, what's the longest that you could give us? And he said, maybe 10 years. And I said, okay, that's within the range. Then after that, I said the $1 million question, and that question is, we usually buy with nothing down. Okay, and you wanna know what he said? Okay. He would sell us the house with no money down for $450,000, a 10-year term. Said he did need to get a little bit of interest, and just to match the rate that he had on a life insurance policy that he bought the house in Florida with, and that was 3.375%. So naturally, we said, okay. So now that we had the terms set up, we just had to give him a little bit of time to move, and that's when it got, kind of dicey. And we're gonna let my beautiful wife, Gina, take it from here.
So my role with Freedom Sky Real Estate is Steve takes me into the houses. I tell him what we need to redo with the houses before it hits the market. And when I came into this house, I thought, oh, this house would be so beautiful as is, but we can make it better with fresh new paint. So we picked out white palettes and taupes and grays to make this house look beautiful.
As you know, in real estate, things sometimes don't always go as planned. So we had super good terms on the way in on this one, but then when the seller left, the true colors of the home really appeared. You see, when the family left, there was 13 or so cats to the property that we knew were here, but we didn't know that they kind of destroyed the interior of the home and, urinated everywhere and pretty much racked up a lot of damage. So what we had to do was we had a remediation company came in that my wife, organized, and then we also had to get the entire house, interior and exterior, painted and do a lot of ancillary repairs before we could even bring it back to the market. So the reason why we had to do all that is because the end purchaser never would have moved forward with this unless that work was done. And so the next steps were we had to come up with the money. Our repair estimates for the remediation were $8,500. For the paint, it was $16,500, and for the ancillary repairs, it took the total all the way up to $30,000. So we were like, holy crap, what do we do now? So what we did, we called them down and we said to them the very key line that everybody here should remember, and that is, I'm here to spearhead this thing and I'm gonna deliver this to you, and in order to net that kind of money, we have to do these items to the house. And all we have to do is get the money from you so you can get all the money later. And you wanna know what he said? Well, you caught me on the way to the pool. Tell him to call me and I'll write the check. So at that point, I knew we had a deal. So what I did was I turned it over to Mrs. Real Estate Steve and she worked her magic. She came in, had the remediation company for $8,500, make this place shine. Then we had it painted from the best painter in the area, ran their whole crew through here from top to bottom. And about 2 months later, with all the ancillary repairs, in that process, the house was complete and ready to market. So now it's our favorite time. We get to market the home. So this one, we had no idea where to price it at. So we decided to come on at $499,900. And we market this to the people that also just want terms. They're not gonna go to a bank to get a loan. We can hold the paper for them for a nice time frame that they would desire. And you know what? In 5 days, the phone rang and we said, hey, that's a beautiful home. How much money do you have to put down on your nice new home? And you wanna know what they said? $200,000. I was like, whoa, I just lost my seat. I didn't even know what to say. So of course we met them right at the house and it was so easy. Showed the house to them. They knew what a fabulous deal that it was. And we got a holding deposit and just moved to closing. So now the next step was to go to the attorney to put this whole thing together. We had sold the house so fast that we actually had to call the seller back and give him the good news. And I said, Mr. Seller, you know what? We're ready to move forward to closing and we're gonna give you $125,000 down now. You wanna know what he said? Hoo-ah! So now, since everybody was super excited, we were ready to move to closing. We headed down to the attorney's office and just thought about how much of a win this was for the seller because he netted more than any other way that he was gonna sell the house. How much of a win was it that it was for the person that got to get in here because they just got to get in here when nobody else was even gonna give them a loan and have a house that's truly remarkable and one of a kind. Now, since it was a win for the seller and for the buyer, it became a win for us. And that's the way that we do business here at Freedom Sky Real Estate. So we document this for you because we know that it's sure to change your life too. And thank you for watching Real Estate Steve, the American dream is real.
Okay, let's talk some numbers. We have the lease option price at $499,900. We purchased the property for $450,000. That makes us net immediately $49,900. However, the awesome thing about this is we did get a non-refundable option deposit from the tenant buyer in the amount of $200,000. We made a payment to the seller of $125,000. Then we kept $75,000 up front off this deal. The cool thing about that is the time value of money just in the short couple of years from the debt pay down will make up that gap. So no big deal there, and more money on the front. You can use that little trick to pay closing costs and also to go up cash flow in your business. Also, the awesome thing was we didn't have a payment for a short duration to the seller, so we were able to keep the first couple of payments from the tenant buyer that went in. And the coolest part of all is we kept the deed. Now, let's talk about the monthly payment. To us, the tenant buyer is paying $1,861.41. And the nice thing about that was we're only paying to the seller $1,436.81. It's a net monthly income to us, nice little golden goose, such as Ron calls it, of $424.68, which nets a yearly income of $5,096.21. Now the seller was cool enough to give us a 10-year term on this with a nice soft landing at the end. And so we just graciously extended to the tenant buyers the same deal, but we doubled whatever we were going to be making. So as you can see, that generated a slowdown of the time value of money that netted the monthly income on this home. Total golden goose. My wife actually calls it the golden unicorn dancing on a mountain, farting sparkles, and burping dust. One of one, the golden unicorn that lasts forever and ever and ever. So let's get down to the net proceeds. So we got, after all the expenses plus the couple of extra payments there, and the down, we got $72,130.49 now. If it goes 5 years, we'll get $103,156.46. Then if it goes the full 10 years, we will net $155,532.41. That's crazy. That's all with no money, no credit, and we kept the deed. Lead to deed, turnaround time, 90 days. Let's talk about one piece of pure value that I want to give you. I want to give you this golden nugget as well here at the end. Now, those numbers that I said to you don't even include the depreciation. The depreciation per year on this is a little over $14,000. However, if you back out the cash flow, you will keep $9,449.24 of depreciation. And if you take that into consideration, what the deal was worth in 5 years, the total deal would be $150,402.67 in 5 years. And then in 10 years, it's $250,024. That's $250,000 this thing could be worth. What I can tell you is take unprecedented, massive, determined action. Make those seller calls. They're going to change your life. Real Estate Steve, the American Dream's real.
Freedom Sky Real Estate. We buy your house for cash, easy and fast.
Okay, that's your entertainment for the day right there. So when you see Steve, tell him what a great job he did, all right? Even if you didn't understand the deal, okay? So I know it was a little complicated, but hey, he made a bunch of money. That's all that really matters. And did you hear the part about where he got the seller to pay for the repairs? Now that's a thought. And think about it. It's in the seller's best interest to pay for the repairs, because now Steve has a better shot of getting somebody in there that'll cash the house out. So, I mean, and plus the seller had the money, so I don't see where that was a big ask. But frankly, I would have not thought about that either. So kudos to Steve. All right, got questions for me?
Yeah.
Nick?
All right, first question is from George. Do you have Canadian partners where we can contact for training?
I don't have Canadian partners, but I don't have American partners either. We have mentors, and our mentors are capable of training you if you live in Canada or not. I'm telling you, there's very little difference except for a couple of terms. and there's a couple of agreements on the Gold Club site for Canadians anyway. So, yeah, you'd be surprised how Canadian real estate and American real estate is almost identical, almost identical.
Well, we're going to have a Canadian on today, aren't we?
Yes, we are. We're going to have a Canadian on today who goes way back, and gosh, I think it was 2008 when I met her, and she's still doing it.
Sam says, what do you think would be best to use when estimating value, NOI or ARV?
Sam, NOI has absolutely nothing to do with houses. Nothing. NOI is used when you are working with income-producing commercial buildings. The only way you can determine the value of a house is with comps. Comps to get at your after-repaired value, which is ARV. But that's after-repaired value in excellent condition.
Some of these questions are for Steve that you might be able to answer. Did Steve pay closing costs on that?
What closing cost? Oh, when he bought the house? I don't know. He didn't say.
I thought he said he did.
He did?
I think so.
Okay, maybe he did.
All right.
Well, he should have, because he didn't get it. He didn't get any, give the seller any money.
Here's a good question from Allan. Why did Steve pay $125,000 to the seller? I thought it was a no money down deal.
Allan, he didn't pay the $125 to the seller until he got the money from the buyer. But here was the problem, Allan. Let's do some math. He owed the seller $450,000. Okay, the buyer only owed him $300,000. He sold it for $5,000. He got $200 down. So the buyer owed him a lot less than he owed the seller. So he just sent the seller some money to make up that difference. And you know, my math says he's still $25,000 short. But needless to say, he only had two choices. He could have took that money and set it aside and put it in an escrow account to make sure the buyer buys, because he'd had to bring it to closing to make up the difference. Or he could have just paid it down to the seller right now. He chose to give it to the seller right now. So all he did was pay down the underlying debt with the excess cash that he couldn't keep.
Would you be allowed, if
He
you
didn't
wanted,
have to.
if you wanted to, could he put that in an interest-bearing account?
He could have
for
put it in
himself?
an interest-bearing account. I didn't want to tell him that after I got this video, but he could have and probably should have just set it aside as long as he didn't touch it, okay? Because it really wasn't his money. Because somebody putting up 200 grand, there's a really good chance they're actually going to go get a loan and cash you out.
Can you explain how depreciation accounts for income?
Depreciation and income have nothing to do with each other. Depreciation is simply a write-off you get from the IRS. Income is that which you pay taxes to make up for your write-off that you get from the IRS. So they have nothing to do with each other. And I think he made a statement that was a little confusing to me. He said, I got $9,000 some odd depreciation after my cash flow. It had nothing to do with each other. I think what he did was just take out the interest that he had to pay on the rent and knock it out of depreciation. I don't know why he did that. That's not the proper way to do it.
All right, Dang says, I understand the appreciation concept, but depreciation, what does it mean and what is it good for?
Depreciation means that once you take title to a property, you take your purchase price, you subtract out a reasonable land value, which is probably 10 to 15%, and the balance is your basis. You can take that basis and divide it by 27.5 years, and that is the amount that you can write off every single year to reduce your taxes. So if you get a $10,000 worth of depreciation, that means if you're in a 25% bracket, you just saved $2,500 that you would normally send to the IRS simply because you bought that property. It makes no difference how you bought it, whether you paid cash, took over debt, seller financed it, or whatever. Once you take title, you're entitled to depreciation for as long as that deal lasts.
Derek says, in Steve's deal, if the seller wouldn't have paid for the repairs, would it still be a go?
Yeah, because he'd have raised the money and done it, but he would have changed the purchase price, I can promise you. No way you can pay $450, sell a house for $500, and spend $30 on it for repairs.
Eldushawn says, can you talk about selling through a land trust?
Yeah, this afternoon when I get to the land trust class.
Also, how do you sell tax-free?
That's not in this seminar, but in a nutshell, there are 3 ways. You can use a Roth IRA to do a deal. You can use a solo 401k, and you can do a 1031 exchange like we show on the Go Club site, where you exchange one house into 3 houses that you buy with owner financing, and that's a really, really powerful thing to do. And you actually get back more money than you put into the exchange when the house was sold. That's as deep as I'm going to get into it right now, but there is a lesson on the Go Club. You know what it's called, Nick? It's got to have the word exchange in it.
Just search for 1031 exchange and
Yeah.
it should come up.
Yeah.
That's all the questions I got.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
So with this depreciation, I don't understand why the IRS allows you to depreciate an asset that almost always appreciates in value. It'd be like if you bought gold and they let you depreciate it.
Well, that makes sense. But then again, I'm not the IRS. Can't tell you how they make up all their rules. I can tell you that probably the thinking behind it was to stimulate real estate, because our entire economy revolves around real estate. You go look back, every time real estate goes down, the economy's right behind it, or vice versa. So I imagine it's just a tool to stimulate the growth of the real estate activities, would be my guess. In 1986, Ronald Reagan tried to take away that depreciation thing. It killed the economy. I mean, it put the housing market into a tailspin. It caused the birth of the RTC, that's the Resolution Trust Corporation. Man, people were going out of business right and left. People were walking away from properties right and left. Foreclosures were all over the place just because they tried to take away the depreciation. And incidentally, if our new regime is democratic, you can expect some of those same actions, because we just don't learn from our past history. So I'm going to tell you to make the case that you better take care of the cash flow in your house, because you have no idea what these people are going to do.
All right. Another question popped in. Joshua says, if you buy a property at the end of the year, can you get depreciation for that whole year, or do you have to break it down to how many months you own it?
Joshua, that's a great question. And the answer is you get it for the whole year, man, the whole year. It's a beautiful thing. God bless the IRS.
Do mobile homes appreciate?
No, mobile homes depreciate. I mean, literally, they go down in value. They do not, they're just like a car. They go down in value. They're personal property. They're not real property. And even if they're placed on land and called real property, that mobile home goes down in value. The land might go up, but they do not up. Now you get depreciation on them. In fact, you get accelerated depreciation. You depreciate them over a lot less time, which I don't know what it is right now. It might be 7 years, might be 10 years. But hey, that depreciation is well earned, because that property is depreciating probably faster than the government is giving you depreciation.
All right. That's all I got.
All right. Okay, do we have Mr. Coswell on there yet?
Just about. Maybe need another minute or two. He's slated for 9:30. I think he's wrapping up a call.
All right, well, all right. Okay. Well, guys, I'll give you an idea what we're going to do today if you just tuned in. I'm going to interview Frank Cava, which is a high-producing real estate investor, here shortly. And then we are going to have a couple of students on here. I always love interviewing students, man. They got different things, and they're all over the country, and they got great success stories, and pretty much all of them started the same place with nothing, like I did. And then I'm going to have Bob Bloom on this afternoon, who is an attorney from Texas. He's a nationwide asset protection, entity structuring, tax reduction type of an attorney. He is the kind of person you want to go to build your estate plan, which is exactly what I talked him into doing for you. So not only are you going to learn a lot from him about LLCs and that stuff this afternoon, but he is the go-to guy, finally. I've been looking for somebody that will do the stuff, not just teach the stuff. In fact, I met him at the same mastermind group that Jason runs. He's in the group as well, I think. All right, and then this afternoon we're going to talk about work less and make more. And I'm going to have my VA manager here, and we'll go over all you want to know about VAs, and I'll give you that special deal on it as well. And then after that, we're going to get into more deal structuring this afternoon, and I'm going to close it out today with a little class on land trust. I never ends the questions on land trust, so I'm going to cover it very thoroughly this afternoon, very thoroughly, and we will be done by 5 o'clock. All right? Do we have Frank?
Momentarily.
All right. Okay.
Oh, Ron, you gotta get your earpiece.
Oh, yeah. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Ron. How are you?
Man, I'm good. You look like you're going to go out hunting or something.
So what I won't do for Ron LeGrand, I'm sitting on the front porch of a place in Atlanta. We have no internet in the house, so I'm outside. It's like 43 degrees, and this was the jacket I brought.
Okay. All right. Well, we don't care how you look, Frank. So, all right. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to get on here with us today, because you really impressed me with your presentation at the meeting. And I want all of our clients to see just what the real estate business can be if you make up your mind that you want it to be, like you have. So you're a good example of coming from nowhere to getting where you're at today. And I'd like, honestly, for you to start by telling everybody your story. Where were you and where are you at today? And then we're going to have a discussion on exactly how you got there, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that sounds perfect for me. So I will tell a very fast kind of story about like how I ended up where I ended up. I'm the son of immigrants who were electricians. My great-granddad, my granddad, my dad are all electricians, and I grew up on construction sites. I grew up I moved from New England to Florida when I was 5 years old, and I worked with construction my whole life. I went to the University of Florida, and I got a degree in construction management. And out of college, I went to work for a publicly traded home builder called Ryan Homes, NVR. And they normally hired business majors and like English majors and taught them how to build houses. And then they said, if you do a good job of building houses, we'll cross-train you in sales. So I was like, well, I've been in construction my whole life, and I've won every sales contest I've entered since I was 5. I'm moving to Washington, D.C., and I'm going to work for this home builder. I worked there for 12 years. I worked my way up from like one rung above the guy that cleans the toilets to a vice president by the time I was 30. And at 35, I was perfectly miserable, so I quit. That was 2009. And I had a staff of 75 that I got whittled to 23 in the downturn. And
remember that.
Yeah, it was miserable. So I was like, I can be miserable on my own. Why be miserable here? So I quit.
And let me stop you there. Can I stop you?
Yeah, sure.
You work for Ryan Homes, which I'm familiar with, which builds a lot of homes.
Correct.
What happened after 2008, because I was right in the middle of that crap and money dried up, nobody was building anything. What did Ryan Homes do in 2009 to stay alive?
All right, great. So for Ryan, when I speak, Ron, I ask people around the country, like, when did the market slow down for you? For me, it was June 1st of 2005. Like, we could tell there was a difference. And so it wasn't 08. Like, we started firing people in 2006. We started consolidating divisions in 2006. 2007, 2008, it was kind of a slow burn of the same thing. There was continual attrition. And what Ryan Homes did is they did 3 things that I think are newsworthy now. Number 1, they cut their staff and they cut their overhead drastically.
Yeah.
Number 2, they changed their product. The product went from a discretionary product, like really nice trim and like price point 5, 6, 700,000, to product that qualified for FHA loans, so government assisted loans, which in any downturn is always what sells. And then the third thing they did is they hired salespeople, tons of salespeople who have low bases, and are compensated based upon performance. So those were the three things they did to kind of weather the storm.
Okay, so they kept on building, just slowed it down some.
And they changed the
All right.
price point.
Yeah, lowered the price, as everybody had to do. I remember I was about ready to build houses on a project I developed in North Carolina for price points about $750. This thing totally stopped, and there's no way I could build a house on there and sell it for $750. Today they're putting houses on there and selling them for about $250,000 to $300,000, and that was what, 10 years ago. Okay, so go ahead with your story. So how did you get into the business of buying and selling real estate?
So in 2000, perfect time, right? You'd ask me kind of walk you through up to 2009. In 2009, I'm miserable, but I also am an executive, so I have what's called a non-compete agreement. I can't go out and compete with my employer because that's kind of how life works when you get into an executive's level. So I could take my skill set, but I couldn't apply it into what I knew and could use because I'd signed an agreement. So I looked at where is the low barrier of entry, where is their inventory, where is their low risk, and how can I make money? So what I did is I started buying houses right off the MLS. In 2009, you go to an established community, buy 3 or 4 houses in that community, fix them up, and sell them. Mm-hmm. So I did a bunch of those. I did a bunch of short sale deals. And then that model kind of kept me going from 2009 to about 2012. But as the inventory started to shrink on the MLS, then I had to learn how to become a marketer. Right.
And so you had a small business doing X number, how many deals a year on the average from that period?
09 to 12, I was probably doing between 25 and 50, like buy it, fix it, sell it. And then I also did, 5 or 10 wholesales or short sales. I did a couple hundred wholesales too.
All right. So where are you at today? What's your business look like today?
So I was incredibly scared to bring on staff for a very long time because I had to fire a lot of people. There was a day in 2006 where I literally fired 24 people. So I grew slow. I started off with a bookkeeper and me, and I had like an office the size of a closet. So that was about 2009 to about 2011. 11, 12, we started doing 35 to 50 deals a year. Today I have, as of this moment, I have 32 employees. We'll probably do somewhere north of 300 deals this year. We have 400 houses under management on the property management side. We fix and flip, we wholesale, and we have a rental portfolio of roughly 300 doors.
Wow, that's a hell of a leap there, Frank. Okay, so when you say you're doing 300 houses a year, what kind of deals does that mean you're doing? Are you still doing fix and flips and wholesales, or mainly wholesales, or what?
So we are 30, let's just call it 30 employees. It's plus or minus 30. We have one person who's on the headhunting side. His sole job is to find talented people to work for us. We have a sales floor. I mentioned what Ryan Holmes did in the downturn. When coronavirus hit, we did the same thing. We fired 7 people on Friday, March 20th. We are down from 23 to 17 employees, and we've grown from 17 to 30 plus by going on the sales side, incentive only. So like we have lead gen, call people. We have a whole sales floor that like does outbound dial, outbound text, and then call answer. We have 5 people in that department. We have one person specifically dedicated to finding buyers and growing our buyers list. Our buyers list is it varies. It's roughly 3,000 people in our market, but we have him add about 100 people who have purchased homes in the last 60 days every month. And these people are paying top dollar, so we're adding them to our buyers list. In addition to that, we have 4 acquisitions managers, and then I have a whole staff that manages that. And then you asked a question, I'm going to answer it, but I'm going to lay out the framework first. We have a construction department. Our construction department handles 2 things. They handle all of our fix and flips and all of our renovations for rent and our rental terms. So that's kind of the whole staff and kind of what we have available. So deals. We do wholesales first. We do fix and flips, and then we do purchase and turn them into rentals. that we hold or we sell turnkey. So we do all of them, Ron.
Okay. What's your average profit on a wholesale deal and on rehab?
Our average profit on a wholesale deal is 22.5. Our average profit on a fix and flip is just very close to 40.
Okay. And what markets are you working in, Frank?
We're in Richmond, Virginia.
Is that the only market you're in?
We go about an hour west, but for all intents and purposes, yes.
So you're not one of these guys that's working all over the country.
We're an
Virtually,
inch, we're an inch wide and a mile deep.
Inch wide and a mile deep. I like that. I might have to steal that, Frank.
By all means, I stole it from somebody.
I'm sure there isn't nothing new, is there?
No.
Okay, so you do an awful lot of rehabs. That must mean you got several different crews working on them, or you'd never be able to get through them. Is that true?
We probably have 200 subcontractors that bill us monthly.
Okay, subcontractors. So do you hire the subcontractors directly, or do you hire generals, or do you have somebody managing the project?
So my construction, and I'm happy if you ever want me to send you an org chart so you can share this with your troop. We have a construction manager. I have 5 project managers. I have a construction cost coordinator, and I have a construction admin. And then what we do is sometimes we just give a single house to one single sub and say, go do it. We get a bid and say, go do it. And then in a lot of instances, if you do that model, it gets more expensive. The subcontractors get all the money. You don't get any of it. So what we do is we pick and choose specialists. We'll pick and choose an electrician, an HVAC sub, a trim carpenter, and then we manage the contract sub by sub.
So you manage the subs. You don't delegate that to your contractor. And you don't have crews of your own that are on your payroll.
We self-perform almost no labor. Everything we do labor-wise is outsourced.
Yeah, I learned that the hard way too, sir. Way back in the Ronald Reagan days, I learned that lesson. I used to have pick-em-up trucks riding around and equipment all over the place, and people sitting around doing nothing. And no. Today we do contractors. So you must have a massive machine to generate leads to get this many deals flowing through your system, because you still have to buy them right like everybody else. So they all need rehab, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. So I did a presentation, I think you're referring to it, from September at the Collective Genius. And I talked about how we kind of reworked our marketing. Do you want me to go into that a little bit?
I do. I absolutely do.
All right, cool. So when I started in this business, I knew how to build, I knew how to scale. I had no idea how to market. So I used my strengths and I just figured out how to make money. But as the market got tighter, I had to change my perspective a little bit, and I had to do outbound marketing. 2012, I was on the front of the cusp of sending out postcards, but we just blindly sent out postcards to, tons and tons of what we thought were motivated sellers. Like we got up to over 60,000 postcards a month, which is a significant amount of money. But we weren't very dialed in. About 2 to 3 years ago, we did an audit, and we went through all the 60,000 postcards we sent out, and we said, okay, what zip codes work, what zip codes don't? We made money in 11 zip codes, and we had like 80 that we were mailing. So we cut a bunch of that out. The single-family residential real estate business has grown up. There are things now that didn't exist here a few years ago. There's texting platforms, there's cold calling platforms, there's all these other things that are tech heavy that are much cheaper to use. So we pivoted around away from a postcard model, and what we do now is we use the low barrier of entry, cheaper things to try and find you first. And then if we can get you into our CRM, we take you off the mail list and we don't spend 33 cents a month on you. We just follow up with you with human beings. So that's what we did. And then we shifted. In making that shift, we found more economical ways to, and more powerful ways to advertise. So instead of spending 30 to 40 grand a month on postcards, we got it down to about 7. And that extra money we use in text and outbound dial, like I said, we use it for staff. And then the other things we do is now we're on television. We spend almost $25,000 a month on TV, and we're on radio. We're using YouTube advertising. Like, we're trying to stay ahead, because as you stated a second ago, it's how you buy the deal. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, yep. It's how you buy it, and you're using multimedia, so no one of them is going to put you down, like Facebook.
Right.
So, who are you targeting, Frank? Who do your ads target?
So our ads target a motivated seller. What is a motivated seller? So anybody in the education space says you should target someone who is, an out-of-town landlord or something like that. What we do is we partnered up with a data company. And what they do is we pay them a fair amount of money every year, and they go out and they give us a quarterly update of who the most motivated targets are going to be in our marketplace. So we use a little bit of science. The other thing we do, Ron, is we use some technology that's available to everybody, and we'll draw a lasso around an area. And I'll say, I don't care if it's motivated or not. I want to own a house that's in this elementary school district, and we'll go after those. So we've gotten to a point where we can do, and we're a fairly developed business at this point. We have the ability to kind of do what we want to steer our market, and we have the ability to pay for it, even though it's not the most efficient. I think this is worth mentioning. When we added television, radio, and I circle the area and say, I want to go after houses here, we also added retail. And that's relevant for this reason. We're making like 30 to 40 grand a month in retail commissions, and that's something we just avoided. But when you start doing advertising in a different realm and you're finding people who want to sell, but they just don't want to sell at a steep discount, you should capitalize on that to help pay for your marketing. So we've added that side of our business as well.
All right, so let me come back. You use TV, radio, postcards. I'm sure you're running ads online, right? Facebook ads?
We don't do much of that for sellers.
Okay, what do you do online?
On Facebook specifically?
Yeah, well, on any online period.
Okay, we run a stout PPC campaign. We do
PPC?
a little bit. Yep, we do a little bit of SEO, and then what we do is we do a targeted we take who we think our motivated sellers are, and we pay for ads on YouTube. Yeah. That basically uses our TV commercial.
Okay. What is your website so people can go to it, if you don't mind?
I'm wearing the hat. It's cavacompanies.com.
I can't read it.
Okay.
Cava, see, yeah, I'll repeat it. Cava Companies at CAVA.com.
Yep. And there's a hummus company with the same last name as me. I've had this last name my whole life, but it's gotten more popular. The other thing you can go to, Ron, is Cava Home Buyers. We have a different site there. It's made specifically for sellers if you want to see what we do on the sell side.
Yeah, we do. Okay. All right. Let me come back. Your TV ads.
Yes.
30 second, 60 second?
They're mostly, I think they're 30s. They're all 30s.
30 seconds. Do they say anything special except, hey, we want to buy your house and we're the greatest and blah, 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 blah?
Yes, they do say something quite special. So so you asked me about subcontractors earlier. Like, I could hang all the drywall, sell all my own houses, do all my own TV, but I don't. What I do is I find professionals that I pay a fee to. And the reason I do that is because they're good at what they do. Then I can talk to someone who's got a brain, who's incredibly good at their business, and we can then tweak. Our TV broker is in Phoenix, Arizona, and we talk to him every 2 weeks, once a month. And then what we did is we put together a commercial. But we also had a bunch of testimonials that we had everybody who did a testimonial signed a release waiver. So our best ad is tested, and we use it the most. It's me introducing the company, and it's a woman who was a former school teacher who is retired, who waves her finger and says, the experience with Cava was perfect. And I'm a former school teacher. I never say perfect. That's our best commercial.
Yeah. In my experience, any commercial with women in it is better than just men. And I'm not kidding. They almost always pull the best. Now, you put a dog in them, they even pull more. Okay?
Exactly.
So you run these things. Of course, you just run to the station, and you have a buyer that just gets them wherever you can get good deals on them. Is that correct? All right. And your radio commercials, 60 seconds or what?
So let's finish with TV, and I'll position to radio.
All right. Okay.
I actually do know the networks that are the best for us, and I haven't looked at this in probably 60 to 70 days on what TV shows were the best for us. But like, I've seen us on Jeopardy when I watch Jeopardy every blue moon, or I see us on the Sunday morning TV shows that I watch. But the ones that really test well are you when I'm at work. Like Montel Williams, there's a handful of those that test off the charts. So the TV ad buyer, he looks at it and he decides it should go here. This is more relevant though. For every dollar I spend on TV, I make $6.50.
Oh, okay. And you're referring to the deals that you get and the cash that comes in from those deals.
Yeah.
Well, you know, that's a lesson some people just have a hard time understanding. It's not about what you spend, it's about what you get back.
That is the lesson. But that is the lesson. You need, how much you make means nothing compared to how much you spend.
Correct. Now, what you just told me was that you hired the professionals and let them do what they do best and get the hell out of their way.
Yes.
And there's no way anybody should be running their own TV and their own radio ads. It's such a huge industry. And, you know, we won millions of dollars worth of radio ads and TV ads over the years. And, man, I wouldn't even think about trying to figure out what's... Now, we do the same. We figure out what stations are running the best, but we don't figure it out. They figure it out for us.
Right.
And you are you're really attracting lower end houses, right?
So now that we do retail, we do more of a diverse market, but what we're really targeting around, it's not low end, it's motivated sellers. We'll buy a house for 80 grand, but we'll buy a house for 750 or 800 grand too. It just depends.
But,
like we just flipped a $1.4 million house we bought for almost 900. If there's a margin, we'll do it.
Right, I got it. Me too. But in your rehab business, they're mostly on the bottom side, at or somewhere around median price where you live. True or false?
False. We're above median.
False.
Yep.
Okay. How about your wholesale deals?
Wholesale deals are at or below median in most instances.
Okay. Do you find that the lower end houses are where most of the rehabs are?
No, not necessarily. So I think it makes it's important to get granular. If you are going to do a lipstick fix, it's hard to do a lipstick fix on the upper end. You have to add square footage and you have to do more robust renovations to force margin. On the lower end, the price point stuff, that's the stuff that you can usually do paint and carpet, maybe some appliances. And then you can force margin there. So you have to know what you're chasing and what you're looking at.
All right. Well, we could have a discussion on that one. It'd take about 3 hours, but we don't have that. So let's come back to radio here. You do 60-second ads. I mean, what's in the radio ad? What's worked best for you in a radio ad that you've discovered? I know you've tested those as well.
Oh, God, yeah. So we don't do a straight up ad, like a recorded ad that you hear over and over again. We do a sponsored ad read. And a sponsored ad read is a trained radio professional who I've met with and talked to a handful of times, maybe 3 times. We've sent them to our website. We answered a very, very, very thorough questionnaire. And he speaks about us just like he knows us. Kind of like when Joe Rogan goes on the Joe Rogan podcast and he talks about that pellet grill he uses. And he talks about killing elk and putting it on that pellet grill and how amazing it tastes. That's what he does for us about selling houses in Richmond. He talks about us like he knows us, like he understands us. It's not an ad, it's a sponsored read. And what that does, it changes the metrics.
Yeah, but it's somebody that people know. It's an authority figure in your area.
I was about to say he's an authority. Exactly.
Okay. So is he a radio announcer that everybody knows, or is he?
We've tried a few things. The thing that's working the best for us, again, find someone who's a media buyer. And if you need help with this, reach out to me and I'll point you in the right direction. But what we did is our media buyer reached out to several people. We split tested a bunch of different stuff. We ended up with a guy, his name is Gary Hess. He does sports radio. It's simulcast on 3 networks. 2 are AM, 1 is FM. And he speaks about sports. He speaks about the Washington football team.
Okay.
He speaks about...
All right,
so that's it.
He's a recognized voice in your area, correct? Okay, which
For
they
almost
usually
30
come
years, he's
from.
been on radio.
Well, that's why he's recognized. Okay, so have you ever tested a radio ad with just two people talking back and forth, praising you?
We have not done that. We're relatively new to radio. It's about 6 months old for us. We have not tried that.
Okay, you might want to, because it worked very well for me. We've been on radio here at Global for years. Not lately, but too expensive until the election was over. All right. Where do you drive your leads that come from the TV and the radio?
Okay. We have a sales floor. So we have live answer about 12 hours a day. We have overflow through, one of the services you can hire that does overflow just in case we can answer it live. But having someone pick up the call is huge. That's number one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead.
So do they take the call and fill out the property information sheet for you?
Exactly.
Okay. And are these people on your payroll, or are they outsourced?
Nope, they're on my payroll.
Okay. So you have a team that actually takes the call. Then they turn it over to your salespeople right away? Right?
It depends. It depends on the lead. If the lead's like, it depends. If it's a hot lead, we don't let them off the phone. If it's a nurture lead, we put them into a nurture sequence.
Okay. So what's the definition of a nurture lead? Something doesn't look very good right now?
Yeah, like, I'm going to be in Richmond. I live in Florida. I'm going to be in Richmond in 3 months. I inherited my mom's house. I'm really not interested in doing anything until this date and time. And of course, our people are trained. Well, is there any way that I could help you do something sooner? No, I'm absolutely, adamant. I'm going to do it in 3 months. Okay, we'll put you back down. We'll follow up. We'll set up an appointment. Like that kind of stuff is in the nurture sequence.
Right. On the other hand, if somebody calls, says, I'm leaving town in 3 days and I got to sell this house before I go, that's kind of going to get immediate attention then, huh?
Yeah, we're not going to hang up the phone with that person. They're going to be on with a sales
Right.
rep.
All right. So online, when your leads come in, do they come to a form that they fill out?
Mm-hmm.
On
We
your
have a
site?
web form. Yep.
Okay. In your radio and TV ads, do you just put a phone number, or do you put a phone number and a text?
We do both. We do a phone number, and we also do we don't give them a chance to text us. We give them a phone number, or we give them the website. We don't have them text us on the inbound.
You might want to try that, because it's a
Okay.
texting world we're in today, man. We're getting really good results with text. I mean, probably half the deals come from where we text the seller because we couldn't get them on the phone and they call us back.
Oh, we
And-
do outbound text, but when
well-
it's a TV ad, we don't use text as a lead capture. Maybe we should.
You should try it.
Okay.
They're sitting there with a phone while they're watching TV.
Yeah.
Yeah, all that does is they text you and then you text them back and get you got their phone number. That's really
Right.
all you need anyway, yeah. All right, well, listen, what would you say your normal overall marketing spend is in a given month, Frank?
Right around 40 grand, 40 to 50,000 is pretty normal.
In a given, for everything?
Not including staff, but for
No, just for marketing.
Right.
Oh.
We spend just about $500,000 a year on marketing.
Okay. So, can you share the gross with us? I mean, I don't want you to give me any top secret information here or anything, but if we could, I'd like to get a feel for what that produces for you and how these numbers relate.
Sure. Did you ask did you ask me what our gross is, like our gross profit?
Yeah. Well, your gross,
Yeah, we'll do gross.
gross profit.
Yeah. So everybody answers this question differently, right? If I have a fix and flip house and I say my gross profit is $40,000, that's after interest. That's everything except for my overhead with my staff.
Correct. That's correct.
Yep. Right. Ballpark this year we're going to do $5 million in gross profit, and we spend around $300,000 a month.
Okay. Let me see. I can probably put that through a spreadsheet, and I think it would work out okay.
It's all right.
Yeah. All right. So you told me that you made a switch a couple of years ago by digging deep into your numbers and realizing you were wasting money spending it in the wrong places, only because you did a deep analysis of your numbers.
That's
Is
correct.
that correct?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Do you find that most business owners you know don't have a clue about their numbers?
Correct.
Yeah, so they're just wasting money, and we do the same here at Global, by the way. We're very that's all I do, man. That's all I do. I mean, I'm not good for anything else. I just look at the reports and look at the numbers. So tell me, what, in your head, there had to be a switch that got you from working on a job to become an extraordinary entrepreneur. What do you think drove you that is different than drives most people? And why isn't everybody where you're at right now?
I was raised by a school teacher and an electrician. At my core, I'm just a humble kid. I mean, two things. I don't really worry about what other people are doing or why they're not doing it. I just don't have time. I'm not smart enough for that. But so I don't know why others don't. But what I can tell you is there's a fire in my belly, and I want to satisfy it. And if you ask me, which you didn't, but I'll interject it. Why do I do it? Why do I do this? Why don't I stop? Why don't I retire? Like, what do you like to do? And the answer is, I love building a team. I have an awesome team. I have 30 plus employees. We're all rowing in the boat in the same direction. I think we're doing something that matters. We didn't talk about this at all, but we provide affordable housing on our rentals. We're the largest owner of single family detached affordable houses in Richmond. That makes a difference. Our people can get behind that. Our residents stay with us because we treat them well. Those are the things that I love. I like doing things that make a difference. Is it going to get me on the headlines or national news? No. But at the end of the day, do I feel good about what we're doing? Do I know we're bettering our employees' lives and we're bettering the community? I think we are. And that's exciting for me. And that is why I keep doing it.
Okay. And you said, how many rentals did you say you had?
Plus or minus 300.
Okay. All these houses, or does this include apartments?
We have maybe 25. It's less than that. If you include duplexes through a 13 unit, it's maybe 25 units, but everything else is a single family.
Okay. Do you rent them or do you rent to own them?
I don't do rent to own. We do straight up rent.
Why?
I have found rent to own. Those people beat the crap out of the house, and it's just not a model that I love. And in my marketplace, I don't find it to be a market that's overly robust. I can find a renter. So this is what I do on the rent side, Ron. I renovate the house to a really nice standard. I usually get a Section 8 voucher, and I meet people who've been on the Section 8 program since the 80s or early 90s. And I was at Thanksgiving 3 years ago with my parents, and I took them to show a house, and the lady hugged me. And she said, I've been in the Section 8 system since the 80s. This is the nicest house I've ever been in. And what we do is we want to inspire a pride in rentership. We want you to move into that house and treat it like it's your own. We want you to bring your friends over and brag. We want you to be a pillar in that neighborhood. For us as owners, it's stability. Turnover is a killer on profitability. So if we provide a great product, we treat you great, you stay. You have no reason to move. That's who I like to work with. I don't do rent to own because it's outside of that box, and there could be a great market there that I'm missing, but we're really good at this and we stay narrow.
Well, there is. And when you and I have some time, I'm going to change your attitude on that, okay? But it won't happen today. I totally on the opposite side of that. I don't want to put anybody in the house that doesn't have a dog in the hunt and has given me a bunch of money in order to get in, but they have the option to buy. And we also pass all the repairs on to them, Frank. So that's a big plus in the rent-to-own business. And then the back end is what you want it to be, because if you don't help them buy, they'll never go get a loan and get qualified. But or if you do nothing, sooner or later they're going to move anyway and they forfeit the deposit. But that's just, hey, you choose the way you do business, but I've been there. One time I had over 200 Section 8 tenants, and back then I had dark hair. It turned white overnight. Okay. So I don't think I got the answer on what do you think is the key ingredient in your mindset that made you get where you're at today, other than what you did tell me that you have this internal drive that most entrepreneurs do have, that you just want to keep working. Working is your hobby, isn't it, Frank?
Oh yeah.
Can you see yourself not working?
Maybe at 100, maybe at 105.
Yeah. I tell everybody when I'm in a nursing home, I'm still going to be working if I'm coherent. Same way. People ask me all the time, when are you going to retire? And I said, never. I don't even know what that means. Okay.
Right.
Tell me this. Go ahead.
Yes. No, you first.
All right. What is the biggest mistake you made in your real estate career?
So it's impossible to do everything linear and go straight up. I built a house when I was 29 years old. The way that I made my first $1 million is I bought houses that I basically couldn't afford. I rented out the rooms and then I sold them at a profit. And because I lived in it for 2 years, I was protected against tax. That's how I did it. I did it 3 times. I built a house at the end, and there was, I wasn't, basically it didn't have the right CO. It had a CO, but it wasn't tight enough. And I ended up getting sued because the septic system failed, and it was during the down market. And that lawsuit cost me $1 million.
What?
So
how's that?
it cost, well, he had a good attorney, and I sold the house for $1.5 million, and he sued me for a ton. So the moral of the story is this. At the time, I thought I was never going to be able to live or breathe. They sued me for $15 million. It's a lot of money.
Wow.
It was bullshit. But the thing of it I learned is it doesn't necessarily have to be right or wrong. It's what you can prove in court. And it didn't settle. It settled outside of court. But I wasn't tight enough with my paperwork. I didn't have a strong enough attorney on the back end. I had the wrong insurance, and it cost me a fortune. That would flatten some people. I did not bankrupt. I didn't do any of those things. I just wrote the check and I moved on with my life. But what I have done with that, Ron, I have an incredible team of attorneys. I have 4 attorneys that I work with. I do an insurance audit every single year. We go through and look at every single insurance policy and say, where are our gaps? Where aren't we strong? How do we need to do this? How do we protect ourselves? That's what it happens. It was an awful experience that I would prefer not to have lived through. However, it taught me be better, be more organized, do not miss little details, have the right team around you. Like, everyone does not have good intents in life, and someone can come after you. Make sure you're prepared. If you start doing 300-400 deals a year like we do, you have a target on your back. You need to make sure you are properly protected. And that's what I learned.
Did you have an asset protection plan in place then?
Not then, I do now.
Oh, okay. That's called training, isn't it, Frank? that's when everybody gets it after they needed it.
It's the school of hard knocks.
Yeah. And you're right. It's not about justice. It's about who has the best attorney. I'm in litigation all the time for something. To me, litigation is a business tool, but I prefer to be the plaintiff, not the defendant. I can tell you that.
For sure.
So that was a big mistake. Yeah.
Can we delve into that a little bit, though? You can't be petrified.
Sure.
You can't be petrified of it. If you're petrified of ever being the defendant, like you don't wake up in the morning and put on your goal board, I'd like to be the defendant in a lawsuit. Like, that never comes across your mind. But if you're doing things right, if it does happen and you're properly built for it, you can withstand it. And you also have this is not an easy road. You and I can talk about this for hours. There's bumps, there's setbacks. It's constant. Like, there's not a roadmap of do this and you'll get this. it isn't a linear process. So you're going to have setbacks. Anticipate them, and not only anticipate them, don't make the same mistake twice. Like if you make a mistake, prepare for it, and don't let that one be the one you make again.
Exactly. And by the way, I got Bob Bloom on this afternoon talking about just exactly that, getting people into this. People just put it off and put it off and put it off, and they don't do anything about it until they start getting pursued by someone. Of course, most people think they're never going to get sued. You know, I live a good, clean life. I pay my taxes. I go to church on Sunday. Ain't going to happen to me. Well, that means you're not in business. That's what that means. So a good asset protection estate plan, even so that to me that means even if they win, they lose. And
that's right.
You picked that up the hard way, as I did. Okay, so I got a bunch of beginners watching this, Frank, and most of them probably can't even imagine them ever being in your shoes. On the other hand, neither did you when you were a beginner, nor did I. In fact, when I started, I did my first deal, made $3,000. My only goal in life was to make more money so I could buy food and clothing and shelter. Had no idea, of course, that I'd be doing what I'm doing today. So everything starts with a beginning and then springboards to whatever one wants to take it to. In your beginning, I mean, it ain't like you were sleeping in a car or anything. You had a job, you were doing okay. You just weren't satisfied with what you're doing. So you made the decision that I want more, and frankly, I'm guessing it probably just snowballed from there. You just put it together piece by piece, day by day, until you got to the point to where you're at right now.
So
does that make sense? Huh?
Oh, it not only does it make sense. Can I tell you a quick story?
Sure.
So I quit my job, and I had just turned 30. I think I just turned 34. So I'm 34 years old. I've worked for a publicly traded company, and I literally was doing $150 to $200 million a year in real estate sales. So I had done somewhere between $500 million and $1 billion worth of construction, real estate. I was experienced. My first wholesale deal, I did a wholesale deal. I made, I think it was $2,700. And this is what happened. The entire time that deal was going on, I was absolutely certain I was going to go to jail. Every time a siren went off in the background, I was like, they're coming for me. I was scared to death, and I had every bit of experience. I had no reason to be scared to death, and I'm like, this can't be right. I have to be doing something wrong. And, right. and I came in with a ton of experience. So self-doubt is real. We all have it.
Yeah.
But if you have,
you're right.
Go ahead.
I got to tell you, on my first deal, I was broke, man. I mean, I was below broke. And I put this thing under contract, and I flipped it this guy. It took 3 weeks to get it to the closing table. And I sat there, and at that time we actually went into a room, and buyer and seller met each other. And I sat there waiting for the buyer to come in, and literally I sat there counting in my head all the things that were going to happen that I would not get my $3,000 check. I mean, really counting them off. And then he walked in, he had a frown on his face. I said, oh, crap, he's going to back out on me. I know he is. So anyway, we went in and we closed. And then the title company gave me my check, and I looked at that thing. I said, I know this damn thing's going to bounce. I'm going to go cash it immediately. Looking for every way in the world to make it not work. But hey, then it worked. And like you, I couldn't believe that I could just take a piece of paper and sell that piece of paper and make $3,000. I worked all my life working my ass off. I mean, 12 hours a day, like so many other people do. And it was hard to accept the fact that you could make that kind of money. And I'm glad you brought that up. I haven't thought about that in a long time. Okay. So what advice are you going to give our beginners?
Perfect. I was going to say something right here anyways. So you need to have a community, and you need to have someone who you can trust, who's going to show you the ropes. I've known Ron's name for years. I didn't take his training. I took other trainings. But the point I'm getting at is this. You got to learn it. You got to learn it somewhere. Not only do you have to learn it, the fear part is real. We're all going to feel it. So if you have someone who teaches you the ropes that you can learn from, that shows you the right way to do it, and then you can ask questions to, and you build a friend group and a peer group you can bounce things off of, it's going to give you the highest likelihood of success. We all run into roadblocks. We all run into hurdles and struggles. You just persevere through them, and if you do, you'll get to the other side. That's it. It's like, if you want to make this work, do it. We are not splitting the atom or going to space. We're simply taking a house and making a spread between buying and selling it. It's not that complicated.
No different than any other commodity. It's commerce. We buy cheaper than we sell. It's not that hard. And frankly, the real estate business is not that hard either. It's getting the crap fixed in the head that's a lot harder than the real estate business to learn, because it's just over and over and over again. And you just improve on it a little bit at a time. But you made a statement, you're absolutely right. You're not doing this alone. You have to have people in your life. And you're right, you have to have the training, which some people just resist because it costs money, you know. But without it, it's very difficult to succeed. When I started back then, Frank, I remember I'd go buy everything I could get my hands on that I could afford. I'd go to every seminar that I could go to, and I was always trying to figure out what I wanted to be when I grew up, and buy this and buy that, and you know, it all looked good, and you know, some of it I even took out of the cellophane. Okay. And I had to build my own way because there really wasn't any systems, there wasn't any technology back then, there wasn't any internet. But like you just said, most people who attended that first seminar that I attended, they simply went home and went about their life. They didn't do anything with it. Okay, I went out there and I did my deal because A, it had a lot to do with hunger, and I didn't have anything to fall back on. So it was actually good that I was at such a low point financially that I only had one way to go, and that was up. So I didn't have really anything to lose no matter what I did. And you know, some people come in and with that, but some people come in that were not like that. I find the hardest people to train are the people who have the most, the most to lose, and are afraid to make a move or do anything different than they've been doing most of their life. People with nothing to lose pretty soon get it. They got nothing to lose. All right, so your advice basically is just to hang in there and keep going, and don't let the dream stealers come and take your dreams away from you. Is that about the size of it?
Yeah, and let's talk about what dream stealers look like. Dream stealers could be people that are in your life that you just don't know any other way. They can tell you what you're doing is illegal or all these other things. So what I did is I just shut my mouth. I didn't talk about it. Like, I quit a job where I was making between $500,000 and $1 million a year as an executive, and I quit. People ask me, like, you're nuts. I go,
you're nuts. Yeah.
I'm not nuts. I'm fucking miserable, and this is my life, and I want to do it my way. So I would just show up to events, and people would make fun of me, like, oh, you sold that big house, you did this. I'm like, It was my path, and I knew it, and I wouldn't give them the satisfaction to tell me what they thought, because I just didn't make it available. And you got to just outthink the room, and sometimes it means saying nothing. And then 10 years later, people look at you and they go, how'd you do all this? I worked my ass off, and I had a vision, and I wanted to, and I would not be stopped.
You know, I teach people when they leave my live training, go home and keep your mouth shut, because if you tell everybody everything you just learned, they're going to criticize you, and there's more of them than there is of me. And you take that in, and they're going to get you, and I can't help you. And you're right. Just shut up until you start getting checks, and then you can talk all you want. I call the first check the shut up check. Okay, you hold it out, shut up, go away, leave me alone. Yeah, and unfortunately, a lot of those folks you have to divest yourself of have your last name. Now hopefully they don't live in your house, but proof, checks, proof. I know they came to me hard, and it's a good thing I didn't listen. And I don't know if you know my story or not, but in 1982, I had this chance to go to this real estate seminar, learn how to buy real estate with no money or credit, and man, I came this close to not going, because Dallas was on TV that night. J.R. Ewing was my hero. I didn't want to miss J.R. So how many times do you think I've looked back and asked myself, what if I'd watched J.R. that night? I mean, we go through life and we don't realize how one teeny, weeny little decision can change everything from from there forward. And most of the time, you don't even know what you lost.
So,
All right.
Warren
ahead.
Buffett, if you ever listen to him, he says that the eighth wonder in the world is compound interest. And for Warren Buffett, he's talking about Coca-Cola stock. For us, compound interest is sitting here and listening to this conversation. For us, compound interest is not opening your mouth when someone could shoot down your dreams. For us, it's you do a first deal, you do a second deal, you do a third deal. Screw it, I'm quitting my job, I'm going all in. Like, that's what compound interest looks like. There is a great quote. Do for 10 years what others won't. Live the rest of your life like others can't.
Yeah. Remember that quote. All right. Well, we're getting close here, Frank. I'm going to take some questions. Have we got questions, Nick? Okay. In the meantime, is there anything you want to tell our group before we get to the question part? Because
no, I think you asked me some great questions, and let's just do Q&A.
Okay. Let's do it.
All right. Gary says, how do you capture the metric on which market the lead came from?
Okay, so what I think the question is, Gary, is how do you understand where the lead came from? Simple. There are many, many phone systems out there, and you just track the lead with a phone number. I think we use CallRail for this, but there's 1,000 of them. So like if it's on a postcard, it gets this phone number. If it's on the TV, it gets this phone number, and that's it.
That's right. And Gary, you can get those right in Dreams. And he's right. Every time you change a media, you assign a phone number to that media. So you're going to do a lot. You'll need a lot of phone numbers if you're going to get really active. And that's both buying and selling. Because as we said, you must track your results or you're lost. You're never going to know what's working and what's not working.
Correct.
And we do the exact same thing. Okay.
All right. Fareed really loves your Reagan t-shirt.
I didn't even see your Reagan t-shirt.
Oh, yeah, man. I got a Reagan Bush
there it is,
84 shirt. I mean, I really got... It's 39 degrees out. Like, I had to get bundled up. So it's like, it's the only place I can get the internet.
All right. Derek asks if that property was in a land trust, the one that you got that lawsuit on.
No, it was a personal property that I lived in.
It wouldn't have mattered if it was, Derek, because they sued him. And whether it was in a land trust or not, and he was a beneficiary, they would have just taken his beneficiary interest if he didn't pay him.
Yeah, let me state this a different way. If your business or you personally get big enough, they're going to figure out how to link all of it together. What we do now is, I said this in passing, but let me just dive into it. I have insurance for everything. I've got umbrella policies. And then I have my two most trusted business attorneys. It's cost me a couple $1,000 a year. Analyze my insurance and make sure I'm properly insured. And then they look at all of our corporate structure to make sure everything's structured in a way that mitigates as much risk as possible, but then you back it with insurance.
Okay. So let me go back on that, Derek. In fact, we're going to talk about that this afternoon with Bob, but land trust is not going to be the thing that protects the property. It just gives you the privacy, but it's how you own the land trust that matters. And that's probably going to be in an LLC. Now it's how you own that LLC that matters, and that depends on what state you live in. And we're going to get into that this afternoon, actually. But if something happens on that property, like did in his case, there's really not much he can do to protect that property from going away. The whole goal is to make sure if they come after you personally, they're not going beyond that property. I mean, other than what the insurance will cover. So insurance didn't cover that, huh?
No, and I wasn't set up for it right. I own my house now in a trust.
Good.
Yep.
All right. Paul says, how do you pay your acquisitionist?
So
How do
Paul,
you pay your acquisitionist?
Yep, it's easy. I have gotten better as a business person. The more I can pay for talent, and the higher people can be compensated. I give everyone a base. No matter what your job is, you get a base salary, so you have some level of security. Everyone gets health insurance, and in 2021, we rolled out 401k. So everyone has a benefit package. In addition to that, on the acquisition side specifically, you get paid a percentage of every dollar you make, depending on the deal. So if you do a wholesale deal, you get the highest percentages. if you buy a rental, you make about as much to buy a rental as you would to do a wholesale fee. If it's a fix and flip, we pay you upfront on projected profit, but we pay everybody on results.
Okay. Now, Paul, I need to follow that up with, need to check your state licensing law where you're at, because there are some licensing issues when you're paying an acquisition. It's like here in Florida. So when you're ready for that, let us know, and we'll try to help you figure that out or get you to somebody that can.
The caveat to all of this is have an attorney look at everything.
Yeah.
Like we have a payroll company who looks at our agreements, and I have my real estate attorney, or my attorney, my business counsel for Virginia look at everything. So everything is I kind of just left that out. Make sure it's legal. Start there.
Well, not only legal, but written properly. And like insurance companies, because they're going to try to slime all kinds of things on you if you're not watching them, and they're not the only ones. Man, I couldn't agree with you more. I have such a hard time getting people to use attorneys. It is dumb not to, and I always tell them to hire the highest price attorney you cannot afford. All right, go ahead.
All right, Nick says, Frank, how do you stay focused on future profit when you hit obstacles?
Do you know what that means? Because I'm having trouble with it.
No, I can understand. I think what Nick is asking is, how do you stay focused on growing or other things when obstacles are in your way?
I think his obstacle is poor cash flow, though, the way I
Say
read
that
it.
again?
I think his obstacle is poor cash flow, the way I read it. That's usually the obstacle.
Do you want to answer it, Ron? I can fathom a guess.
Well, I'm going to confess, when your cash flow sucks, it is hard to think straight. It's certainly hard to worry about the future, which is why I'm constantly help people get their damn cash flow fixed now and focus on that until it is fixed. You got 300 rentals. You don't have to do anything for the rest of your life. Just quit, and here comes the rent. That's residual income, and that's what we're actually focusing on every time you see me. And look, the residual income is more important to me than getting that big check up front, because it keeps on coming and you don't have to work. So got to work on that. But right now, I mean, look, everybody goes through a poor cash flow phase. Boy, I sure did. I absolutely did, several times. But you have to stop back and ask yourself, what is it that I can do to create cash flow? And it's probably even outside of real estate. But whatever it is, you must get that cash flow coming in. Cash flow first. Cash flow is king, not equity. Cash flow. You're not going to get to the equity part if you don't get through the cash flow part.
And I think this is relevant. This is relevant too. You have to know what you're spending. So you need to be able to track your you got if you can't track your numbers, that's when problems happen.
Yeah. And Nick, we're just assuming the cash flow is the obstacle. So if that's not true, tell Nick here, and we'll actually give you the real answer instead of something we made up. All right.
All right, Paul says, who do you text blast to? Purchase list or inbound leads, or both?
Both.
You text blast to lists that you rent, because that means you get their phone numbers, and you just tell them you're interested in buying their house. And then inbound leads you text when you can't get them on the phone.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And let me say something about text. It's a newer technology. The legislation is constantly changing. It might go away. So just stay. I would find top-end providers. I'm sure Ron gives you folks that he recommends on the tech side. Just make sure they run above board, and if there's issues or problems, like see what their legal back end is to make sure they're not getting you in trouble. To the companies we work with, I've looked at their legal docs and how they text, what they do, because you're using a platform to do your text. It's very, very, very important to make sure you're doing it in ways that are legal.
Well, I'm going to give him a 2 cents worth in on that, because I'm going to look at it from both sides. To rent a list and text to it is not legal. On the other hand, I don't think anybody cares, because they're not interested in you. They're interested in the big companies that are texting people with these automatic machines and so forth. But technically, it is not legal. And just in case you ever get attacked by somebody who wants to sue you because you text them, just settle with them. It's a few $100s to settle with them and be done with it. So it's entirely up to you whether you want to make that decision. There's so many ways you can find deals without even skirting that issue, as you just discussed and as we teach, that, I'd probably make the case probably not text blast people that have no relationship with you at all.
I got 10.
Everything-
Time for more?
He's on till 10:45.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. What you going to say?
Life has risks.
Yep.
I've talked to my legal team. We've reviewed the documentation. We think we're on the right side of it.
Okay.
If it proves that we're on the wrong side of it, we change. So don't be stubborn and say, I must text. Like, as things change, adjust so you don't get yourself hurt.
And it sure ain't worth worrying about, is it?
No.
We can find plenty of other things to worry about.
Correct.
But even then, there's so many ways to find deals. And by the way, you can't do them all. I'm looking back on you, a guy that's doing the kind of business that you're doing. I count TV, count radio, count pay-per-click, and I count PPC and SEO. I'm sorry, postcards. And that's about it. Is that right? To find deals. Now,
Yeah.
you got people on the phone,
Yep.
but they're following up behind leads. Are they just dialing people direct that have not indicated they have a house for sale?
We do that as well.
Do that as well? Okay.
But let's talk about that. So there's dialers. There's what's called power dialers. Power dialers have been rendered illegal in many instances. You have to make, and these laws are changing. The FCC changes these laws all the time. And it's not that they change the law. It's so new. There's case law that you have to pay attention to. So you just need to make sure you're complying. 6 years ago, if you listen to a podcast or a training course from 6 years ago, it's not going to be relevant and it's going to be different. Nowadays, you just need to make sure you're complying and you need to stay ahead of compliance. And then, but yeah, outbound dial is a pain in the ass, but it works. If you can figure out, like, if you're willing to just commit to it or put people into it, like, they get hung up on a lot. But if you get someone on the phone, it works great. And it's hard to do. That's why it's even better if you do it, because you separate yourself.
That's true. Most people will not do that. So you just rent a list that you think is relevant to your target, and then you just have people start dialing the list, ask them if they want to sell a house, right?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. And you give them a script?
We give them a, so if you want to talk, I don't know if this is relevant for your audience or not, but we have a whole team. So what they do is we give them a script, but then we have them record calls, and then they host a training where none of us are in it. It's just the people doing the job, and they hold each other accountable. Then we have training. I have turned this into a business. Like, we spend money to make money. We have a weekly training call. We have a weekly call audit call. We have a weekly sales meeting. We have, like, everybody has a time where they get to talk to all the managers about each one of their deals. Like, we are very, very systematic about what we do. And I don't do all of it. I have people who do those things. Like, it used to just be me, but at this point, I'm the CEO. I've got people who run each department. But we do all the stuff.
Yeah, I get it. So you just basically make decisions.
Yeah, and people don't call me to tell me the good stuff. They call me with problems.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Nick.
Farhana says, is Rehab Evaluator a good tool?
So is that the one that Daniel Clayman owns?
I have no idea.
All right, Daniel Clayman owns a tool called Rehab Evaluator. I think there's a lot of great calculators out there. I'm friends with Daniel. He lives in Richmond, Virginia. Like, our wives are friends. His product is great. I support it. But the product aside, find something that helps you with value and go do a deal. Like, what calculator you pick is inconsequential to, are you willing to succeed?
Yeah. Farhana, I think instead of worrying about a calculator, you ought to worry about getting into my Quick Start school, where we show you how to do all of that, frankly, and you won't need no fancy software tool to calculate. And one of the first things you're going to learn is it really ain't about the repair estimate, it's about your offer. Your offer will take up all the slack. It's the one that makes up for your mistakes. You just got to get somewhere in the ballpark. And frankly, that's not very difficult for you to do it. We give you the checklists and the forms and everything and the prices of what stuff costs. And, so don't worry about the rehab. The estimate. Because frankly, I've probably rehabbed 1,000 houses and I ain't got one right yet.
So
we still make money on them.
The calculator I use the most is the one that's on my iPhone or the one that's in the computer. It's just the calculator. Like
Me
that's
too.
it. Like get
Me too.
get close and make a
That's
fee.
all you need.
That's it.
All right, Michael asked what Frank's favorite books are.
Hey, your favorite books.
Ron, you go first. Let me think for a second.
Oh my God.
How to be a
No,
quick
you're turning
turn
that back on me, man. That was your question.
I can give you a couple.
right.
On the fiction side, I love anything written by John Steinbeck. My favorite book of his is the Winter of Our Discontent. I love it. Books that I like to read. I'm an avid reader. I'm reading a book called Tightrope right now, which is kind of a similar book to a book called Hillbilly Elegy, which is incredible. Shoe Dog is great. You can get the usual suspects from people that are successful in real estate. Like I said, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Og Mandino.
Don't forget my book too, Frank. You're supposed to plug my book. Huh?
Hey,
You didn't know I had a book. You didn't know I had a book.
Give me a signed copy when I see you in December.
Okay.
I'll put it
It's
up
called
in my
How to Be a
office.
Quick Start Real Estate Millionaire. All right. And by the way, I remember back, that's actually how I got started, Frank. I started reading real estate books.
Me too.
And don't ask me what they were. I mean, I can't remember, but that's how it got me interested in it, actually. So, Michael, go to Amazon. There's 1 million of them on there, but don't forget to get mine now. And frankly, my book is a step-by-step seminar on how to do what we do. A lot of people got started from it.
The thing
Go
that
ahead.
I will tell you is this too: the smartest people I know read,
Oh, yeah.
and
Yeah.
you can't make a bad decision on reading. So.
No.
Yeah, Michael, if you want to reach out to me on Facebook or something, I can give you a list. But
Okay.
just pick stuff you like.
Now, my problem right now is I got a stack of books about that deep that I'm supposed to be reading, but I can't get to them. I do more writing than I do reading of the books today. So someday, when I get into that nursing home, I'm going to read every one of them books. All right, go ahead, Nick.
All right, Ricky says, how do you guys comp homes?
How do we comp homes? That's not a question for Frank, Ricky. I mean,
I can answer
ahead,
very,
yes.
very, 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 very quickly.
All right.
We have access. Everyone on my team has access to the MLS.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in giving the best data to everybody, so I don't use Zillow or any other crap. We go right to the MLS. We analyze deals neighborhood by neighborhood, community by community. We usually use $1 per square foot in a neighborhood. And then what we do is we look at it, like, let's just say you're in a certain area. We know if you're on this side of the road, we have about a 90-day look ahead of values, and we know about where it is. So
Okay.
this is managing Jello. This is not managing a concrete or a piece of brick. The most
Correct.
important thing is, can you make a spread? That's it.
Yeah.
Don't overtalk it.
Well, true, but he needs to know what the ARV is before he can determine that.
Of course.
And you don't know this, Frank, but we have a system called Dreams, which is the easiest comp site I've ever seen. And it's got all your comps right there, which
Yep.
some of these other sites do not, which are worthless if they don't. I take the top two that are similar in square footage, and all we do is punch on those two, and Dreams will come up and tell you what the value of this house is based on the two you chose. You just got to learn, top two, ignore all the rest. Top two, never use averages, never use estimate, and most assuredly don't ever use a tax assessed value, which has nothing to do with the value. So, but comps, remember, they got to be in good shape. They got to be near your subject, which they all are when you pull them up today. They got to be sold within the last few months or so, and they got to be sold recently. What am I missing? Sold recently, close by, and similar square footage. Now, I heard you just mentioned something. Guys, if you look, there's a map on most sites. Just make sure that the comps you're using are not across the river or across the main highway. They're in the same subdivision so that you don't get trapped into these houses over here might be worth twice as much as yours. A little bit of practice. And don't we have a lesson on that, Nick?
On
Do comps? We should, we don't.
Yeah, just, I think the ones that we have are just the ones that,
Okay.
are from these training videos that we've done.
Make a note, we're gonna go on dreams, and I'm gonna do a lesson on how to do comps.
Okay,
Of course, I
sounds good.
teach that in my boot camp, Ricky, where you ought to be already registered for. That was a shameless plug, Frank.
I picked up on that.
You did? All right. Okay, go ahead. We are very close to out of time here. What
All
else
right,
you got?
Joshua says Frank is doing big things here in RVA. His team is great to work with. How can I add value and work together on some deals with him? And also, what's your attorney's name?
Why don't you contact Frank separately, especially if you're in his area, to get those questions answered, Joshua? Because they probably wouldn't pertain to the rest of our audience anyway. Is that okay, Frank?
Fine by me.
Go on.
All right, what prevents your acquisitionist from becoming your competition?
I get that one all the time, sir.
Do you want me to answer it, or do you want to go
Yeah,
first?
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
So you can think that way, but that is a limiting belief. If you give people an environment where they want to work, you give people an opportunity to thrive, you give people belief, support, and an opportunity to be their absolute best, and you never give them a reason to leave, they're not going to become your competition. Most people, when they quit a job, earning power is like a salary is fifth. Respect the people, hire the right person for the job, support them, help them, make them feel enriched every day they go to work, and you're not going to be competing against those people. The other side of it is this. Owning a business is hard. It's hard. Most people that are in this business do not want to do what we do as owners. They want to make a paycheck and have a hobby. My hobby is work. So if they are going to compete against you, good luck, because it is not an easy thing.
Man, I couldn't have said that better myself. I have never worried about somebody competing with me. I'm too busy trying to make them worry about me. And I have helped a lot. I've trained a lot of people, especially back in my early days, my acquisitionists. Maybe 2 or 3 of them went out and started competing with me. I had never even crossed paths with them when they did. We're never doing the same thing, same time, same way, in the same area. It's just totally irrelevant. And I'll tell you what I found, a lot of times when I train people and they go out, and a lot of times they bring me deals. And so it never, ever, ever hurt me. And now today, and for a long time, I've been training my competition in the training business. Many of the people out there training today, I trained some of them to be my direct competition. It just doesn't matter to me, and I don't lose 1 minute of sleep about it. Besides, if you can help somebody up a hill, you get closer to the top yourself. I saw that on Oprah, Frank.
So
Okay.
this is something I think of. Life can be lived through the windshield or through the rear view mirror. That question is in the rear view mirror. If you're doing things and you're focused on the right, you're looking straight ahead. If you bring someone in and they turn over, that's behind you. Like you can focus on that, but you're going to eventually smash into something if you're driving a car through a rear view mirror.
That's pretty good, Frank. I might have to steal that.
I'm going to need to license this whole call, Ron.
Okay. All right. How many more you got there, Nick?
I got a few. So most people are really, really happy with, what they're seeing. There were a lot of great rave comments. But you can't please everyone. You okay with some mean tweets?
Oh, I don't
real
care.
quick? Some
I
mean
don't care.
comments that you
Bring
can
them
respond
on.
to?
Yeah.
All right. Why not promote home ownership? This
Why not?
guy is trash. Slumlord. What do you got, Frank?
What? Why not promote home ownership? What? I don't understand that question. He's putting people in houses, can't get in them any other way. If they want to buy the house, they can go do it any time. Slumlord, not even close.
My answer is this. Next question.
Yeah. Come on, guys. You're getting some valuable information here. And it's free, crying out loud.
Some people are going to troll.
Some people just looking for something to complain about.
All right.
If you think Frank Cobb is a slumlord, you don't know the guy. Your houses are a whole lot better than most people that especially for the HUD tenants. I mean,
All
I
right.
don't get it. I
Cherry,
don't get that thinking.
Quick Turn Real Estate Millionaire book, or did you say Quick Start? It's Quick Turn Real Estate. It's how to be a quick turn real estate.
Just go on Amazon and put in my name, and it'll pop right up. along with several others I have.
All right. All right. What type of insurance were you talking about?
So there's liability insurance, which you need to have, and that's like house by house. You can also have business insurance, and then you can have gap insurance or umbrella policies.
Yep. You need the umbrella for sure. It's very inexpensive, and of course you better insure your properties. And you know, you made a good point. Before you go insuring your properties, you might want to have somebody take a look at what that policy says, because you'd be surprised what you're not insured for. Especially if you live in a state like Florida where the hurricanes blow houses away on a regular basis.
All right. Paul says, do your people work from home or come into the office?
So
good
we used to require everyone to come to the office, but since COVID has happened, we have a flex schedule now. Our office staff comes into the office about 3 days a week. Our salespeople are almost all remote now. They're all live in Richmond, with the exception of 2 people who are phone support that live elsewhere. But the market shifted and changed. We adapted to that.
We did too. I don't know how many, probably 15,000 square foot of building here, totally empty except for us here today. And they're all working from home and they're doing a great job, and production is way up. So, by the way, did your business go up during COVID or down during COVID or stay same?
March and April were rough. May was a
Yeah.
decent month, and ever since then it's been explosive.
Yeah. So this COVID thing has actually increased your business, not decreased it.
Yep.
Right?
And it's made
Okay.
every house more valuable.
All right. Now look at that. Go
Nicer
back
people.
to Rose here. Look at that. Yeah. We got some people aren't in a bad mood here today. Thank you, Rose, for those nice comments. And we got to end this thing, much as I hate to. Frank, I really appreciate you taking the time to do this today.
My pleasure.
I know you got absolutely no payment. By the way, do you do any training at all?
We do a little. You go to the website or go to frankcava.com. But yeah, we don't do a ton of it.
All right. Well, man, you're a pleasure to talk to. My hero. So thank you for tuning in, taking your time. So go back to your whatever you're doing and get out of the cold weather right now.
I'm gonna. I've had breakfast sitting over here for like an hour.
Oh, man,
you guys have
you're killing me.
you guys have a great day. Good luck, and Ron's
Okay.
the man. So thanks, Ron.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. All righty. Man, that was cool. He's a cool guy. All right, so we need to take a break now, right? So let's do that. And we will come back at 11 o'clock. Back at 11 o'clock, folks. Hey, welcome back. I don't hear anything out of mine. I guess I won't, though, till John comes on, will we? Okay, that was an incredible interview with Frank. And I'm glad to get to know that guy through that mastermind group. That's one of the benefits of being in a mastermind group or hanging around with the right kind of people. You get to meet people like that. And I met a whole bunch more of them as well. All right, so we are going to have one of our students on here right now. So who we got coming up next? Nick?
John and Eddie.
Okay. We've got John, who's the mentor, and Eddie, who's the student, right? Hey, that would be John at the top and Eddie at the bottom. Okay, how you doing, John? Can you hear me?
I can hear great, Ron. It's good to see you again.
I understand you are in an Airbnb that you
Yes,
own.
I'm so full of work. I got 3 closings.
Get up closer to the mic, John.
Okay.
I can't hear you. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
I
if you
got
speak
3
up.
Yeah, okay. I got 3 closings this month, but I also got this Airbnb that's going to be filled up from Thanksgiving till after New Year's. I got a little bit of get set up kind of work to do up here. So all is
Okay.
good in this world.
All right. Hey, John, is there any way we can turn his volume up?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, John, the first thing that I'm going to ask you is, what in the hell are you doing in that Airbnb cleaning it up?
No, we're
And
not
you knew that
cleaning
was
it.
coming.
I know it. We're not cleaning it up. I had to turn the heater, the boiler on and make sure it's right. And I had to repair a Clavinova piano. One of my guests who's staying for 20 days wants to use a Clavinova and I had a broken key. So I'm replacing the key.
Okay, I'm not going any further on it. All right. So,
I'm
how
a
many
thinker
Airbnb
brain, Ron.
yeah, I know that. So how many Airbnbs you guys got now?
Just this one. We bought this as an ugly house to flip. And when we got here, we said, hey, wait a minute. We're in the middle of New Hampshire's Lakes region. Let's turn this into an Airbnb. And I'll tell you what, it's been a great summer. And the COVID season has been awesome for us.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
People go up there and they don't have to hang around other people, huh?
It's
So
a
what kind of
3,000 square foot home, 2-car garage with 5 bedrooms. And they love coming up here and just 3 acres of land. They hunker down and stay here and get away from it all out of Boston.
so what kind of revenue does that produce you in over a year?
Probably a net someplace around 25,000 net. That's a net. No, that's not
What kind
revenue. That's net profit.
Yeah. Well, that would be a little better than just renting it out then, wouldn't it? That's after you paid a payment and everything, right?
Right. That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, are you Eddie's mentor?
Yes, I am. Eddie's a great
Okay,
student.
well, why don't you introduce Eddie to us?
Eddie Picasso. And I told Eddie when I first met Eddie on the phone, I said, Eddie, with a name like Picasso, you could have some great marketing, you know. But so
Yeah.
Eddie's in South Texas, and I'll tell you something about Eddie. There is not any grass growing underneath his feet, and not because he's in South Texas, but because Eddie is a shaker and a mover. He's got a brokerage business, a few other businesses. He's experienced in business. He's working it, Ron. He's just working it. He's got lots of leads. He's finding ways, creative ways to find leads. I love working with Eddie.
Okay. Well, Eddie, that's a hell of a buildup. Is any of that true?
Man, I think John's too modest. He's a great guy, and I think he's overplaying it a little bit.
Okay. So tell us what's going on in your business right now.
By the way, I was listening to a conversation earlier with Frank. This was actually the first book that I read where I wholesaled my first house.
At least you got good taste. Yeah. All right.
So it was fresh out of high school at 18. I did my first wholesale deal off with just reading that one book, and it fell off the wagon for a little while. But about a couple of years ago, I came back in full time into real estate, and I started on the investment side. Kind of fumbled a little bit, and I earned my real estate license in 2008, and that was kind of reactivating my real estate license. Was the last ditch effort to stay in real estate, and So I reactivated at the end of December of 2018, and then December of last year we started doing fix and flips. So we're on our fourth renovation project right now. During the summer, in the middle of COVID, when I came into Planet Ron, I started unloading a little bit of the brokerage side and focusing more on working towards the terms deals. So that's kind of where I am right now, in the middle of that transition.
So you have a license. Do you feel like that license has interfered with your investing business in any way?
No, it's I've actually in many ways I feel like it's another tool under my belt. I have access to a lot more resources with the license, as far as whatever the local association completes for market analysis, all that good stuff. And then of course the big difference is on the full disclosure on the front end of the investment side, just making sure that everybody's well aware that I am a real estate agent, but I am not interested in any way in listing the properties or buying them.
Do you find that disclosure doing you any harm at all?
No, I've had a little bit of pushback when I end up listing our investments from other realtors, but I mean I feel confident that as long as I'm doing the full disclosures on both sides, I don't have an issue.
Okay. So you say you're doing rehabs right now. What's your average profit on those?
So I do have a money partner, which we're splitting 50-50, and we're averaging about 55,000 per renovation project right now.
50 to 55,000 net per house?
Yes, net.
Well, that's pretty darn good. So what price houses are you selling?
The median home price down here is about 150,000. So it's about average where we're at. I think the lowest house that we did was the EARB was at 100, and we sold at 102. And the highest we've sold is we just sold it during the summer at 279.
You're netting 50,000 plus. That means you're buying them right, then, doesn't it? Okay.
Oh, well,
also,
I'm confident that, there's been, like you said earlier, also with Frank, it's a matter of how you buy them, and the rehab estimates are never going to be right, and they've never been right. We actually were over budget about 10,000 on the last one, and we're still looking pretty good. So,
All right. So how many deals do you plan doing next year?
Oh man, I'm planning to double what we've done this year. So total investments, including the renovations, we've actually I want to thank John for the help that he's given me since we started working together. I've carried on a subject to deal since last year when I first started getting back into the investment side, and it was a mess. There was probate involved, it was in arrears, and with John's help and kind of maneuvering everything, we were able to close on that subject to deal last week. And so total have been 5 deals, including the renovations and the subject to. So hopefully next year we want to do at least 12 for the year, 1 a month, and then we can start incrementing from there.
Did you close on that subject to deal to buy it or sell it?
To buy it.
Okay.
So now the hard
So
part
now you're going
starts.
to go. Now you can't put a tenant buyer in it in Texas. So you're gonna sell it with owner financing or just rent it or what?
Owner financing, yes.
Huh?
Yes, we're going to sell it financing.
Okay. You've been around a while, Eddie. And how long you been in mentoring with John?
Oh, we're on our 19th week, I believe.
That sounds right.
Okay. How is he to work with?
Oh, he's great. He's
Eddie. Pretend he's not listening now. Okay, how is he to work with?
Well, I'll vouch for him. He's been a great resource because not only does he kind of toss ideas around during the calls, but he's also open for me to kind of email him throughout the week, all that good stuff. A lot of the maneuvering that happened with this subject to deal was because we were able to toss ideas around.
Yeah. All right. So are you on the path to do some more terms deals now?
Yes. So when I came into Planet Ron, I started unloading my brokerage side, my listings and all that, because I wanted to focus more on the terms and also kick back a little bit on the renovations, because as you said earlier, cash is king, and that's one of the big things that, as long as I've got a renovation project going on and I'm a one-man show for the moment, that's what's taking my time, and I'm not able to start building up that pipeline of term deals. So that's kind of where the focus is now.
All right. So you're working on getting yourself systemized and automated as well, right?
Right. Where?
Okay.
I'm out there.
Yeah. All right. Well, John's pretty good at that. So, John, we probably ought to let them learn a little bit about you, since you are one of our mentors. What's going on in your real estate world?
Well, Scott and I are business partners, and as I said, we got 3 deals. But I mean, we're pretty busy closing 3 deals. One's actually a property we bought like a year and a half ago, and we had a problem with the tenant. We evicted him and decided to turn it back. It was a work for equity. We turned it into an ugly house, and now we're selling it. We're going to make about a $50,000 profit on that one. That's in central Massachusetts. One in southern New Hampshire, we went into it, and this was a real unique deal that this guy, he was just in his 70s, and he just couldn't manage this 3,000 square foot house, and it was a hoarder. And we get in there, and it was truly an ugly house. We picked that one up, and with the hope of making $100,000 after we renovated the house and sell it. Well, as luck would have it, we're only going to make about $180,000 in that one net, and that's selling. That's set to close on the 18th. Yeah, I know, and a tough break, And then the third one was a $2 million property that we got tied up. Scott did this one here and tied it up, and we were going to rent. We're going to buy it, owner finance it. The owner would finance it to us for 2 years max, with a tenant buyer in there. And as it turns out, we had a hard time finding tenant buyers for a $2 million house. But we got a cash offer, and we basically turned it around with the current owner, and we just did an assignment agreement, and we're going to get about an $85,000 or $90,000 assignment payout on this one. So, I mean, that's for, Scott did most of the work, a little bit of marketing, probably about a couple of $1,000s in marketing, maybe, direct expense, and Scott's time. He's there I think he's there right now at the house with an inspector or something. But I mean, these are sweet deals. The key is, and I tell Eddie this too, is we learn nice cookie cutter terms deals, but we rarely come across a cookie cutter terms deal. So what we've learned from you, Ron, is we call it transaction engineering. Get a little creative. Yeah. Say, wait, if we apply the cookie cutter, but in this case it's a little bit different because of this and this. Like that house that we're going to make over $100,000, $180,000. We got that guy to carry back the finance with a wraparound and 2 existing mortgages. And then all we had to get for money, that's at like 3.5%. Then all we had to get for money was the renovation money. And we get that from private lending. So we got creative on that deal. Every deal we found a way to get creative. And it just, you apply the basic principles. Sometimes you get a basic cookie cutter deal. And then a lot of times we get weird deals that we make money on. Yeah. So it's going to be a great year for us.
It looks like it. It looks like it. Listen to you talk. You know how many people in this country don't make $180,000 in an entire year, and probably never will? And you're telling me you're making that on one house. Do you feel somewhat guilty about that? Huh? Do you feel any guilt at all?
No.
No? Okay. Okay. We got that straight. All right. Well, gentlemen, I appreciate your time this morning. I got someone else I got to get on here in the limited time that I got. But, Eddie, I want to see you skyrocket. And by the way, I'm sure there was a time in Frank's life when he was exactly where you're at right now. And so look where he's at today. So it starts somewhere. So keep it going. You've got a good guy here working with you.
Yep.
Definitely.
All right.
Thank you, Ron. Good to see you,
Thank
Eddie.
you, gentlemen.
Pleasure. See you, John. Thanks.
Okay, next. Who we got? Andrea? Andrea, girl, it's been a long time since I've seen you, huh?
Yes.
And I understand you are still at it. So tell everybody, where do you live?
I am in the Great White North of Alberta, Canada.
Alberta, Canada. What's the temperature up there today? How far below zero is it up there today?
Probably about -10.
-10. That's warm, isn't it? I got off the plane there one time. I'll never forget this. And it was 40 below zero. And I got off the plane, and the first thing I said is, how can humans live in this kind of weather? But to you guys, it's kind of normal. And I made a pledge right then and there. I'm never coming back up here in the wintertime again.
I don't blame.
So I did a boot camp in 2008. It was the largest one that I've ever done there, and we had 460 people in that room. And you were in that boot camp, weren't you?
I was.
Huh?
Yes.
That was a sea of people. All right. So when people ask me, does this work in Canada, I guess you're a true example of that. So why don't you tell us what's going on in your business right now in Canada? And I'm so proud of you if you're hanging in there this long. You know, what is that, 12 years ago? You're still at it.
I'm still at it. And so where I live right now, we're very dependent on oil revenue. And since the U.S. is now self-sufficient in oil, they don't need Canadian oil as much. So we're kind of in a depressed market. So it's great for buying seller financing deals because people just want out. And in a lot of cases, they owe what the property is worth because the value has gone down. It's not a market for doing rent-to-owns, which I do have a few rent-to-owns in play from a few years ago, but we just keep extending them till, you know, the market gets better and the value is there. So yes, lots of tired landlords. I'd say tired landlords is my absolute favorite category of people to buy from. And 50% of the houses I buy are from tired landlords or accidental landlords. So people who bought a house to live in, then moved to a larger house or downsized, and for whatever reason decided to become a landlord and just did not know what they were doing and got in over their head. So then we come in, typically need to do a renovation because somebody's destroyed the property in their eyes. And I'm like, that's just flooring and paint. Let's do it.
Yeah. I didn't know the market was depressed up there right now. I haven't been keeping an eye on it, but it does make sense. You kind of remind me of where we were in 2008.
Yeah.
You're on a down cycle, which is good for real estate investors, as you just stated. Sellers get a lot more motivated, and then buyers find it harder to go qualify for a loan. Now, people are always asking me from Canada, okay, what's the difference between the U.S. and Canada? Well, Canada's further north, for one thing. It's a hell of a lot colder, for another thing. But the truth is, there's very little difference between the way you guys do business and the way we do business. There's a few different terms. For example, you don't use the word deed, you use the word title.
Exactly.
And are you buying houses with an agreement for sale?
Yes, I sure am.
Okay.
And we have changed our agreement for sale in the last 12 years. It worked just as good as it did 12 years ago on the legal side. So.
Sure. Which is our land contract or contract for deed here in the States. You're using an attorney up there who understands that agreement for sale stuff. So you are buying them with an agreement for sale. Are you putting lease option tenant buyers in them, or are you selling them on agreement for sale?
For the most part right now, we're not back-ending them with rent-owned clients just because we don't know if we're at the bottom yet. So instead, we're just renting them and cash flowing on them. So if they require, a significant amount of renovation, we're doing seller financing, buying them with seller financing, putting in the money to renovate them, and then I just go get a mortgage myself because interest rates are so low. I can get a mortgage at 1.75.
You didn't want me to hear that, Andrea. Okay, I did not hear that. All right. Because you know my feelings about you going down and getting personally guaranteed debt, right?
Well, it's in a corporation, so. But yeah.
So you telling me you don't personally guarantee it?
Well, I still have to personally guarantee it. But
okay.
The difference between Canada and U.S. is when we get a mortgage, it's for 1 to 5 years, very rarely 10 years, whereas you folks down in the U.S. can get a 30-year mortgage. We just don't do that. So,
which makes the case to not do that.
Yes.
I mean, that puts you at even more risk, okay? If your market goes down, and, you know, who knows? I doubt they'd call those loans due as long as you're making payments on them, but still, they're in charge. Why are you refinancing them? To get your cash back out you put into the rehabs?
Exactly. Yeah, we just keep recycling the money so we can do more deals.
Do you remember my Work for Equity program?
Yes,
Have you tried that?
I have in the past. I don't like the way some of the tenants renovate. Makes more problems.
So what? It was ugly when you put them in. They can't make it any more uglier.
That's true.
But it keeps you from going out and raising the money on a private loan.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore it keeps you from going to have to refinance. But I heard you say you're not doing rent to own. I'm a little lost as to why you're not doing rent to own and listen to those big old front end deposits that you should be getting, and passing the repairs on to your tenant buyers. And of course, if the market it goes down, in other words, I sell it to them and now they want to buy, and it's more owed on it than it's worth. Okay, you got short sales up there?
No, we don't do short sales here.
Okay, well, you have whatever you call it. Banks take discounts, that I absolutely know for sure. You just have a different term for it. So if somebody wants to cash out and there's more owed on it than it's worth, what will the bank do?
They'll just take the house back. We don't
Then
have
what will they do it?
foreclosures, Ron. Despite the depressed market, we don't actually have a whole lot of foreclosures right now. It's not a big market where we are. People have adjusted.
So that means that people are making the payments even when the value drops below the loan amount.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Right? Okay. All right. So if you put a tenant buyer in there and the loan drops, maybe you could put it in your agreement right up front. If that's the case, you will extend it until the equity catches back up. And I think you said that's what you're doing anyway, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. But I think you're missing the boat by not putting tenant buyers in there. If you will recall, we get thousands of dollars up front. Thousands of dollars up front. What price range houses are you currently working in Alberta?
For where I am, anywhere from 200,000 to 400,000.
Yeah, and that is Canadian money.
Canadian money. Yes.
What's the conversion rate today? Do you know?
We lose about 30%.
You lose about 30%?
Sorry, like it costs. Yeah. Our Canadian dollars were 70 cents American.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, do you have any help in your business right now? Are you a one-woman show, or what's going on? Huh?
So I have about 4 assistants right now that help me run the ship.
Uh-huh.
So I also have a property management business, and so I have my assistants do most of that for me as well. So you talk about cash is king and residual income. Well, property management, owning a property management business like I do, that's residual income very easily. So
yeah, it is. I want you to tell our listening audience about the Canadian Mafia.
Yes. So we met in Ron's course because there were 7 of us who took Ron's course at the same time, and we signed up for, at that time, I think it was like, I don't know, 25 or 50,000. I can't remember how much it was, but it's worth every penny.
Never 50,000.
Never 50. Okay, it was 25. But
something like that. I don't know.
Through the group, though, like, because we would go to all these sessions, Ron would come up to Canada, or we would go down to Las Vegas for some of the courses, and successful people want to hang out with successful people. It's just how it is. And so we banded together, the 7 of us, and we were all from Alberta, but living in different cities. And so once a month, we would get together for a 24-hour period. So we would rent accommodations, and we would do a mastermind. And we did that for 3.5 years without missing a month. And it all brought us to a much higher level. So I can't speak highly enough about masterminds. And now I actually do masterminds for other people too, because it's such a successful model of accountability, of goal setting, and just problem solving and moving forward. So
So
it's,
when I left, you guys formed your own group
yes,
of like-minded people, all trying to get to the same place, and then you decide to have a monthly meeting. I loved that idea. I loved it then, and I love it now, where you can hang out together. Now, I don't even want to know what went on in that house you rented. I don't even want to know about that. So you came, where'd you come down to, Seattle?
we came down to Seattle and it was
Okay.
April 2012. As a group, we came down, we rented a house, and we had you and a bunch of your staff over for supper.
Oh, yeah, I definitely remember that. Yeah, that was fun times. So tell me what has happened to the Canadian mafia since then? Are they still doing deals or what, do you know?
So 5 out of the 7 of us are still going strong, still adding to the portfolio, still doing all the creative strategies.
No kidding.
Yep, 5 out of 7. So that's a pretty good percentage.
Do you guys still hang around together?
Some of us do, yes. One of the couples, they have a place down in Mexico, and so a bunch of the group go down, and because they stayed down there for 3 months of the year, and so a bunch of people go down there and hang out as well. And then one of the other fellows, him and myself, we help do a lot of the teaching on the creative side with the lawyer that you met that helped you, Barry McGuire.
Yes, he's still there?
He's still there, still going strong. Yeah.
Okay. That's Barry McGuire for you Canadians, and he's in Alberta?
He's in Edmonton, Alberta. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So how many times have you had people come up to you back in those days and tell you you're crazy for doing this and it won't work in Canada and it's a big scam and all that stuff?
Many times, including calls for the police when we sent out our yellow letters.
Oh, yeah, tell me about, was that you? That wasn't you that did that, was it?
Well, a bunch of us did yellow letters, and some of us got the calls from the RCMP from concerned citizens who thought we were fraudulent.
I remember. I brought yellow letters up and introduced it to you guys, and you started using it, and you started getting killer results with it. And who was it? You that got a seller that called the police on you, or was it somebody else?
Yeah, no, I did.
It was you?
Yeah.
So you had a cop come out and you showed him the yellow letter. What did he do?
We just had a conversation on the phone, and I just explained what it was and that it's a legitimate, form of advertising. So that's the end of it. Yeah.
That's amazing. They call the cops because they get a letter in the mail. I wonder why don't they just throw the dumb thing away? But do you still use that yellow letter today?
No, I'm not actually. Now I'm at the point where I've built so many connections with realtors and mortgage brokers in my area that they bring me the deals. So I don't even have to advertise anymore because so many people in town, because I've been doing this for so long, know about me. I get so many referrals, I don't need to do more than that.
Okay. So how many deals do you think you'll be doing this year?
Well, this year I've already done 2 seller finance deals, but I'm also in the process of building a 16-unit apartment building and doing a large $20 million commercial project. So some of these deals, I take them because they're just I don't know. It becomes like a habit, right? It's like it's a good deal. I just can't pass up on it.
It's a disease, Andrea, and there is no cure.
I know.
Sorry.
I'm okay with that.
Once it gets in your blood, it's in your blood.
Yes.
All right. So when I left, did you have a hard time getting started?
No, I had my first deal the first weekend.
No kidding.
Yeah.
No kidding. What kind of deal was that?
It was a tired landlord and a single family house, 3-bed, 2-bath upstairs and developed basement with fenced yard. So it's a perfect rent to own type property. And he only wanted $5,000 down, and we signed the deal within a couple of days, and away we went.
And then what'd you do with it?
I put a rent to own client in there. We did not qualify. And so I put another rent to own tenant in there. They didn't qualify. And
no way. You mean It's like that in Canada too? Okay. So how are you doing this year during that COVID? Are you guys pretty much shut down up there? Are you open? What's the deal?
No, we're where I live. We just keep going. So it's not that COVID doesn't exist here, but people aren't as concerned as maybe other areas. We're a town of 100,000 people. So
Probably too damn cold for it to survive, why it's not there. Okay. All right. So has your business been up this year or down this year, or about the same?
Up tremendous. Yes. Yes.
I haven't talked to a real estate investor yet that says it's been down during this. Now, first March and April were a little tough, but after that it started picking up. Yeah. Okay. Well,
The local real estate, some of them have had their best year ever this year.
Yeah. So, knowing what you know now, what kind of advice would you give someone that's just starting in this business? Perhaps that you've learned the hard way.
Take action. You do not have to know everything. You just have to get started.
So go make a mess?
Yes.
Like you did? You went and made a mess, start cleaning it up? Yes?
Well, you know what? It's important to get education, but once you get the education, you have to take action, because what are you paying the money for otherwise?
Yeah. So in other words, education is worthless without implementation.
Absolutely.
Is what you're trying to say. Yeah. And you don't have to know everything. You just got to get going and you learn it as you go. All right. So what's the biggest mistake you've made so far?
Probably, well, 1 month I bought 5 houses at the same time. And that was maybe a little bit overwhelming when I was early on. And so I think it's a race, but not necessarily, you don't have to accomplish it all in one day. So I think it's okay sometimes to pass on deals or wholesale them to other people rather than trying to do it all yourself. Just so you don't get overwhelmed, especially when you're first starting.
Do you wholesale houses?
Yes.
On regular? Okay. Do you rehab them or retail them?
Yes.
And then you put tenants in some of them?
Yes.
So you do the whole business?
I do. Yeah.
And now you're in the commercial?
Yeah.
Did you ever think you'd be in commercial?
I'd always been interested in it, and that's probably my favorite course I took of yours, actually. Ron, was the commercial one in Las Vegas. All of the creative solutions you come up with is just incredible.
So what is this big project you're working on?
So it's a land development project of single-family houses, duplexes, and condo units.
Cool. I'm working on some of those myself with students. In fact, you need to inquire about my commercial mastermind group. I'd love to have you in it.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, I got one Canadian member in it now, come to think about it, except he's in Toronto. Yeah, and he's very active as well. CMG, I call it. Contact me, we'll send you some information on it.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Andrea, it's been a pleasure talking to you. I haven't seen you in so long. Would you mind sending me the names of the other 5 people that are active in the Canadian Mafia?
Sure, I can do that.
I'm gonna contact them. Don't tell them now. I'm gonna surprise them. Yeah, I'm gonna surprise them. All right. And I'd like to get back up there sometime in the not too distant future, while I still can. Yeah, in the summer. Yeah.
Yes, in summer.
Yeah, in the summer. Okay. Hey, tell everybody about that Calgary Stampede, because most of Americans don't even know anything about it. That's over the 4th of July, isn't it?
Yes, it's for about 10 days, and it's people come from all over the world, so it's like a really big rodeo, but there's lots of other things to do as well, and it's a world-class event.
Yeah, it's a rodeo and a fair, and it's a huge event, worth going to, actually. I went to it once. I guess it's about time I go back. All right. Okay. Well, I certainly appreciate you coming on today. I know you got plenty to do. And keep it going. Keep it going. You make me proud from where you came to where you're at now.
Yes. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you. See you soon. Okay. Great group up there. All right, so I guess we're going to lunch now, right, guys? All right. So let's see. Look at that. Right on time. I'm impressed with myself. Okay. So let's see. We're going to come back at 12:05, I guess, right? All right, 12:05, and when we get back, Mr. Bob Bloom will be on here, and I'm going to give him plenty of time today because you guys better be listening to what he's got to say if you care about your asset protection, estate planning, your LLCs, or any of that stuff. So I'll see you back here at 12:05. Welcome back. Okay, for the next couple of hours or so, you're going to be listening to Bob Bloom, who's an attorney from Texas. And Bob has got, I mean, you name it in the realm of asset protection, entity structuring, estate planning. Bob works with clients all over the country. He and I go back quite a ways. In fact, we were in the same mastermind group, and we got to having a conversation here recently about what can we do to help people get this stuff done and not just teach them what to do so they can go back home and try to find an attorney who has any idea what we discussed and what we'd like to see happen. So is Bob on here yet? Bring him up when you can.
Yep,
Hey,
I'm
Bob.
here. Yep, hi, Ron.
No sound.
Oh,
Well, I can't. Okay, hello.
hi, Ron.
Man, this electronic stuff is getting old. Let me try this one. Testing.
Hi, Ron. Can you hear me
Testing.
okay?
Can't hear a thing.
Hey, Ron.
Testing.
Hello,
I
Ron.
hear you.
Bob,
Hey,
Bob's
Bob,
here.
now I got you.
There
Now
you
I
go.
got you. Okay. All right.
Good.
Thank you, sir. All right, Bob.
Yes, sir.
I was attempting to tell everybody how important you are, and I didn't have any sound. So I'm not going to attempt to try to tell them your background and all that. I'm going to let you do that.
Will
But
do.
I do want to quickly discuss what the message is going to be here today. You're going to certainly cover LLCs and why most people just don't know that they're doing them wrong and they don't have the protection they think. But then we're going to get into a little bit of estate planning stuff too, are we not?
That's
Okay.
right, yes.
And then we got a really great offer for anybody who wants to take advantage of it, that want to get this stuff done, and especially for our masters. So let's do that. Got about, I'm going to let you go about an hour and a half or so, then I'm going to come back on because we're going to have tons of questions.
Okay.
I've never done one of these things that has to do with asset protection or estate planning where we didn't have a ton of questions. So I don't see anything changing today. So go for it, and if I get an opportunity to rudely interrupt, I will so take that opportunity.
You feel free. Feel free to interrupt
Okay.
anytime you want.
All right, you guys, give him the whole screen because he's got slides. All right.
We're
We
all
got
set to
you.
go? All right.
Yeah.
Well, Ron, thank you. Thank you very much.
You're
And
welcome,
it's always a pleasure to work with you and your students. We're going to be talking today about protecting your assets, how to pay less tax, and have ultimately, as a result, a very successful real estate business. Now, I'm going to give you just a little bit of background about me quickly. I've been a lawyer since 1985. That's a long time. Got a lot of experience. I started out with an international law firm with offices all over the world, about 1,000 lawyers. Then went to an international oil company, which is now merged with British Petroleum. For a number of years, I represented the world's largest airline, and that was by far the funnest job ever. But all throughout that time, for about 15 years, I was a trial lawyer. I sued people, I sued companies, defended people, defended companies. But there was one particular case that changed everything for me, and it was this. I was representing a company who had broken the law. They had actually fired some guys because of their age. That's age discrimination. You cannot do that. And the company was clearly wrong, yet everybody, right or wrong, has a right to a defense. The plaintiffs had a great case. They should have won the case, but because we were very good lawyers, we beat them, we won the case. Now, that should have been a big celebration, but it really changed everything for me because we were wrong, and that wasn't justice. And these guys who had lost their jobs, lost their incomes, these guys were in their 50s, they lost their pensions, they were never going to get another job, and they walked away broke. And it was my doing that caused that. And that was just plain wrong. And I decided at that moment, I'm not going to do this anymore. Litigation was not about who's right, who's wrong, achieving justice. It's about who's got the better attorney and who wins. So I left trial work and became what is called an asset protection attorney. And for the last 20 years, I have worked extensively with real estate investors and other business owners. So what I've done is I've taken all of my experience suing people and suing companies, and I now use it to protect people from lawyers like I used to be. So here's what we're going to do today. I want you to, if you're checking email, stop it. Stop looking at Facebook. What we've got today is really critically important information for you. So I hope you will take good notes, because we're going to cover a tremendous amount of ground here today. Now, Ron teaches you offense. And what I mean by that is he's teaching you how to make money, how to score. And we call making money offense. And I know everybody loves offense, because making money, look, that is the fun and exciting part of the game. But the problem is, a lot of people will say, yep, that's what I got to do. I got to make more money, and then all my problems are going to be over. Well, you're smarter than that. You know that making money, playing offense, is a very important part of the game, but offense is only half the game. The other half of the game is defense. And that is what I'm going to cover, is defense. Ron is the master at offense, showing you how to make money, but you have got to have a defense every bit as good as your offense, or you do not win this game. You're just in the game and getting beat. So let's get started. The ultimate question is this: how's your defense? And if it needs some fixing, some touching up, or just establish a defense, that's what we're going to be able to do for you here today. Now, when people start thinking about offense, defense, they say, yep, I want to make a lot of money. But the problem is, when you make a lot of money, you got to pay a lot more income tax, obviously. So we're going to protect you from the ridiculous high taxes that are unnecessary to pay. We're going to, in other words, slash your income taxes to the bare legal minimum. And I emphasize legal. We're always going to follow the rules. So Congress makes the rules, and Congress has said that you and I, in order to pay the bare legal minimum in income taxes, we need to do three simple things. Now, I'll just cut to the chase and tell you that first requirement is you and I need to own a business. Now, obviously, if you're a real estate investor planning on becoming a real estate investor, you would say, I have a business. Real estate's a business, of course. The problem is, we're dealing with the IRS. And so the IRS wants to know, do you really have a business, or is this just a hobby? And the big difference here is, if you have a business, you get tremendous hundreds, in other words, hundreds of business deductions, which dramatically lower your taxes. But if you are a hobby, it severely limits the amount of money you can deduct, and you're going to be paying much, much higher taxes. So what is a business in the eyes of the IRS? Because that's obviously what we want to have. Well, a business is an activity with the intent to make a profit. Well, thank you, IRS. We all have an intent to make a profit. But here's the problem. How are we going to prove we have the intent to make a profit? Because we got to prove this to the IRS when they ask. Well, the IRS has two tests. To prove we have the intent to make a profit, and therefore a business, we can show a profit in 3 out of the last 5 years. That's one of the tests. The problem with that is, a lot of people are just getting started. They don't have a 5-year track record. They certainly can't show a profit in 3 out of those 5 years. So the problem is, if this is all there is, most of us would not get tax deductions. We would have a very hard time becoming profitable and not have a successful real estate business. Now, fortunately, there is a second test. And to prove that you have the intent to make a profit, the IRS says you set up a corporation or an LLC, and now we believe you have the intent to make a profit. You have a business. All right. So you can do it the hard way and wait out 5 years and scrape together a profit in 3 out of those years, or you can just simply set up a corporation or an LLC, and the IRS says, now we get it. We can see you have a business. You wouldn't set up a corporation or an LLC if you didn't have a business. So there you go. First, a requirement is have a business, and you do that by setting up a corporation or an LLC. Now, once we have this business, The question is, what business structure is going to cut our taxes better than any other business structure? And there are many, many ways you could run a business in our country today, but only one of these is going to give you all the tax deductions and all the goodies in the law. And it is called what would you think, guys? It's called a limited liability company, an LLC. But that is true only if it is taxed correctly. And I will tell you what I mean by that in just a moment. Now, at the top of that list, there was a possibility of doing business as a sole proprietor. And just to save us time, cut to the chase once again, I'm going to just tell you this: never, ever do business as a sole proprietor. Now, the problem is we all know that intellectually. That's a bad thing. We shouldn't do that because you are the business. There's no separation between you and the business. And when the business gets sued, they're really suing you, and they can take all your personal assets and vice versa. So a sole proprietorship is a disaster. The problem is people who own rental properties in their personal name are doing business as a sole proprietor. If you're flipping or doing wholesale deals without an entity, you are a sole proprietor. So we've got to fix that. We never, ever want to do business as a sole proprietor. Instead, we want to do business as a limited liability company with some conditions. So here are those conditions. Now, a properly structured LLC can do wonderful things for you. It can lower your taxes, it can protect you from lawsuits, and it can protect you from IRS audits. That's why the LLC has become so popular. The problem is most LLCs don't lower your taxes, they don't protect you from lawsuits, and they don't protect you from IRS audits. And you may wonder, well, why? What's wrong? Well, they don't lower your taxes, for instance, because they are not taxed correctly. And there are typically no resolutions authorizing various deductions. They're not going to protect you from lawsuits because we typically see cookie cutter documents that you have no idea what they say, no keywords, no protective language. They're really literally not worth the paper they're written on. And then third, most of these LLCs are not going to protect you from IRS audits because, once again, the LLC documents don't authorize the deductions, and that is what the IRS is looking for. So people will sometimes say, well, I don't get it. I thought all LLCs are just the same. Well, that's kind of like saying mushrooms are all the same. I mean, they're just mushrooms, but they're very different. Some mushrooms are healthy and good for you, and others can kill you because they're poisonous. And the same thing is true with LLCs. There are at least 16 different kinds of LLCs that I've identified. And so we've got to be able to get the right one out of those 16 for your particular business. And that's going to be different, quite frankly, for just about everybody. This is not a cookie cutter situation. All right, so the 3 requirements that Congress has set forth in order for you and me to pay the bare legal minimum in income taxes is, first of all, we want to own a business. You already know what that means. Second of all, we want to run that business using the correct legal structure, and that will typically, not always, but typically be a limited liability company with the correct tax method. Now, it's time for me to explain what I'm saying when I say the correct tax method. So we're going to compare a corporation and a limited liability company in just a moment. What I was showing you a second ago are the deductions. This is just a sampling of some of the hundreds of tax deductions that you are typically eligible for once you establish a corporation or a limited liability company with the right tax method for you and your particular business. Now, in the vein of cutting our taxes to the legal minimum, I've got great news for you, and that is that if you haven't already experienced this, you will. In 2018, January 1st, brand new tax cuts came into effect, federal law, and real estate investors are the big winners. This bill was aimed directly at you. Now, in other words, the bill says that owners of pass-through entities get a 20% tax cut. Now, what's a pass-through entity? Well, it's most LLCs, but not all. It's S corporations. It's family limited partnerships. What is not a pass-through entity is a C corporation. C corporations, in other words, do pay tax at the corporate level. And then when you take income from it, you pay tax again. Hence, you've heard that C corporations are double taxed. Pass-through entities are not double taxed. And so in addition to the income passing directly through to you so the entity does not pay tax itself. In addition to that, you're going to get a 20% income tax deduction. That is just about as good as it gets. So we always set you up as a pass-through entity unless there are some really extenuating circumstances where we might need to use a C corporation. But that's the good news. You want a pass-through entity. Now, as I mentioned, we're going to compare the difference between a corporation and a limited liability company. And there are many differences. Most people are not aware, but they want to know, what are those differences? Well, just from a tax standpoint, look at this. Corporations can be taxed only one of two different ways. You can have an S corporation or a C corporation, and I'm sure you've all heard of those. By contrast, limited liability companies have a choice not of two different tax methods, but rather four different ways it could be taxed. An LLC could be taxed as an S corporation. An LLC could be taxed as a C corporation or as a sole proprietorship, which you do not want to do, once again, or an LLC can be taxed as a partnership. Any one of those four you may choose. Now, we've got to get that right, though, because for your particular business, it could be any one of those four. And so what we do is we help you determine which of those four tax methods is going to save you the most amount of money in taxes. All right. So once again, by getting the correct tax method, you zero in on exactly the tax deductions that you are entitled to. And remember, the way you cut your taxes is to get as many deductions as possible. All right. So we're on the right track by having a corporation or an LLC and having it taxed the correct way for your particular business. Now, limited liability companies have two very, very big advantages, which is why they have become so popular. The first is great tax savings, and now you know why, because you have much more tax flexibility to choose the exact right tax method for you and your particular business. The other big advantage is excellent lawsuit protection and that is what an LLC can provide, but usually does not. Now, one of the reasons is this. I want you to really be careful about one particular type of LLC. This is one of the 16, and it's this. Single member LLCs are a problem. A single member LLC simply means you are the only owner or member or shareholder of the LLC. Now, why is that a problem? Well, because only 5 states specifically recognize single member LLCs. In the other 45 states, they either do not recognize a single member LLC as giving you any kind of liability protection, or the state has very weak law on it or simply hasn't decided. So there's a lot of risk with a single member LLC. So they've got to be used very, very carefully. You do not want to be the single member of that single member LLC. Instead, what we typically want to use will be multi-member LLCs. And then once we have a multi-member LLC, the question becomes, should this be a manager-managed LLC or a member-managed LLC? And one of those choices will either save you or cost you an additional 15.3% in tax. All right? So watch out for single member LLCs. In the hands of a skilled professional, they can be very beneficial, but most people do not know how to use single member LLCs, so we've got to be careful. All right, now, the 3 requirements that Congress has established for you and me to pay the bare legal minimum in income taxes are as follows. I hope you'll write these down. Number 1, you want to own a business, and you know what that means. We set up a corporation or an LLC. Second of all, we want to run that business using the correct legal structure, and that's typically, not always, but typically a limited liability company with the correct tax method. And then the third requirement is we must have in our LLC or corporation documents certain key words. These are protective clauses, and they would typically be found in an LLC operating agreement or minutes or resolutions for tax reduction and liability protection. If we have a traditional corporation, it would be found in the bylaws, the minutes, and the resolutions. These are the protective clauses that must be there in order for the LLC to protect you. It just makes sense. Most LLCs are not going to have that language. Now, we're going to shift gears for just a moment because we're talking about lowering our taxes, preventing us from having to pay more tax than we otherwise are required to do. And there is a real serious tax trap ahead if you plan to flip or do wholesale deals. Now, I know that Ron really loves rental properties, and yet some people are going to flip or do wholesale deals because you can generate cash that way. So if you're going to do that, beware of a tax trap. And it's this: the IRS says you are either a real estate investor or a real estate dealer. Now, if you're picking up on my color coding, green is good, red is bad. All right. You don't want to be a dealer. A dealer is someone who sells inventory. You think of a car dealership. They just sell cars. All right. Now, in the eyes of the IRS, though, they don't sell cars. They just sell inventory. All right. The problem is this: a real estate dealer is going to be similar. A real estate dealer is defined this way: it's a person who buys and sells property to make money and then uses it as his or her primary source of income. In other words, flipping and wholesaling can be so lucrative that the income you receive from flipping and wholesaling could actually exceed the amount of money you make at your job if you have a W-2 job. So if it becomes your primary source of income, then investors who make their living flipping, wholesaling, or scouting are generally considered to be dealers. So in other words, a car dealership sells inventory, and a real estate dealer also sells inventory, not real estate. And that's the problem. Because remember, real estate is the single most tax advantaged asset in America. But if you're not selling real estate and you're selling inventory instead, you're not going to get those tax breaks. So a dealer loses most of the tax benefits offered by real estate. So in other words, you're going to lose the long-term capital gains rate if the IRS considers you to be a dealer. In other words, instead of paying 20% on your gains, you're going to be paying ordinary income taxes at 30 in the upper 30s. All right. Second of all, you would lose the ability to defer capital gains in a 1031 tax-free exchange, because once again, you can only do that with real estate. You're not selling real estate if you're a dealer. You're selling what? Inventory. Third, you can't use the installment method. So in an owner financing situation where you're going to maybe pay the owner, or you're the owner and you've owner financed the deal, you're going to have to pay the tax immediately on the total purchase price, not when the installment payments are received. That's another good reason why you don't want to be a dealer. A fourth is you lose depreciation because, once again, you're not selling real estate in the eyes of the IRS. And then finally, because you are creating earned income, you may well be required to pay self-employment tax. That's the FICA Social Security tax at 15.3% on your income. And that can be a disaster. From a tax standpoint, you do not ever want to be considered a dealer, because we lose all these wonderful tax benefits that come with real estate. Now, the question is, who's going to decide whether you're a dealer? You're going to say, nope, I'm not a dealer. Well, problem is, it's the IRS who says you are a dealer. And the IRS doesn't look at it like, okay, you're a dealer on this deal, but you're not a dealer on that deal. No, once you're a dealer, you are always a dealer. So it's critically important that we avoid being considered a dealer by the IRS. So how are we going to avoid dealer status? It's simpler than you think. We're going to do all flips and wholesale deals in an LLC. You never want to do those deals in your name. And why not? Because if you're the one doing the flips and the wholesale deals, you're the dealer. If the LLC is doing the flips and wholesale deals, the LLC is the dealer. And here's the good news. If your LLC is considered a dealer by the IRS, guess what we're going to do? We're going to dissolve that LLC, start a brand new one, which is not a dealer. And now you get all the wonderful tax benefits, once again, associated with real estate. So we're going to avoid dealer status. Now, just as a free bonus for everybody on this call, we're going to send you, if you would like, a free ebook, which is entitled Money in Your Pocket. It's the 10 biggest tax breaks for landlords. You need to know what those are. And we'll give you a way that you can order that at no cost. We'll send it to you by email. So there's no shipping, no cost whatsoever. It's yours as a bonus for being on this wonderful summit. All right. You just go to info@assetdefenseteam.com, ask for the free bonus that everybody gets, the 10 biggest tax breaks for landlords, and we will send that to you right away. All right. Just a nice gift for everybody. All right. Now we have what is called Legal Done For You, LLC Done For You, and we'll tell you a little bit more about that. But ultimately, what we do is we help you choose the correct tax structure for you and your particular business. And it is not a cookie cutter process. It is a very individualized process. We will be happy to help you with that as we go. The bottom line is this: you have got to have a plan for your money. You've got to know, if I make this much, I'm going to have to pay this much in tax. And the reason you have to have a plan is because if you don't have the plan for your money, you know who does have a plan for your money? And you're not going to like that plan. All right. So let's move on. And we're going to be talking now about a topic that is very critically important. It is called lawsuit protection. And people have said to me over the years, as I have spoken at different events, they've said, Bob, doesn't it just seem that there are many more lawsuits today than there were, say, in the past 20 or 30 years ago? So let me pose those questions to you that people have asked me. If we went back 40 years, all the way back to 1980, Ronald Reagan had just won the presidency, and we compare it to today, would you say that that lawsuits are more common today than they were 40 years ago? And would you say there are more things you can be sued for today than 40 years ago? And then would you agree that the damage awards are bigger than ever? And finally, do you think this trend is likely to continue or reverse, so we have fewer lawsuits? And I think if you answer those questions and you've been watching what's been happening, the answer to every one of those is yes, we are being sued more than ever before. The damage awards are bigger. It's not going to change. So why is that? Well, there are many answers to that question, but one very important answer is the internet. We didn't have the internet in 1980 the way we do today. It was just getting off the ground, really. So the internet is one of the big factors. And when Al Gore invented the internet, folks, I'll tell you, lawyers jumped all over the internet immediately to encourage people to sue more. I'll give you some examples. Here's a website, says canisue.com. Another example, whocanisue.com. Here's one, how to sue someone. All right. And then deciding who to sue. Here are lawyers. How about sue your landlord, says some attorneys. And then others say how to sue somebody in a business dispute. And then ultimately 5 ways to get sued and lose the lawsuit as a business owner. And you're all business owners if you're doing real estate. All right. So these are examples of lawyers using the internet to encourage more and more lawsuits. That's terrible, because a lawsuit is one of the worst experiences you can ever have. You lose sleep. You're on edge. You're playing defense. You're not playing offense. That means your business, you're taking the eye off of the ball, and nothing goes well when you are in litigation. So we just want to stay out of it altogether. So if we're going to avoid a lawsuit, we have to understand the dynamics. What makes a lawsuit go? Who are the players? Well, obviously there's the plaintiff, who has typically been injured in some way. They've lost money in a deal. They're physically injured. They go to a lawyer and they tell their story. And the lawyer will often say, I'll take your case on a contingency fee basis. Now, contingency fee means the plaintiff, the person suing, is not going to pay a dime. It's the plaintiff's lawyer who's going to put up all the money, pay the court costs, pay the witness fees, not charge an hourly rate. And assuming they win, the plaintiff's lawyer will take 40 or 50% of everything they collect. And so the lawyer gets paid contingent on winning. Now, when you're the one sued, you're called a defendant, and you will never get a lawyer to take your case on a contingency fee basis. You will have to pay hundreds of dollars per hour just so you can keep what you already have. So right from the get-go, The plaintiff pays nothing. You're paying hundreds of dollars per hour over a 3 to 5 year period. You can see the deck is stacked against you right from the beginning as a defendant. All right. Now, the plaintiff is deciding whether they should sue. And here's their thought process. They're thinking, well, if I sue and I get all, and we win, I'm going to get all this money. But if I sue and lose, I don't have to pay anything. And so the plaintiff has no reason not to sue. And one of those, that is one of the factors of why we have so many more lawsuits in America today. Now, on the plaintiff side, the one person who does have risk is the plaintiff's lawyer. He or she is investing in this case. And so before they do that, they have the ability to go to the internet and do what is called an asset search. Now, this is one of hundreds of sites on the internet that allow lawyers and others to do asset searches. Here is a typical assignment. It says this site provides detailed financial information to assist attorneys and clients in determining the economic viability of litigation, which is a nice way of saying, how much money do you have that we can take from you, assuming we win? Now, it goes on to say, we identify your bank accounts, your brokerage accounts, your real property, vehicles, watercraft, aircraft, business affiliations, and other valuable assets to satisfy judgments. So if you own it in a digital age such as we're in, they are going to find it. All right. Now, once they see you have something, they'll take the case. But now they want to know, well, how much is this case really worth? Let's dig deeper. How much does my defendant really have? Well, they can go to any number of other websites. This one will show them every piece of real estate you own, when you bought it, and what you paid for it. In addition, they can find every place you've ever lived, your social security information, your current address. And now that they've got your current address, that's what they wanted, because now they can find the county appraised value of your home. Now, they don't really care what the county thinks your house is worth. What they're trying to get at is, how much equity do you have in your home? Why do they want to know that? Well, because in 48 out of the 50 states, they can typically win a lawsuit against you, take your home, sell it off, and put the equity in their pocket. So that is what this next site gives them. It includes a real property equity assessment, because this is all public record. Now, it's always been public record, but the difference between 40 years ago and today is they didn't have the internet. 40 years ago, the plaintiff's lawyer would to find how much equity you have, what assets you have, would have to go to typically a government building, open a file drawer, park in the parking lot, walk in, open a file drawer, thumb through a bunch of papers. If it's not there, they go to the office. Maybe they had to go to the next county, the next state. It took too much time and money, and they didn't do it. But today, with a few clicks of a mouse, they can know more about your finances than you do. And if you really understand what I just told you, you will realize how vulnerable all of us really are. Now, the plaintiff's lawyer has the ability to see exactly what you have so they can value this case. So I'm going to make a suggestion. If we're going to keep ourselves out of a lawsuit, I want you to be rich, just as Ron does. But when some plaintiff's lawyer does an asset search on you, you want to look flat broke. Why do you want to look broke? Well, think this through. The plaintiff's lawyer is going to be doing some quick math after looking at you and finding nothing, and they're going to be saying, well, let's see, what's 50% of zero? Yeah, zero. Why would I waste my time and money suing this person with no assets to collect? And if you look broke, there is a high likelihood they are going to skip right over you and find someone better to sue. So as we proceed, I'll show you the things you can do to begin to look more broke. All right. Now, in Texas, lawyers have a saying about people who do nothing to protect themselves. Lawyers in Texas say, some folks just need suing. And I hope that's not you. All right. Now, one other reason that lawsuits are so much more common and much more expensive today is because you don't have to do anything wrong to be sued. Now, that sounds crazy. 40 years ago, that was typically the case. If you did something wrong, you get sued. If you didn't do anything wrong, they left you alone. Today, our laws have changed, and I'm going to give you several examples of ways you can easily be sued having done nothing wrong. Now, some of you, by the way, may be thinking, I don't think I know anybody who's ever been sued. Is this really a problem? Well, let me show you this very common type of lawsuits. It is called a divorce. Everybody knows someone who's been sued. And by the way, every state now has what is called no fault divorce, which means nobody has to prove anybody did anything wrong. They just file and the divorce can be granted. All right. No one has to do anything wrong. Second way you get sued doing nothing wrong is, let's say you have a business, you have one person working for you, they injure somebody, you can now be sued for what your employee has done wrong. Now, another way we could be sued is because we own a property and there is an injury on that property, which we had a duty to prevent. Well, you may be thinking, well, yeah, but that's why I have premises liability insurance, and I hope you do. But there is always a coverage limit, typically $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, after which the insurance company will not pay, and that remaining judgment can come out of your pocket. A fourth big way we can be sued, having done nothing wrong, is because we typically own our assets jointly with somebody else. Now, there are many, many ways you could own things jointly in our country, depending on the state, but there used to be nothing wrong with you owning your assets with your spouse or a parent, a child, a sibling, a friend. Nothing wrong with that until June 26th, 1985, when the U.S. Supreme Court changed the law by ruling that if you have a joint owner who does something wrong, you can now lose every asset you own jointly with them, even though you did nothing wrong. Well, a fifth big way people get sued is because you may be tempted to do business as a general partnership. Now, in real estate, it's common to partner with people. You may partner with a money partner. You may partner with a bird dog, finding properties. Very common to do. But here's the deal. If you do not set up a corporation or an LLC where the two of you are in the LLC as owners, you will have instead a general partnership. And what that means is you can now go broke for what your partner does wrong. Do not do general partnerships, do limited partnerships, which give you liability protection. Another way we can be sued, having done nothing wrong, is because you are merely a president, vice president, secretary, treasurer of a corporation, and you can now be sued for what the corporation has done wrong. I'd like you to think of the Volkswagen case, where some years ago, software engineers created software to evade U.S. emissions testing, and guess who got in trouble? It was the executives of Volkswagen, who didn't even know about this software, but they lost their jobs. They faced a legal action as a result of what the company did wrong. Well, another way we can be sued is not because we are the president, vice president, secretary, treasurer of the company, but we look like an officer of the company. Now, very often what happens is people will turn to a spouse or a partner and say, honey, I am so in love with this real estate business, making all this money. Would you mind just keeping the books? And then sooner or later, you know that spouse or partner will be signing the checks to the bank, to this, to that. And now to the outside world, doesn't that other person look just like an officer of the company? And I'll tell you what a judge will say in court. The judge will look at this and say, you know, if you look like an officer, if you act like an officer, if you smell like an officer, you know what you are? Yeah, you're an officer. I don't care what the paper says. All right, now, an eighth big way that you can be sued having done nothing wrong is because you are the owner of an asset, and that is far more dangerous than you can imagine. Give you an example. Let's say you're the parent of a teenage driver, and your teenager starting out cannot own anything legally. They're underage, and so the car they start out driving is titled in your name. Son or daughter gets into an accident, and who gets sued? You do. Well, why should you be sued? I mean, you weren't in the car. You weren't driving. You didn't do anything wrong. You get sued because your name is on the title to the car. And the law assumes if you own the car, then you control who you allowed to drive the car. And because you allowed a negligent driver to drive your car, the liable party is you. So think hard about what titles you actually have your name on right now. Typically our vehicles, our homes, our bank accounts, if you're really doing it wrong, you own rental property personally in your name. Your name is on the title. And with every one of those assets, with your name on the title, think it through. What happens when you lose a lawsuit? They can take everything you own. So the goal is we're going to get these assets out of our name and into a protective entity. So when they sue you, you don't own those assets. Your protective entity owns those assets, and they will then get nothing. All right. Well, a ninth big way people get sued, especially in real estate, is for breach of contract. We're going to sign a lot of contracts doing deals, purchase and sale agreements. If you use a broker, a brokerage agreement, all kinds of contracts. And here's what I want you to know. If I sign my name as the buyer, that makes me a party to the contract. And if the other side of the contract thinks I didn't fulfill it, then they can sue me for breach of contract. So using your name as the buyer is wrong. Instead, we want the buyer to be your LLC. So the LLC now becomes the buyer, the party to the contract. And if anything goes wrong, they can only sue the LLC. They cannot sue you. That is important to know. There's a right way and a wrong way to sign documents. Well, a 10th and final way, we could go onto this forever and ever, is this. Look, you didn't do anything wrong, but you suffered a loss, and the insurance company says that's not a covered loss. We're going to deny coverage. Think of this. When can insurance fail? Well, they deny coverage. What about medical bills? The insurance doesn't cover. So there's an old saying that says, insurance is a little bit like a hospital gown. You only think you're covered. And so am I discouraging you from having insurance? No, you should have insurance. But one of the things I learned working and representing the world's largest airline is that on a commercial airliner, every system is doubled. In other words, there are always two engines at least. Why? The plane can fly on one engine, but what if that one engine goes out? So there's always a backup system. And so what I'm suggesting is, yes, you have insurance, but you have a backup system of entities protecting you in the event the insurance is not there. That is plan A and plan B. All right. Now, what we've been talking about is this. Now, one of the people on this list had done anything wrong, and yet every one of these people were sued. And the question is, why? Why were they sued if they did nothing wrong? And it's because of a legal doctrine in our country, which is called vicarious liability, which basically means that you can be liable for what somebody else does wrong. In other words, I'll give you an example of this. One example was was one of our clients, and she said the following. She said, my husband was involved in an auto accident that killed one man and injured another. The second man sustained injuries that cost over $1 million in medical bills. I was sued for everything I had. She said, I hadn't done anything wrong except for owning a Lincoln Town Car in joint ownership, which I told you is not the way we want to own our assets. She said, I was being sued for millions and my entire estate was at stake. And my question to you is this. Does that seem fair? She wasn't even in the car. She wasn't driving. She did nothing wrong. And yet she is the one being sued and stands to lose millions of dollars. Well, we'll come back to this in a moment. But the bottom line is this. In America today, you don't have to do anything wrong to be sued. You can be sued because your spouse does something wrong, because an employee does something wrong, because an intruder on your property does something wrong, because a joint owner does something wrong, because your partner does something wrong. You get sued because the company does something wrong. You get sued because your kid does something wrong. You can be sued for what other people do wrong in America today. So the question that arises from that is, how am I supposed to protect everything I've worked and so hard for all of my life if I can lose it because someone else does something wrong? And the answer to that is we will use the most protective type of legal structure to protect you from that happening, and it is called a lawsuit protection entity. Now, the ultimate question is this: having heard what I just said, are you protected at this moment? And if the answer is, well, yeah, I'm not as protected as I need to be, then we can do something about that, because we can use what is called a lawsuit protection entity. And I'll explain a little bit more about that in a moment. But first, we need to shift gears. And I want to give you some very important information about estate planning. So this is a new topic at the very beginning. Remember, we talked about reducing taxes. We talked about then lawsuits and staying out of lawsuits. Now we're going to talk about estate planning. It is a third topic that we're covering today. Now, the two major tools in estate planning are a will and a trust. Now, people often say, what's the difference really between those two? And to put it in practical terms, a will takes you to probate and a trust avoids probate. So what is probate really? How bad is it? Well, it's a judicial process, meaning you're going to be in what is called probate court. You're going to have to hire an attorney. You'll have to evaluate the assets. You'll have of the person who passed away. We'll have to file documents with the probate court. We'll have to create an inventory of assets. We'll have to wait the required amount of time in order for people who were owed money by the estate to make their claim in court. And then ultimately, that could result in months, if not years, of these assets being tied up in probate. And stop and think, what's going to happen to your rental properties if you're no longer here and nobody is managing those rental properties, because nobody has the right to those rental properties until probate is closed, and that could be months, if not years? What's going to happen? Because ultimately, probate is lengthy, it's expensive, and everything is in the public record because it's a court proceeding. So many people say, that just sounds like nothing I want to put my family through. And so they will use a tool that eliminates probate. And one of the other reasons is because a will is subject to will contests. If somebody thinks that they didn't get what they were entitled to, they can sue. And now the case can go on for a decade or more. I had a client who came to me and was so distraught because she had rental property that was not being cared for because it was in probate. She had no right to take care of it. And she had been sued by one of her brothers, and the lawsuit had dragged on for 10 years before probate could be closed. Well, there's an easy way to avoid all of this, and that is to use a tool that avoids probate. Oh, one thing I left out is this. Realize that as bad as probate is in your home state, if you own rental properties in other states, you will have to go through probate in every one of those states. That is a nightmare. And once again, it can be completely avoided by using what is called a living trust. It's a funded, revocable living trust, if we want to get technical. This is the tool that protects your family from probate. And now when we have a living trust, there is no probate court. Assets pass to your loved ones within hours after you pass away. There's no inventory of assets. There's no this. We don't hire a lawyer. And maybe best of all, not only is it much less expensive, but everything remains completely private. So many people will want to use a living trust. It is simply a no-brainer. Now, there's also a tool called a living will, and people often confuse these. So I want to explain this. A living will is a legal document that applies when you can no longer communicate. So in other words, maybe we're at an end of life situation, or you're in your prime, but you're in a car accident, you can't communicate. The living will tells others the kind of medical treatment you do or do not want. In other words, keep me alive on machines forever and ever until I just die, or the machines, fall apart. Or look, give me a reasonable amount of time for the doctors to determine, am I going to come out of this or not? And then let's not resuscitate it. Let's pull the plug. This is a document that every adult really should have, because think of this. If you don't express your wishes about how you should be treated, what medical treatments you should receive, then It's left to the family to decide. Should we pull the plug on dad or mom? Gee, these kids are in favor, those kids are not. You created a mess within the family. It's a high stress time, and having a living will simply eliminates all of that stress. All right? That's one of the nicest things that you can do for your family, is to have a living will. If you don't have one already, we're going to show you how you can get one. So let's go back to the living trust. This is the tool that protects against probate. It's a wonderful tool. It makes life for your family that you leave behind so much better in every respect. But one thing I want to point out is that a living trust, as good as it is for protecting your family from probate, the living trust does not protect your assets from a lawsuit. So we always have to consider, what are we trying to protect from? And so, yes, it protects from probate, but here's the tragedy we see. People will sometimes go to a lawyer and say, it's time for us to get our affairs in order. The lawyer will typically say, let's set up a living trust, and they do, and they fund the trust with your home. In other words, they put the home in the trust, your savings account goes into the trust, your stocks, bonds, mutual funds, your real estate, rental properties. In other words, everything we own goes into this living trust, and we are set up to protect our families from probate. And we're also set up to go broke. Because if just one lawsuit strikes, set up this way, that lawsuit can have a ripple effect, a domino effect against every other asset in that living trust. It can take them down in flames, and we can lose it all. An entire lifetime of work is destroyed because we fail to understand that the living trust is never designed to protect our assets from a lawsuit. It is designed to protect our family from probate. Now, people will often say to me, well, yeah, I want to avoid probate, but I don't want that to happen on the screen, them taking everything from my trust. So how do I protect my assets and avoid probate? We'll need to use another tool to do those two things. And the tool that protects you and your family better than any other tool is called a lawsuit protection entity. And so if you have not been taking notes up until now, the time to take notes is right now, because for the next several minutes, we are going to cover one of the most important tools you could ever have. Now, the term lawsuit protection entity is a generic term. There are two very specific tools that fall under this category. One is a limited liability company, which we've talked about for some time, and the other is a family limited partnership. Now, because we've already talked a bit about the LLC, and we're going to talk more, I want to explain to you what the family limited partnership is and how it's used. It's found, first of all, in our laws under Section 704 of the Internal Revenue Code. This is nothing new. Limited partnerships have been around since 1916, so well over 100 years, and this is rock solid, bedrock settled law. This is not about to change. In every limited partnership, there are two partners minimum. One is a general partner, the other is a limited partner. Now, the general partner is the manager or the president, so to speak. Limited partners have no management authority. But the problem is the general partner also has 100% potential liability for any debts of the partnership. So with that in mind, we will set it up this way. We'll typically want the general partner to be a corporation or an LLC, and then you and your family are limited partners. And why? Because limited partners have no personal liability. The general partner does, potentially. And so if they want to sue, they can sue a corporation or limited liability company acting as the general partner, and that protects you and your family. Now, some people will say, well, this is great. I'd love to have a family limited partnership, but I'm single. I don't have any kids. How would I set this up? Well, think it through. You can have a corporation or an LLC that you own as the general partner, and then you can be the limited partner. Or you could make a corporation the limited partner, or a living trust, or another LLC. So everybody, single, married, kids, no kids, doesn't matter. Everybody can have a family limited partnership and benefit from that liability protection. All right. So how do we use a family limited partnership? Well, it's going to protect your assets. So let's take a simple asset we all own. Let's put it in here and see how this works. We all have a savings or checking account. And I want you to think this through. If you own your life savings in your name and someone sues you, can they take your money? Yes. If you own your life savings in a joint ownership account with a joint owner and that joint owner gets sued, can they take your money? Yes. And even if you have your savings account in a living trust, they can still sue you and take your money. So if you don't want someone taking your money, we're going to put our savings and checking account into a family limited partnership, and our stocks and bonds and mutual funds and T-bills and CDs and money market accounts, they are now protected by your limited partnership. And so when someone sues you, they get nothing, and you have protected every dime of your life savings. Now, how else do we use these various tools? I ran into a guy the other day and he said, I own 25 rent houses. What do you think of that? I said, that's good. I said, but how do you own those assets? He said, well, I don't know, but look, here's what I want to talk to you about. He said, last week, the police raided one of my homes. He said, it turned out that one of my renters was running a meth lab in the back bedroom. He said, if this dirtbag sold this junk to some kid and hurt a kid, could they sue me? And the answer is, you better believe they can sue him. And when they do, think about what they can take. They can take all 25 rental homes. They could take his home, his vehicles, his life savings. He could lose everything he owns because he had, for a legal structure, all of his eggs in one basket. And that's exactly how most Americans are structured. They own everything in their name or jointly with somebody. And how secure does that look to you? Yeah, not secure at all. So here is rule number one. I'm going to give this to you. Write it down and never, ever violate rule number one, which is never own investment real estate in your name. Never own investment real estate in your name. Now, why not? What's so bad about that? Well, first of all, from a tax standpoint, you're a sole proprietor, the worst way you could ever run a business. Second of all, from a liability standpoint, think this through. If your name is on the title, you have 100% potential liability for any injuries or accidents on the property. And by the way, how much do you control what your renters are doing on your property? Pretty close to zero. So if you own investment real estate in your personal name or even jointly with a partner or a spouse, understand this, you have given yourself zero control and 100% potential liability. That is a recipe for going broke. So instead, we do not own investment real estate, rental properties, in other words, in our name. We're going to own them in a limited liability company, an ideal specifically designed for real estate. And there is a specific structure for an LLC that's going to own real estate. All right. So what else do we put in a limited liability company? Because now, if you are sued, no one can take your real estate. It is protected. Other assets we put into a limited liability company would be other business assets. I'm sure there are people in this summit who have their own business. And let me give you just an example. I had a client the other day with a trucking business. So we set up two different LLCs. In one of the LLCs were all the trucks, business assets. In the other LLC was the operating company. In other words, that's where all the employees were employed in a separate LLC. Why do we do that? Because employees represent potential liability, discrimination lawsuits, age discrimination, wrongful termination for this, for that. And now we have isolated those lawsuits in an LLC that owns no assets. It's an operating company. And if there's a lawsuit there, it doesn't affect the assets of the company, the trucks. So we'll use more than one LLC, often in different situations. Now, what else goes into a family limited partnership? Well, you already know personal property goes into a family limited partnership. Your savings account, your checking account, your trading account if you have investments with Schwab or others. And so the way I'd like you to think of this is, in order not to have all of your eggs in one basket, we're going to use a limited liability company to protect your business assets. We will use a family limited partnership to protect your personal assets. And with these two structures, you now do not have all of your eggs in one basket. You are much better protected. All right. Now, why do these tools protect? Why are they called lawsuit protection entities? Because of something called a charging order. Let me explain the charging order. You're going to love this. This is the remedy that the winner of a lawsuit gets when they sue you and win. All right. So a typical remedy, if you have no protective entities, is, let's say you have $1 million worth of real estate. You've caused $1 million worth of harm. The plaintiff sues you for $1 million. They can typically take the $1 million worth of real estate to make them whole. That is the remedy. However, when you have a limited liability company or a family limited partnership, now the remedy is a charging order. And a charging order is a nightmare for a plaintiff to get because it gives them 3 migraine headaches. Headache number 1 is the right to seize a certain percentage of your assets from your limited partnership or limited liability company. The exact percentage they get to seize every time by law is 0. They cannot seize or attach or levy upon a single asset in your limited partnership or LLC, and that is the law of the land if you use this tool correctly. All right? So in other words, in our scenario, someone sued you for $1 million. You have $1 million worth of real estate in an LLC or a limited partnership. They get nothing. No assets. Now, the second thing they get for winning the lawsuit is the right to receive the net income of the partnership that you distribute. Let me say it again. You can write it down. The winner of the lawsuit can take the net income of the limited partnership or LLC that you distribute. Now, what that means is if you had this $1 million worth of real estate and it's producing, say, $50,000 every year to you, the winner of the lawsuit now has the right to step into your shoes and intercept that $50,000 every year for the next 20 years. 20 times 50,000 is 1 million. Now they're paid off. That's bad law. And when there's bad law, good lawyers go to work to protect their clients. So I'm going to read to you or recite to you from the limited partnership agreement, limited liability company agreement that we use. And this has been called the most protective language ever placed in a limited partnership. Listen carefully. Then you tell me how much of your income you will ever be forced to give to someone who sues you. It says, the general partner of the limited partnership shall distribute the net income of the partnership to each partner every year, except the general partner does not have to distribute income if the general partner decides not to distribute any income, which means that the winner of the lawsuit now gets 0 income because none of the income was distributed. And that means they've won a lawsuit against you and gotten none of your assets and none of your income. So look at this screen for just a moment and ask yourself, if the plaintiff is coming after you and they're going to get no assets or no income, how much incentive does a plaintiff's lawyer have to pay for the case on a contingency fee basis? And the answer is plaintiff's lawyers know exactly about these protective tools, and they will be much more reluctant to give the plaintiff a free ride where they're paying the costs. Instead, they'll say, well, you can sue, but you're going to be paying me $300 or $400 an hour. And guess what that does to the plaintiff's desire to sue? Melts away. So, folks, if they get no assets or no income, haven't we given them a disincentive to sue, a reason not to sue you? Well, yes, the answer is, but the third thing they get with a charging order is maybe the best of all. Listen carefully. In the year 1977, the IRS issued one of the most famous revenue rulings of all time, in which the IRS said basically this: we don't care that the winner of the lawsuit was entitled to get $1 million from you, but they couldn't figure out how to get it. No assets or no income, we don't care. But even though the winner of the lawsuit got nothing from you, the winner of the lawsuit will still get a tax bill on the $1 million you never gave them. Think about that. Who in their right minds is ever going to want to sue you or me with our assets protected by a limited liability company or a family limited partnership? And the prize for winning is they're going to get none of your assets. They're going to get none of your income. But instead of getting your assets or income, they are going to get a tax bill on the $1 million you never gave them. Folks, that is why these tools, the family limited partnership and limited liability company, are called lawsuit protection entities, and why you will want to have one or more of these tools. Now, understand that a charging order is the remedy for both a family limited partnership and a limited liability company. But the only way to get the benefit of the charging order and the protection there is with properly drafted documents that specifically define the distribution terms. In other words, do the documents say this is going to be a pro rata distribution or a non-pro rata distribution? Is it going to be a mandatory or a discretionary distribution? So in other words, a family limited partnership or a limited liability company can protect your assets from a lawsuit, but only if it is structured properly. Now, let's put this into practice, because people will sometimes come to me as an attorney and say, well, I've already got an LLC. And I'll say, okay, let's take a look at it, because all LLCs are not the same. Just saying I have an LLC doesn't tell us anything about the structure of the LLC, how it's drafted, etc. It's kind of like saying, mushroom. Is that good or bad? Well, some mushrooms are good and some mushrooms are bad. So let me analogize it this way. You could say I have a house, or I have a house. Just the word house doesn't tell you anything about the quality of the house. You could say I have a car, or I have a car. Or you could say I have a bank account, or I have a bank account. So just saying I have an LLC doesn't mean anything as to whether that's going to protect you, lower your taxes, lower your audit risk. We don't know, because you could have this type of LLC, or you could more likely have this type of an LLC. All right, now, let me explain what I'm talking about. To build a house, and we're all familiar with this, you go through certain phases. First, we start with a foundation, then we frame the house, then we put the roof on, we put the doors and windows in, then we can work on the interior, the light, the electricity, the water, etc. We can finish out the house, and now we've got a beautiful home to live in to protect us from the elements. So the question is, if you already have an LLC, is this the kind of LLC you have, or is it more like this? Now, what do I mean like this? Well, because people can go to a Secretary of State website and answer 3 or 4, maybe 5 questions, and the state will give them what is called articles of organization or a certificate of formation, depending on your state, and it's the beginning documents of an LLC. It's the foundation of an LLC. But that's not an LLC that's going to protect you or do anything for you. In other words, it could even be worse than if you had no LLC. So let's analogize it this way. To build a house, the first thing we do is we don't go to Home Depot and buy a bunch of nails and some wood. We start with a blueprint, a plan. So you know what you're doing in building the house. So let's look at the blueprint we use, or the plan for setting up an LLC. What's the purpose of this LLC? Is this an LLC that's going to hold title to property? Or is it a management company? Or is it a holding company? Or is it designed to provide privacy? The purpose of the LLC will dictate how it is structured, what state it's filed in, and how it's going to be taxed. All important questions. So we start with, what are you going to do with this LLC? Are we going to use it for flipping, for wholesaling, to own a rental property, or what? Well, then what state do we use to set it up? That's a question. And once again, it's going to be dictated by what we're doing. So let's go to the next stage of building this LLC. How many members are they going to be? Is this going to be a single member LLC or a multi-member LLC? Remember, single member LLCs do not provide adequate liability protection in most states. All right, 60% of all LLCs out there are single member LLCs, and these people are going to have a very rude awakening when they are hauled into court and the plaintiff basically shreds their LLC. Not worth the paper it's written on. Well, go to the next stage of building this LLC. Who are the members going to be? Is it going to be you and your spouse, or you and a business partner, you and your kids, a corporation, a trust, another LLC? This could be an example of two-tiered structuring, which we can explain at another time. Another phase of building this LLC is who's going to be the manager. Is it going to be manager managed or member managed? One of those is going to cost you significantly more in tax. Let's go to the next stage of building it. How should it be taxed? As an S corp, a C corp, a sole proprietorship, or a partnership? It's not the same. It depends on what the purpose of the company is. And then let's finish out this LLC. Are there supporting documents? Critically important documents, such as an operating agreement, a membership registry, a capital account ledger, meeting minutes, resolutions. These supporting documents are where the protections are found. And when we draft an LLC, we draft about a dozen different documents, and that is complete protective documentation. So bottom line is this: are there key words as well? In other words, protective language. Is this going to be a mandatory distribution or a discretionary distribution? Is it going to be a pro rata or a non-pro rata distribution? This controls whether you keep your money or you lose your money. Critically important. And then finally, the question is this the kind of LLC you have, or is this the kind of LLC you have? Because that is not going to protect you. All right? A complete, correctly drafted limited liability company lowers your taxes beautifully, protects your assets from lawsuits, and protects you from IRS audits. The problem is you've got to picture yourself and say, as I'm sitting with my accountant, we're deciding to take what deductions. Is the LLC I have authorizing the various deductions that I should take? If not, you're going to have a lot of problem. Is your LLC going to protect you in a lawsuit when you're brought into court? You did nothing wrong, but now everything is on the line. You could lose everything you have. You're relying on this LLC to protect it. Is that LLC up to the job? And then what if the IRS comes calling and says, we want to audit you, bring us every corporate document you have, and you bring them a one-page piece of paper, the articles of organization that formed the LLC, and you think that's going to protect in an IRS audit because that's all you have? It won't work. You know, setting up your own LLC is kind of like going to a garage sale and buying a secondhand parachute. You don't know if that's going to work or not. And it's got to work in the situation it's designed to work in. So you've got to have absolute assurance that your LLC is going to be set up in a way that's going to protect you and your family, because LLCs that people set up by themselves rarely protect them from taxes or lawsuits. But the good news is we can usually fix these LLCs without having to start all over again. And our fix really protects you and saves all kinds of time and money. Now we're going to go back to what some of these people have written in and said. This person said, after your talk, I got a family limited partnership. I later received some defective product from a supplier and refused to pay. Said the supplier sued me. They said, though, as soon as they found out my assets were protected, they dropped the suit and walked away. And that is the first result we're looking for, to keep you out of a lawsuit so you can keep your eye on the ball, continue playing offense, continue making money, go out and do the deals, and not worry about looking over your shoulder. Is someone suing me? And am I doing all this for nothing? Now, remember this situation. This was the woman we saw earlier. She's a prolific real estate investor. Her husband got into a bad accident, killed one guy. The other guy was in the hospital with $1 million worth of medical bills. And yet it was the wife who was sued because she was the one with the assets. Remember, she said, I hadn't done anything wrong, except she screwed up by owning her car in joint ownership with the husband who caused the accident. She said, I was being sued for millions and my entire estate was at stake. But here is the rest of the story. She said, after the plaintiff's attorney received copies of my limited partnerships, I didn't have to pay them anything. Your structuring saved me over $3 million plus my entire real estate career. I will always be grateful. And then another guy had a little different take on this. He said, excellent. I had no idea that I could protect my assets and screw a lawyer at the same time. Well, folks, we all own assets. We want to own more. The question is, if you build a great structure on a bad foundation, you know what's going to happen. It's going to fall down around you. So the question is, how should we own our assets? The way most people do it is they own their assets in joint ownership with someone else, or just in their name, or even in a living trust. So let's see how these work out. If you want to own everything you have in your joint ownership and someone sues, they can take everything you own. If you own everything you have in your name and someone sues, they can take everything you have because you have all of your eggs in one basket. And even if you have your assets in a living trust, someone sues and boom. Because living trusts do not protect from lawsuits. So instead, the way we want to own our assets, if we're intent on protecting them, is in a family limited partnership or limited liability company, because now when someone sues, look at what they get. Nothing but a tax bill. So be wise, be cautious, be sure that the way you own your assets is going to protect you and your family. So let's do a little quiz. If you want to protect your assets from a lawsuit, the tool you will set up is called a what, folks? Typically a limited liability company or a limited partnership. They're both the same. They get, but used in different ways. If you want to eliminate probate, what tool do you set up? Remember, a living trust. And if you want to pay the bare legal minimum in income taxes, what tool do we set up? And that would be a limited liability company or corporation with the correct tax method. All right. So these are your major defensive tools. And think this through. If we had a legal structure that looked something like this, would this protect you and your family from a lawsuit better than just having all of your eggs in one basket? What about taxes? If we had a legal structure that looked something like this, wouldn't this legal structure let you pay lower income tax, lower self-employment tax, and zero probate expense? And the answer is yes. So these are the legal structures that we can use in many different various combinations to protect you, protect your family, to protect your assets. Now, the question is, are you protected at this moment? And if the answer is no, or I could be better protected, then let's do something about that. I'm going to introduce to you something that Ron and I have put together. It is called the Master's Asset Protection Plan, directed at those of you who are or are going to be master's students with Ron. Let me show you what it involves. We will be setting up various entities for you. So you don't have to do this. We'll take care of it. We're experienced lawyers. We will typically have a limited liability company because an LLC protects business assets. We may have more than one LLC, of course, but we start at least with this one. Then we would also want to have a family limited partnership. Why? Because the family limited partnership protects personal assets. When you're sued personally, now they get nothing. We would also want to have a living trust because a living trust protects against probate and protects from having your family go through a terrible time distributing your assets. Your wishes are made known. And then ultimately, we also want to have another tool. I want to share this with you. One of our students said, I received quotes from a law firm for $5,000 to $10,000 just for the living trust. That did not even include a corporation, family limited partnership, LLC. It didn't include just $5,000 to $10,000 for the trust alone. So you'll want to have a living trust. In addition, you'll want to have a living will because that protects your family from having to make the ultimate decision about whether they should allow you to stay alive on machines forever or let things go naturally. All right. These are entities that we will set up for you when you have the Master's Asset Protection Plan. So included in that plan will be one or more consultations with me or our other attorneys. And we will review if you have existing entities. We'll take a look at it. We'll look at the documents. Does that entity protect you? If it does, great. Does it minimize taxes? Could your overall structure be improved? And so that is the point of sitting down with us, of course, over the phone, and we will explore those things. We will create a blueprint, a plan for you and your particular business. So just as an example, we'll decide on a plan. We'll be setting up a beginning entity. Now, here's another example. A woman came to us. She was a very good real estate investor, except she wasn't that good at asset protection. Every time she bought a property, she went to the Secretary of State website, answered 5 or 6 questions, set up a brand new LLC for every new property. Well, it was a mess. It was, no organization, just an LLC here, another LLC there. So we took those existing LLCs, we repurposed them, pulled them all together into a comprehensive structure that actually makes sense. We eliminated all kinds of tax returns, protected her personal assets, lowered her income taxes, and protected her from IRS audits as well. So very important to have a good legal structure. Here's another example. You can tell they're all very different in many different ways, but yet they have similar components to them. A family limited partnership, family living trust, a holding company, LLC, whatever the structure is, will be customized to you and your particular business. But when we have the right structure for you, that will be rock solid asset protection. And that is what we're after. Why? Because if somebody is going to try to come after you and sue you, we want to make the plaintiff's lawyer's job as difficult as possible, make it more time consuming, more expensive, more frustrating. If they're coming after you, we're going to make this a very difficult game for the plaintiff to play because you have such a good defense. And it's all about preventing someone from going after you in the first place. Remember, when we're all kids in elementary school, on the playground, they didn't pick on the big kid. They only picked on the poor little defenseless kid. And you don't want to be that kid. Time to get a defense. All right. One woman said, my husband and I have 2 of your lawsuit protection entities. We took them to our attorney and he said they were bulletproof. As you sit here right now, are you bulletproof? And if not, then let's get you protected. So the Master's Asset Protection Plan includes the following. First of all, 1 or more asset protection consultations with actual attorneys. Second of all, a limited liability company, which we will customize and set up properly for you. It includes a family limited partnership to protect your personal assets, while the LLC protects your business assets. We will also include a living trust, which is critical, especially for those of you owning real estate in multiple states. You would have to go through probate in every one of those states. A living trust eliminates that. And then finally, a living will, which every adult should have. So every one of these is included in the Master's Asset Protection Plan. And I have a bonus when you sign up for that Master's Protection Plan. It's an ebook on how to operate your LLC. Because you're going to have an LLC, you need to know the things to do and not to do in order to maintain all of the protections that we've already built in. All right. So we have the bonus for you. We have all of these entities we'll be setting up for you in the Master Asset Protection Plan. And that is easily a $10,000 value. If you recall, the guy went to a law firm, got a quote for $5,000 to $10,000 just for a living trust alone. That's a $10,000 value. However, today in the summit, Ron is going to make this available at a $5,000 price point. That is a summit discount only for you. Those of you signing up for the Master's program, you are getting all of these entities and a very significant discount. Now, if you'd like to order the Master's Asset Protection Plan, go to this particular URL, masters@theassetdefenseteam.com, and you can order that protection plan right there. Now, for those of you who would love to get into the Master's Asset Protection Plan, but for some reason, this isn't exactly the right time, I've got something else for you. And it's called LLC Done For You. In other words, we will still have an asset protection consultation with you where we will understand your business. We can customize an LLC directly for you, which we will do. We'll either create a brand new LLC, which is completely properly drafted, or if you have an existing LLC that has been set up already, we will fix or restructure that existing LLC, and then you can have confidence that you are well protected through that LLC. Now, a properly structured LLC lowers your taxes, it protects your assets from lawsuits, and protects you from IRS audits. So you will also have an asset protection hotline for questions for the LLC Done For You program. So you're getting one LLC as a result of a asset protection consultation. You'll also have hotline support for the next 12 months, and you will also get that same bonus, the ebook, How to Operate Your LLC. Our normal regular fee for setting up a protective LLC like this is $1,500. Today on the summit, it is only $495. That is a Ron LeGrand special discount only for those of you on this summit here today. So if you would like to order the LLC Done For You, where you're getting a completely well-designed, customized LLC, go to assetdefenseteam.com/LeGrand, and that is only at $495. Now, for those of you who do want to get into the Masters program, then you want to have the Masters Asset Protection Plan, go to this different URL, masters@theassetdefenseteam.com, and you can order your Masters Asset Protection Plan. Remember, in the Masters Asset Protection Plan, it includes a customized LLC, a living trust, a family limited partnership, and a living will, in addition to the very important consultation. So we have these two opportunities for you. The LLC done for you is less than $1.50 a day at $495. So think of this. When you have great offense, which Ron teaches you how to make money, and a great defense protecting everything you work for, you now have a much better shot of winning the game. When you go into battle, you have a sword and a shield. Think of how long would you last without that shield? And then people will get it and say, this is just a different side of the same coin. You know, offense, defense, they go together. If you're going to be doing real estate, you got to have the right entity to do it. And that is why we're making this available to you. So with offense and defense together, you have more money because you're making more and keeping more. Over time, that translates into great financial security. And when you have that, you finally have peace of mind. What is that worth? That's what we strive for every day. Well, bottom line is this. One guy summed everything up by saying, the most important thing is knowing that my wife and kids are protected forever. So we have these two programs that you can choose from. The Masters Asset Protection Plan includes all of the entities we talked about: family limited partnership, limited liability company, living trust, living will, and includes the asset protection consultation. Go to this URL to order that. And if you cannot get that here today, at least get the LLC done for you. Go to assetdefenseteam.com/Legrand, and that is only specially discounted at $495, less than $1.50 a day. So those are your two opportunities here to get your house in order, get yourself and your family protected, lower your taxes, protect yourself from IRS audits, and most important of all, protect yourself and your family from lawsuits. All right, so that keeps you on the straight and narrow. In other words, you have these entities, you are now well protected, and you are going to have a great, successful real estate business because you know what you're doing. I'm going to turn this back over to Ron. Want to see if Ron's still there?
I'm here.
Good.
You hear me? All right.
Yep, I can hear you great.
All right.
And
you can take a breath now.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Ron, turn it back over to you.
All right, first let me clarify a couple of things. The LLC program for $495 applies to anybody and everybody watching. As many LLCs as you want to get, they're $495 each, and that is way more than just getting an LLC. That is all the entire package. In fact, you just did one for me, didn't you?
Yes,
you
it did.
Did one for me. Got a nice operating agreement with it, which of course is the biggest part of it, getting that operating agreement right. And that also includes anybody who wants to take their existing LLCs and have you fix it and get them the right operating agreement. Okay?
Correct.
And I heard you say it is true, anybody can go on there and get an LLC, but they will never know what they've done until they get attacked and find out how vulnerable that LLC is without that right language in it. Okay.
Exactly.
Now, the second package, can you put that package back up for the masters? The
Let's
slide
go
with
find that.
what they get?
Yes, I will.
Folks, keep in mind, anybody can get that package. Go ahead and back up to the actual, what's in the package.
Okay, we'll
Anybody
do so.
can get that package at half price. It is a $10,000 package, actually, that I asked him to cut in half for our students. And trust me when I tell you, you will never get what's on that screen for a measly $5,000 from any law firm in the country.
You are so right.
Never, okay? I've paid several times that for my asset protection plan before I even met you, and still paying, actually. So here's the thing, make sure we're clear. If you are not in our master's program, you are eligible to do what's on that screen right there at half price by contacting Bob, all right? Now, if you are in our master's program, we have 77 people on here that are in our master's program right now. You're going to get everything you see on the screen at zero cost. That's right, zero cost. And if you're not happy with that, Bob will give you twice your money back, won't you, Bob?
Sure will.
Okay, now look, let me explain why we're doing this. Number one, Bob and we sat down and we started talking at the last time we were together in a room, and I've been looking quite a while for somebody that actually do this stuff and not just teach it. And then we came to this agreement, because this is, believe me, we're the only clients that have this agreement right here, because Bob worked this out. And you masters, we don't get anything out of the program. You masters go do it. We gave up any possible commission we had coming to get you to do it. I've been teaching it and preaching it and pounding on you and beating on you for a long time since we've been together to try to get this done. You've seen me talk about it. You've also seen me go see the proper law firm to get it done. All right, well, you've been watching the proper law firm for the last hour and a half. And Bob, you work in all the states?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
So it makes no difference what state they're in, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Do you happen to be in Canada?
I represent lots of Canadians who are investing in U.S. real estate, and we have a special structure for them. That's right.
Okay, all right. So everything you show up here is pretty much what I've been showing them for a long time, except I have a different chart with 4 LLCs in it, A, B, C, D, and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's right.
So first of all, let's talk about land trust or grantor revocable trust. How do you feel about those?
Very important tools. They're used across the country. There are several purposes for a land trust, and one is to create anonymity and privacy. That lowers your risk. If you have lots of properties, you don't want to advertise you have a lot of properties. So a land trust can make it look like you only have one or none. Gives you great privacy.
And I'm going to do a class on them. I just wanted to make sure everybody understands that, yeah, they are real, and not every attorney poo-poos them.
Oh, no.
Okay. And you're right. They have a limited use. They're not really designed to be asset protection, just the first layer of defense, but there's other benefits to them as well.
That's right.
All right. So as you know, and many of our listeners know, you take title in a property in a land trust, one house, one trust, one egg, one basket.
Right.
And then we usually have those land trusts owned by LLC.
Right.
Now we got to get into what type of LLC. I saw you talk about the LLC we use for flippers and another one we use for tenants, buyers.
Correct.
And, so that's two. And you've also heard me talk in the past about an LLC that your IRA owns. All right. So
that's right.
Regardless of how we take what entity the properties go in, we're going to take title and land trust. That LLC owns the land trust.
Mm-hmm.
Now, question is, how are we going to own the LLC? And you have answered that, but I'm going to tell you there ain't a human alive that could absorb everything you just covered in the last hour and a half.
It's a lot.
That's why, in fact, I can tell you from experience, they're going to have to listen to this approximately 7 to 10 times before they actually absorb it. And I don't blame them, I did too. So now the key is, how do I own the LLC? And that's going to be based on who's in my family, what I've got, and a few other odds and ends that you need to discuss with them when they get ready to set up that LLC.
That's right.
You have to know who's going to own it. And of course, as you said, solo, singly owned LLC is a worst thing to do because it's pretty much worthless.
That's right.
I know it certainly is here in Florida.
Yes.
So now the key is, how are we going to own it? And I teach everybody, if they live in a tenants by the entirety state and they're married, that's probably how they want to own it. But then I always get the question, well, I don't have a spouse and, I don't live in one of those states. So now what do I do? And your answer was limited partnership.
That's correct.
Because the limited partnership is all undivided interest. In other words, one limited partnership owns the LLC, so it's all 100% owned by the limited partnership. So a predator coming after somebody's interest can't go through the limited partnership to take part of it because it's owned by the whole. Correct?
That's correct. Exactly right.
Okay. So I learned pretty well, didn't I?
You do.
Okay.
Ron, you know more about asset protection than most lawyers do. You do.
Well, this happens to be true, but just the same, I have to keep proving it. So now tenants by the entirety does the same thing. because it's a 100% undivided interest, not 50-50, in the states where it's applicable. And in some states, it's applicable only to real estate. Some states, it's applicable to real estate and LLCs and other assets. Okay, that's all in my book, but you can go on Google and find out what states handle tenants by the entirety. So now, here's another question I get a lot. Okay, well, golly, I understand a limited partnership, but I don't have any relatives. So who am I going to put in my limited partnership? Because I need a limited partner, I need a general partner, don't I?
Right.
All right,
And
answer that question.
That we make a corporation or a limited liability company that you own, the general partner, and then you can be the limited partner, because limited partners have no personal liability.
So I'm protected even if I'm the only limited partnership because of the federal limited partnership rules.
That's
not
right.
coming through it. So,
That's right.
you know, I can have my own LLC, even if I'm the only one in it, be the general partner for the limited partnership. Even if I hate everybody and I don't want to talk to anybody and I don't want to have a human in my life, right?
Right, right.
Okay, all right, okay. Let me see. And you told me, I heard you tell everybody that you will review their current LLCs. Guys, I know you all think your LLC is good and everything's cool and everything. That's only because you haven't been attacked yet. Trust me when I tell you. In fact, while I had a break, I got 4 bills from my attorney on 4 different lawsuits, all right, that I'm in right now, either the plaintiff or the defendant. Believe me, you don't have any idea how vulnerable you are. So you better have, Bob, check out your documents, even if you think your attorney is done them right. And I'm going to tell you, I just lost a lawsuit because we didn't put up a good enough offense, so we're going to go back and try to get a rehearing on that, and that has to do with tenants by the entirety. And, you know, we thought we were covered, but the other attorney found some loopholes that my attorney did not find. I told my attorney the other day, man, getting you educated on tenants by the entirety sure is costing me a lot of money. Me too. So I am an expert on tenants by the entirety. I can tell you that right now. All right, so we got questions for you, Bob, but let me go over it one more time, make sure everybody's clear. If they just go to you through that email address that's on the screen, they just need to go to you and start the conversation about what you want, what they want you to do. Then you'll guide them. And if they want to do this master asset protection plan, whether they're a master or not, if they're a master, it's free. If they're not a master, it's $5,000, right?
Right.
Okay? I have not told most of our listeners what a master is, so I've decided to do that today after the 5 o'clock break. For you guys who want to know what the master's program is all about and be eligible to get this for free, we're going to break at about 5, and I'm come back 5 minutes later, and I'm going to explain that to those who want to know about it. Of course, our current masters probably will not want to sit in on that, but you current masters, you better get that email address down, and you better contact Bob, because this deal is not going to last very long, and we're going to pull it down. We just created it a few days ago. In fact, we created it last week. So get a hold of him and start him working on your plan. And you folks that are not going to be masters, and you know it, then get your plan working now. This is something everybody wants to put off. And of course, now what happens? Now they're coming after you, and you wished you'd have done it earlier. Because once they start coming, it's kind of a little too late, isn't it, Bob?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Cannot do it after you've been sued, or even after somebody says, you know, I'm real unhappy with you, I'm sending you a letter. That's too late.
Yeah. Once they notify you that they're coming after you, it's too late. Because after that, they'll come, you know, they'll bring in fraudulent conveyance, and anything you move around anywhere, they can easily overturn.
That's right.
Because you are now doing this to protect it from your creditors.
That's right.
All right. Okay, Nick, I'm going to open it up. Let's take some of their questions.
All right. Lanra says, can you have an LLC with your children as partners, or does it have to be with a different entity, no family involved, and do business through the LLC without being considered as a dealer by the IRS?
Well, yes, and that last part tells me that we're talking about maybe a flipping LLC, and you can, yes, have young family members be part of the LLC. Think of it this way: you know, you're really just a shareholder of a company, and you know, you can be a shareholder of Microsoft and not ever work for the company, not have to do anything for the company. You have no liability when Microsoft gets sued, and it's a very good analogy for a member of an LLC. They have no personal liability, don't have to work in the business.
Correct. And they can be underage.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Kevin says, how do land trusts protect you from lawsuits? I have bank loans on my house. Can I put them into land trusts in Texas?
Kevin, I'm going to do a land trust session here last thing today, but the answer is yes.
Yes, that's right. Yes, you can. And I think the first part of that question was, how do land trusts protect you from lawsuits? In the pre-litigation phase is where they protect. Once litigation starts, nothing is going to, land trusts are not of value once you're sued. But they work in a way to prevent you from being sued. In other words, if someone wants to sue, would you rather sue somebody with lots of money and assets or sue someone who looks broke? And the short answer is, obviously, you want to sue somebody with lots of money, and the land trust lets you look broke.
And another thing it does is it has one egg in one basket. Unlike many attorneys will advise you to go put a bunch of houses in one LLC. No. That means multiple eggs in one basket. And by the way, Bob, I tell my folks there is only one time you're allowed to put more than one egg in one basket, and that's Easter. Okay. I thought it was kind of cute myself.
That is
next
good.
question.
Celian says, do I need a holding company in Wyoming for my LLC in Florida?
It depends on how the Florida LLC is structured, but it would be a very strong structure to have a Wyoming LLC. We often use a holding company when there are multiple LLCs, and one of the reasons is because now you can have the ability not to have to file a federal tax return for those LLCs that are owned by the holding company.
That's exactly the way I'm structured. I have 3 holding companies that own a bunch of little LLCs. And of course, I own the parent LLCs, tenants by the entirety. And that saved a lot of crap, saved a lot of tax returns. And also, I have 2 children in my holding company, so if my wife dies, I'm still somewhat protected against attack from creditors.
That's correct. Good.
All right. Marianne says, Bob, how should our cars be titled?
Well, cars are what we call a high liability asset, meaning they can cause a lawsuit. So we want to be careful with cars. They're also a depreciating asset. And so while owning cars for tax purposes in an entity could be good, we would typically want them to be isolated in their own LLC, not mixed with safe assets, which are lower liability assets. So yes, we can use protective entities for the car, but we don't want to mix them with other valuable assets like rental properties.
Bob, how about taking title to them in a personal property trust and then have that owned by an LLC?
Yes, that can be done as well. Yes, correct.
Okay, now, but I think we need to make a point here. To me, a car is a guided missile going down the street ready to strike. It's probably the most unsafe asset there is.
Right.
However, just remember now, whether the personal property trust owns that thing or not, if you're the driver, you're still going to get sued, even regardless of how you own it. And
That's right.
If your son's the driver, then the son's going to get sued, and so is your trust. So it might help you there, but you're not exonerated from personal liability just because the property's in a trust.
Correct. That's right.
Which makes the case, and this is really simple. You want to set them up. You can't stop them from getting sued, but you can stop them from getting anything if they win.
That's right.
So it's not about how to hide stuff. It's about to make sure that what they don't get, even when they come after you.
That's right. And we're not hiding anything here. Asset protection is not about hiding. No, it's a digital age. You're not going to hide anything. But we want to give them lots of good reasons to leave you alone and not sue you. And that's exactly what these tools do.
Correct.
All right. Pedro says, can the LLC receive loans? And if so, how would it establish credit?
Well, the answer is yes. An LLC is a person under the law. It can borrow. It can pay back loans. It can sue. It can be sued. So it has all the rights of a person under the law. What was the second part, Nick?
How does it establish credit?
Oh, yeah. Well, there are programs out there. I don't do this myself. We don't have that as part of our program, but there are good groups that will help you establish business credit. It takes about a year. It starts with your personal credit, and they help clean that up if need be, and then they can work on establishing business credit in your LLC, so the LLC can actually be a borrower at some point.
Correct. Without personally guaranteeing.
That's right. Even better.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it has to look like a real company. For example, if your cell phone's the only phone number, it's not a business as far as they're concerned.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Correct.
All right. Alicia says, can you use a separate trust for each property, bank account, and all other assets to protect everything, with the beneficial interests being a property trust for each trust?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, and keep in mind that the trust itself, any kind of trust, unless it's irrevocable, a revocable trust, whatever it is, living trust, land trust, is not going to protect in and of itself. It has a part to play in asset protection, but that is not the protective tool. Ultimately, within the trust, we want to have an LLC that is the beneficiary and holds the beneficial interest. It's ultimately the LLC that's the beneficiary that protects.
All right. Nick asks, one property per LLC?
Often, yes. That's right. That way you can, go ahead.
Nick, I'm going to answer. No, Nick. It's one property per land trust. You can put several of those in one LLC. One tax return. One tax return. I'm going to cover land trust here shortly.
They're a great tool.
All right. Barbara says, how about the use of irrevocable trust to protect the property and assets?
Well, irrevocable trusts are often not used because they're irrevocable, which means once the asset goes into it, you're not going to get the asset out, and it cannot provide any benefit. And things change. Life changes. Who could have foreseen 2020 the way it's turned out? So you want to be very careful using an irrevocable trust. There are much more flexible tools that will still give you great liability protection.
They are a predator proof, but the word irrevocable better stick in your head before you set it up. Okay?
That's right.
You can't take the stuff out, but the trust can still sell the stuff, and you can get money out of the irrevocable trust. But that's going to take some very good legal advice before you go doing one of those.
Yeah, you want to be careful with an irrevocable trust.
John says, is an LLC that is owned by your Roth IRA more safe than a normal LLC that is owned by two members?
Not necessarily more safe. I mean, if it's owned by the Roth IRA, it's a single member LLC. So you, of course, if you have, an IRA and you're going to use it for investing, well, then you definitely want to have the LLC that is owned by the IRA. That can be done. You just have to follow some pretty strict rules about prohibited transactions to disqualified persons.
Yeah. And again, you'd buy it in a land trust owned by the LLC that's owned by your IRA. They're never going to get to your IRA. It has no liability.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, your LLC has no liability.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Teresa says, I'm just starting out. I don't have a lot to protect right now. I don't have any business. All right. I don't have any business assets. I have an LLC set up. Should I call you now or wait to set up like you suggest?
Don't wait to set up. And the reason is, if you're just beginning, you're in the process of going to be acquiring real estate, you want to have the LLC set up because you're going to be signing documents. You have to be able to protect yourself from contractual liability. You want to sign the documents in the name of the LLC, not your personal name. So even if you don't have many assets, one other thing to consider is this. Even though you may have no assets, they can still sue you, get a judgment against you, and let's say it's for $100,000. That means in the next several years, the first $100,000 you earn are going to go to pay the judgment, because that judgment can stay out there for years and years and years, and will be effective.
And they'll garnish your wages even to collect it.
That's right.
In most states.
That's correct. So even somebody just starting, very few assets of any value, should have an LLC if you want to acquire real estate, by all means.
Yeah. The important part is you don't own anything, again, ever in your name. Ever. You're going to go through life and you're going to be poor and got nothing, and just make sure that you control whatever you want to control. But guys got to start thinking like that. You don't want to own anything in your own name, because if you do, it's an easy target.
Yes, it is.
All right, Andrew said, Bob, would a parent company LLC in Wyoming with subsidiary LLCs, one per house, located in their associated states, create charging order protection? The charging protection would be at the parent level.
That's generally a good structure. Once again, we're speaking in general terms. We'd want to be able to look at specifically what you're doing, what states, et cetera, to make sure of that. But on its surface, that looks like a good structure.
Yeah, except that one house and one LLC is certainly not something I would advise, because that's a state fee and an income tax return for every LLC. Land trusts don't have either of those things.
You're right. The land trusts have no filing fee, no annual renewal fee. You don't need a registered agent for a land trust. It's the most economical type of tool to use.
And there's no tax consequences whatsoever. Just flows right on through to who owns the trust.
That's right.
All right, next.
Mark says, how would you handle an LLC with rentals that wife wants nothing to do with them or me?
Somebody said the secret to a happy marriage remains a secret. So,
okay, let me see if I understand this question. How to handle LLC with rentals that wife wants nothing to do with? Well, look, Mark, I'll tell you right now, you and your wife have got to agree. You ain't going to hide stuff from her, and that'll get you more trouble than just. You might as well just give up. She's going to get what she wants, and then start over, and then learn how to protect yourself the next time. And I'll probably start with a prenup, Mark. In your case, we're laughing, man. It ain't funny to him.
That's right. I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Yeah, these are the kind of conversations you have with the attorney before you
That's
get
right.
into this mess.
All right, William says, I have 2 single-member LLCs. How do I add my son, and what is his liability?
You contact Bob. That's what you do.
That's right. And
Let
the
him
son
handle it
has
for
no
you. You're
liability.
right.
Yep, you're right. Yep.
No
Give us a
member
call.
of an LLC has liability.
That's correct.
All right, Velda says, are these all separate entities, or will they be held under the family limited partnership?
When she says these, I'm not sure what she's referring to.
I'm
Is she talking
thinking
about-
maybe she's thinking, if I have multiple LLCs, could I have one family limited partnership that owns all of them?
Answer is yes. Yeah.
That might be a tax issue, don't you think?
Yeah,
I mean, my
it can.
flipper and my keeper thing.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, we would want to look at specifically what you're trying to accomplish, and then determine, if that is a good structure for what you're trying to do. So, just give me a call, and we'll hash that out.
In other words, answer some questions on a questionnaire, then you'll have enough to
Right.
a good valid answer.
Right.
All right, Lita says, do I need insurance for protection along with your asset protection plan?
Of course.
Yes, insurance is always a good thing to have. It's a first line of defense, but ultimately you don't want to rely only on insurance. You want to rely on entities as well.
Yeah. And if you don't believe that, get out your policy and read the limits on it.
That's right.
Because I promise you, you'll exceed those limits in a heartbeat if something goes wrong and you get sued.
And then your personal assets are at risk. Yep.
Yep.
Above the
says,
coverage limit. Yep.
Dutch says, is that the best you can do for existing masters?
Holy smoke, Dutch.
Dutch, go take a nap. Free is the best I can do, Dutch.
Yeah. Yeah. And let me say this too, Ron. I have never, ever offered the things that people are getting in the Masters, the asset protection plan for that kind of a price. I've never offered that before. I mean, it's only because you requested it. We customized it for your people. But normally we would charge many times more than what's included in the Masters asset protection plan.
And we're going to keep an eye on it and see how it works. Okay, if they don't use it, it's not going to last forever.
Yep, that's right.
All right. Gary says, how do I get into the master's program?
You tune in about 5:05, Gary, and I'll show you.
Kevin says, I've heard only put 5 properties in an LLC. Can you explain the process after the 5th property?
Set up a new LLC.
Kevin, all right. Let me see, what is this, the 4th time I've said this or what? Kevin, one house, one land trust. I don't give a crap how many land trusts you put in one LLC. One house, one trust, no houses in an LLC, all houses in one trust, all many as you want in an LLC. But remember now, there's keeper LLCs and there's flipper LLCs. Keeper LLC's got tenants, flipper LLC's got no tenants, because 2 different tax structures.
Right.
So what you're going to do with the property will determine which one of those 2 go in.
All
That's
right.
right.
Then his question continues as far as with the multiple LLCs, do you still do business as the original LLC company, or should you change your marketing and website to reflect the new LLC name?
I'll answer that one, Bob. Okay. In your keeper entity, it has rental properties. Nobody will even know what your LLC's name is, and nor do they care. Okay? They're going to pay the rent, and you're going to collect it and pay the underlying mortgage. Your LLC's name is totally irrelevant, all right? In your flipper entity, it's the same, really. You're never going to live long enough to build an image for your flipper, nor can you spend enough money. Your people could care less what the name of your company is. They want to deal with you, the one who wants to buy their house. So don't get hung up on all of that nonsense. Again, you have one entity for flippers, one entity for keepers.
I totally agree. That's good.
All right. Okay. Well, Bob, we are at our designated time slot, and I
All right.
really appreciate you helping out today, and you providing humongous service for our folks, and I sure hope they use it. And thank you for doing that for us, sir.
You bet. Happy to do so. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
You bet. Bye-bye.
All right, Nick. Let's see. We're going to take a little break now. But how many more questions did you actually have for Bob? A lot. Oh boy. Okay. I told you. I knew we were going to have a lot for him. All right. Well, fortunately for you guys, I can answer questions you have for Bob. But I don't know if we're going to get him in today or not. So let's take a little short break right now, and we'll come back at 2:10. I'll see you back here at 2:10. I tell you what I learned along the way is the cost of education is cheap compared to the price of ignorance. You know, my biggest focus today is not so much teaching real estate. We teach real estate. I can teach anybody how to buy and sell houses in a very short period of time. But the hardest thing we have to work on today is to teach people how to run a business and get out of the minutia, get out of the daily grind. I'll tell my folks, this is a very part-time business that produces a massive full-time income. And if you're working at it more than part-time, you're just wasting all the time you're putting into it. Okay, we back? All right. Okay, so here's what we're going to do, because we got so many questions that we did not get answered. And I'm sure after the land trust class, I'm going to have a bunch more. So I'm going to do deals today and work less, make more. But then we're going to, and then I'm going to do land trust. And then we're going to have to take a break and come back because of the media that we're broadcasting on will only give us 8 hours, and that ends at 5 o'clock. So we're just going to take a short 5-minute break while you guys get off and come back on. Now, downside of that is, after we do that, I will be telling folks about the master's program, but then after that, I'm going to sit here until I answer all the questions that you guys have today that are either for Bob or for land trust or whatever. Downside to that is all the questions that you put up right now have to be reposted, because once we shut off at 5, they all go away and there's no way to recapture them. So make a mental note right now, grab the questions you posted, write them down, and then when we come back on, repost them, and we'll take them in order that you repost them. Again, that's for either Bob or land trust or anything else that you might have. And I'm going to stay here till they're all answered, okay? So let's get going on working less, making more, John. And I'm going to have Pam on here, who runs our VA department here shortly. So look, you've heard it already. You heard it from Frank Cobby. You heard it from me. You hear it from several others that if you're going to run a very successful business, you're going to have to get automated, which means delegation and systems, which is very difficult for some folks. In fact, I've even had a couple of folks on here that have not started doing that yet, so they're going to see their business explode when they start doing it. And fortunately for you guys, it's already done for you. I mean, you just will probably never know what goes on behind the scenes here to supply all of these outsourced companies for you, and our VAs, and the systems are all set up. You're so lucky to be in a place where all you got to do is plug and play. That's all you got to do. And when you think about the minimal cost of all these services, it's just incredible how much money you can make with how much least amount of money that you spend. Here's your 4 ingredients right here. Gold Club. According to our information, only about half of you watching today are on the Gold Club. We need to fix that like right now, and I'm going to tell you a bit about it. And then there's the virtual assistants, the VAs. Okay, I'm going to bring the manager of those on here so you can see what they do, what they cost, because honestly, you're not going to get very far if you don't have somebody doing most of the work, and that's our VAs. And then there's the Dreams, which is our CRM system. That's the system that really runs your business for you and does a lot of cool things, including comps. It's got the best comps of any place on the web right there on your Dreams. I use them myself almost daily. And then there's Pat Live, who takes all your calls from either buyers or sellers. Folks, right there in front of you pretty much is your systems. So if you might want to take a screenshot of that, I'll write it down real quick, because those are the 4 things you're going to need if you're going to run a successful business to get you out of the way. If you don't use all 4 of those, that means you've got to go in their place or delegate it to somebody else. And I'll tell you right now, you won't find any company outside here to delegate it to than than Pat Live. I guess the rest of it is in-house. We do your VA service for you. So if you don't have the Gold Club, I know you must be aware of it if you're here, but if you're not, it's got all kinds of benefits in it. I'm going to go over them briefly. For one thing, you get a newsletter, a magazine, actually a magazine in the mail about 10 times a year. Really, really good quality piece as well. And then weekly online, you get it every Friday. You get a weekly newsletter with video lessons in it. And I answer your questions. You submit questions to me on your site. I get on video and I answer them every single week. We post them on your Friday email. Tips and resources and good information from other people and sometimes some reports that they wrote and so forth. It comes in your inbox and it's got that Gold Club emblem on it on the top so you can easily recognize it and don't junk it or spam it because it's got some, look, if we send this thing out every Friday, open it up, only take you about 10 minutes to review the whole thing anyway. But here's the biggie, every day you get leads. When you open up your site, when you go to your home page, you got to go to the left and you got to punch FSBO lead service, punch it, it'll take you to a page and you pick your 2 counties. When you pick your 2 counties, every day you're going to get FSBO leads from our scouring service that scours about 2,000 websites looking for sale by owners posted on the website. But you'll get the ones in the 2 counties that you pick. There is no additional charge. These leads are literally free, dropped right into your box every single day. And just so you'll know, every single deal we are going to do here, and we're up to 18 as I sit here right now, 18 deals while I've been sitting here flapping my lips, all came from those leads, every single one of them. How valuable is that to you? I mean, incredible value. They look like this, they come at you, and all you get is the address of the house and the owner's name and the owner's phone number and the asking price and a little short description. That's all you need. So when this thing comes at you, you take those leads and you go down them and you send the ones to your VA that you want them to have. It's that simple. Every day that these leads come in. Now some of you live in counties where you're going to get more. Some of you live in counties where you're going to get less. We're having a little problem with Zillow right now. Well, I'll discuss that when Pam gets here, because lately our lead count has been down some, but we're working to fix that as well. So every day, here it comes. And I'm telling you, $500 a month is cheap for that benefit alone. Okay, there's your home page. You look over to the left, you'll see FSBO lead service. That's what you punch to get that. By the way, if you don't go over there and punch that, you won't get any leads and you'll wonder what's wrong. Look up there in the left-hand corner, you'll see some gold points, and they're called Gold Club points. They're worth $1 a piece. Nick, why don't you tell them how to get these points?
You get them just by interacting with the Gold Club. So every day that you log in, you earn 2 points. You get a point for every month of dues that you pay. You get 59 points a month. You get points for having conversations if you start a discussion on the forum, if you reply to a conversation on the forum, or if you comment on one of our posts, like our training or our forums. Now they have to be valuable. You can't just comment so you can get points. But we do have an algorithm in there that determines if they're valuable, and we have some manual review as well to make sure that nobody's trying to scam the system. So,
and you don't get points for just leaving your website on. Wise to that trick too, aren't we? Yeah. Okay, but basically the more you participate on the website, the more points you get. And they add up very, very quickly. And guys, it's $1 a point. That's a lot of money. We've got people with over 20,000 Gold Club points, and they're good for up to 50% of most everything that we offer. So those are very important to you. And they accrue quickly. Okay, and all of this for a lousy $59 a month. That's all it takes to be in our Gold Club. If you're not in that thing, get in it right now. There's no contract for you to worry about. Oh, there is an agreement, but it says you can get out anytime you want. And honestly, if you can't get more value than $59 a month out of it, then obviously you're just probably not even interested in real estate at all. But honestly, there's some stuff in there that is worth way more than that to you, whether you are or you're not. All of my lessons are on there. I got hundreds of lessons on there. All of my forms and agreements from all of my courses are on there. There's a forum on there. There's a chat box on there. There's questions and answers on there, and it's all right there. Nick built this thing out, and we spent years and years and years building it up. So it comes down to this. Do you want to work more and make less, or do you want to work less and make more? All right? If you want to work less and make more, like all the successful people you see me interview have figured out, then you are going to have help. You're not going to be able to do it without help. So the first thing we're going to do to get you help is our virtual assistants. Can you get Pam up here anytime you want. So the problem with any business is that it's just a never-ending mountain of minutia crap. Day in and day out, you don't ever really get anything accomplished. You're so busy putting out fires. Hello, Pam.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm good. This is Pam Patton. She's the manager of our virtual assistant department. She is the one who is in charge of our daycare center, we call it. Okay, which means she has to have the patience of Job, or she couldn't handle this. So Pam, I'm going to come back to you in a minute, and we're going to discuss current activities and results, and I know you're ready with numbers, right?
Sure.
Right?
Yep, sure am.
Right? I can't hear her.
Yes.
Can we hear her?
Can you hear me? Hello?
All right. What's going on here? Technology, it is beautiful. Sometimes the small, seemingly insignificant tasks are what really get you in trouble. And they create large problems. And if we're so busy in minutia, we have no system to follow up and make sure these small things get done. And that just leads to frustration and sometimes literally business failures. So with a system, we can prevent that. For example, let's say you forget to put insurance on a property when you buy it. I promise you, if you do, it's going to burn down that night. Trust me, Murphy lives everywhere. How many times have you gotten ready to make an offer and found out it sold the day before? In fact, I got one of them here in today's batch, I think. I had one yesterday. You know, you got to move quick. You can't steal in slow motion. And how many times have you not returned a call from a buyer on time and found out that they just bought something else, or not returned a call from a seller and they just sold to somebody else? Okay, we got to stop that nonsense. You can put my, oh, we're going to bring Pam up in a minute? All right. They'd probably rather see the screen than my face. All right. It's normal for a business owner to do this stuff. And in fact, unless they're trained out of it and spend a little time changing their mindset, they're going to continue doing it. It's also very deadly to one's success. If you are not delegating and you're trying to do everything yourself, your chances of succeeding are diminished very, very, very rapidly. And your focus should be on revenue, not cost control, not minutia, but growing your business, making decisions. Because without it, not much else matters. But, you know, I'll confess, most entrepreneurs are just the opposite. They're more worried about the little money they're spending and they don't think enough about the big money that they should be working on. You heard Frank Cava say that same thing. It's not about how much you spend. It's about how much you make. You can't focus on revenue if an entire day goes by and you're so buried deep in bullshit you don't get anything done. In other words, you're too busy to think. I was guilty of that for a lot of years. In fact, I used to say that's why I like to get on an airplane. There's nobody bothering me, there's no phone going to ring, and the guy next to me is not going to start a conversation that's going to last long because I'm going to shut him down. I get a lot of stuff done on airplanes. Today I fly my own, don't fly my own, but I ride in my own. I still get a lot of stuff done on it because it gives me time to think without interruptions. You need the same thing. You need time to where you're not going to get interrupted so you can focus on making more money and not more minutia. So reality is, the truth is, we all do stuff we don't want to do, and we're probably not very qualified to do it. So why do it? Delegate it. Probably suck at it anyway. Let somebody else do it. It was a hard lesson for me, I tell you. And I'm telling you, the older I get, the more I don't want to do anything, period. I delegate everything. I am a master delegator. It lands on my shoulders, it's going away quickly, it's going to be immediately delegated, except for the very few things that I choose not to delegate. So don't work on your weaknesses, delegate them. Delegate them to someone who can handle them. And I know you're saying, well, that's easy for you to say, you got a staff, you got people to delegate to. Well, so do you. They're called virtual assistants. And there will be a few things that you might want to delegate on your own. For example, somebody's got to go out and put signs up and put lock boxes on houses and check them out from time to time. Yeah, you can handle that. I mean, it's probably going to be you in the beginning. Soon you're going to delegate that as well. So You don't have to have a big staff. You've heard from some people on here who have a big staff, but they didn't start that way. Nobody starts that way. And they only got that way because they choose to build a big business. And frankly, that is the minority of people who get in this, not the majority. Most people don't want a business like Frank Cavas because, big business, big risk, big responsibilities on his part. Most people are satisfied to do 2 or 3 deals a month because that's a life-changing experience and creates more revenue than one needs to live on by far. So I don't know what your dream is. I don't know what you intend to do, but I do know whatever it is, your whole goal is to get yourself out of the way and delegate everything to others. So you don't need an office. You don't need staff. You don't need payroll. But you are going to have to invest a little bit of money on outsourcing, like the virtual assistant. And you do need help. Trying to do this alone, that's a tough road to hoe, and very few people ever make that journey. And even the ones that make that journey wind up getting help eventually, like me. You should never talk with a buyer or a seller until you know if they're a prospect or a suspect. In other words, quit wasting time talking to people that have no reason for you to talk to. So you got to deal with the people that are predisposed to do business with you. That means that if you're talking to sellers, you need the information on the sellers before you get on the phone. Voila, VAs. If you're talking to buyers, you need information on the buyers before you get on the phone. Voila, Pat Live. If they're calling, voila, your website, if they're going online and filling out the form. So we don't take endless calls. That's one of the biggest mind suckers there is taking endless calls from people who, no way they're going to do business with you. I mean, I used to do that. I used to spend my whole day answering the telephone to the point to where, I'm telling you, I did not want to hear it ring. It made me nauseous to hear the phone ring. And then one day I realized, man, they're all asking me the same questions. So why don't I just create a system? That was way back in the 80s, for crying out loud, when we didn't have this technology. And I mean, I really got to the point, I knew if that phone didn't ring, I didn't have a business, but that doesn't mean that I wanted to answer it. I mean, all hours of the day and night. And I had it in my home to make it worse. So your time on the phone should be focused on only with the people you have a reason to talk to, and that's going to cut your phone time way, way down. Remember, the VAs call out. Pat Live takes inbound calls. Systems. Well, where do I get one of these websites at? Well, you know the answer to that. You get it from us, because once you get into the Gold Club Elite program, you're going to have a website. You're going to have it within a few days. And you're also going to be in our dream system. We build it, we host it, and our VAs will run it for you. They update it, they do all the work. There's no extra charge except for their time that you run up on the VA service. And honestly, they're not going to do anything that you don't tell them to do. All right, can we get Pam on here?
Hi.
All right. Hey, Pam. I'm entering your territory now.
Okay.
So, how many VAs do you have on staff right now?
32.
32 virtual assistants. Okay. Pam, about how many of these property information sheets are you currently calling in a month?
Oh, well, last month we called about 37,000 property information.
37,000 of these. So you got 37,000 of those filled out. Well,
Yes.
no, that's not true.
No,
Is it?
we
You-
had 37,000 of them sent to us.
Okay. Now that means you had 37,000 phone numbers of people who have a house for sale sent to you.
Yes.
Because that's pretty much all you knew, right?
Yes.
All right. Well, before I go any further, let me nail down the real numbers. Now, you guys take notes of this, and you write this down, because this is reality. All right? I'm not going to do anything but reality on here. No, we're not going to blow smoke. Well, you know where. All right, Pam. So out of the total number of names that we get, about what percentage of those do we get on the telephone?
About 43%. So it's kind of surprising, we'll call and call up to 3 times for each phone number that we get. But a lot of times they don't answer the phone. So
yeah. So less than half of them
yeah,
even answer the telephone.
correct.
which is why you guys need to text the other half and ask them to get in touch with you, because you're going to get a lot of people respond to that. Text the other half. It's incredible, and I'm good. At least half your deals are going to come from those who text you back. Now, this is the sheet that your VAs fill out, property information sheet, and this is a lot of work once they get them on the telephone. Now, what percentage of the people that you get on the telephone, Pam, will not even let the VAs fill this information out?
Yeah, so even less, about half right now are giving us information on the property information sheet. So about 47%.
You're down to half of half.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that about 25% of the names we start with turn into property information sheets.
Yeah, true.
Okay, guys, I want you to make note of that now. So, you know, if you send Pam, let's say you're getting Gold Club leads only and you forward 20 of them to Pam. You're not getting 20 PI sheets back. You might get 5, maybe up to 10, but not 20, okay? So these are the numbers. So you got to learn to live with them. That means you need a lot more names and phone numbers than you expect to get property information sheets. However, Pam, that applies only to all of these sheets that are coming through our Gold Club. When the clients go out and generate their own leads, especially from when the seller calls them,
oh yeah,
do those numbers go way up?
Way up, yes. It's much, much better response when they're generated offline, meaning you've got a very interested party.
So in other words, if you folks get out there and get sellers calling you, and now you send them to Pam, what would you think? You get 75% of them to pick up the phone?
Yes, it's a much higher rate,
Okay.
around 70 to 60%, 60 to 70.
Okay, and then what percent of them now will give you the information for the property information sheet? Hell, they called the student. They got to give us information on the property
Right.
information sheet, right?
Right.
So, do most of those turn into sheets?
They do, yes.
Okay, so what was the message that I just gave all of those folks that are still awake and listening to me?
Generate your own leads.
That's it. Generate your own leads. They're worth a lot more. You make a lot more money. And we went over that some yesterday. And by the way, I gave you a chance to get that 3-day course on just that. You might want to take me up on that. And you're getting it free if you're getting in the mentoring program. Or if you're on here and you're in the mentoring program, if you tell us that you want it and you don't already have it. So obviously, we're going to furnish you these leads, but also your VAs. Tell them what outsourcing means.
As far as like looking for leads on different sources, we'll scour the internet based on your criteria. So when you first come into us, we're going to ask you a bunch of questions about your business and what area you're looking for properties in, what type of properties you're looking for. And we'll take that information and we'll do our own search and try and generate leads for you on top of what leads you're getting from the Gold Club FSBO lead service.
These are on sites where the scouring service didn't go, right?
Yes, and sometimes they do go to those sites but for whatever reason, they just didn't find the leads that we're finding.
Okay. Well, let's deal with this Zillow thing right now, because Zillow is a big source of leads, and we get a lot of deals off of Zillow.
Yes.
So now tell us what Zillow has done to us lately.
Oh, so for sale by owner, Zillow makes it easy for you to filter on properties that are just for sale by owner. And when doing that, usually they'll list the owner's name and phone number. But lately, in the past few weeks, we've noticed that that information is missing. And they have changed the way when you're going to post your own home for sale, if you don't put your phone number and name at the top, they've removed that from their site. So now, if I wanted to contact the owner, they would transfer me to somebody working for Zillow before I get to the owner.
Which is a waste of time.
Yes.
Now, isn't it true that the phone number of the seller is still posted in that listing somewhere, but it's hidden?
It probably is, but we don't have a way to access it.
Okay, so you're getting only about 20% of the ads that are running now to have a phone number in them.
Yes.
Which
Yes,
does
it's
cut the lead flow
dramatically
way
cut.
down, right?
Yes.
Okay, So what are we doing to fix that?
We are testing different skip trace services right now to try and determine if we're going to get accurate information back. So we're kind of still going through that process to see how many of those names we can actually find.
So you're just plugging in the address of the house and trying to get to the owner so we can get to their phone number so we can call them.
Yes.
Right? Okay. All right. Now, that means that we're going to have to work a lot harder to get leads, but just only from Zillow. Okay, the whole world doesn't revolve around Zillow, folks. I can tell you that right now. So my solution would be even easier, Pam, and that is the one at the bottom. Go generate your own damn leads, and we don't have to worry about Zillow anymore. Okay?
That's right.
I can't make that case enough. I can't make it enough. Get out there and get your lead flow system started. You heard Frank Cava this morning. Look at the things he does. Now, you don't need to spend $50,000, $60,000 a month like Frank yet, okay? But you may need to spend some money. I'll tell you, Facebook ads is one thing that's working very well as long as you get somebody to run those ads. And I'm going to have that somebody for you here. Just stay tuned. Make note, Nick. I want to get him on podcast as quick as I can and put him up in front of the herd there, Debbie. All right. So if, in fact, my lead flow dropped because of Zillow, that would make a real good excuse for me not to do anything, wouldn't it, Pam?
Oh, right.
I mean, because, you know, if I'm looking for excuses not to do anything, I just blame it all on Zillow. What the heck?
It's all Zillow.
And of course, if we don't blame it on Zillow, we're going to blame it on you. So either one will work. All right. That's fine. You know what? You can take our lead flow to you totally out of the picture. And frankly, that might even be a good thing because a lot of people are just sitting around waiting for your team to run their whole business and call these leads coming in every day so they don't have to do anything. Okay? Guys, you want to run a business or is this a game? If you want to run a business, you got to do something. You got to make stuff happen. And when you have a little problem, you got to fix it and move on. You're not going to be in business very long. So get out there and get your own lead flow going, and send the lead to Pam, and you're going to find an amazing difference in the quality and the number of leads you get. And just think, again, I'll tell you, we've gotten 18 deals out of this crap, which is the lowest common denominator of leads on the planet. But don't let your whole business revolve around this. Do something. Get Pam leads. All right, I'm getting kind of grouchy, aren't I?
It's important, though. I mean, really, we
Yes,
can't
it
do
is.
anything for you unless we have numbers to call. So
That's right.
that
No
would be
leads,
our main
no
objective.
deals. No leads, no deals.
Yeah.
All right. I told you yesterday we got a brand new course on all this stuff, and I would implore you to get it. Okay, it ain't gonna make any difference in my life whether you get it or not, but it's available to you. It's coming hot off the press, actually. And man, this thing is not working very well, John. All right. So I offered you $1,000 discounts on it. So if you want to buy it separately, you can. It's $997. Or if you want to get in the mentoring program, it's free. And if you're already in the mentoring program, tell us and we'll get you the link. Now, you probably can't handle more than 10 to 15 leads a week unless you're getting in and you're a little more cranked up, and then you can probably handle double of that. So honestly, you can take any one of the sources that we teach you to use and probably get that many leads. You'll definitely get that many leads from through the Gold Club unless you're in a depressed area where we're having difficulty getting them now. And keep in mind, we don't just get them from Zillow, it's just one source. So I'm saying this because people have a tendency to hear one negative and explode it up to where, oh crap, can't do that, the world's coming to an end. I want to roll, Pam. But it's true. All right. Now, VA service costs how much, Pam?
So VA hours are bought in 5 or 10 blocks of time. So 105 for 5 hours. We'll give you a deal. If you buy 10 hours, it's $200.
Okay. So 10 hours for $200, and those 10 hours will roll over to the next month if we don't use them, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we're going to give you a really good deal on that here in a minute. All right. Now, again, to get a VA, there's a one-time setup fee of $500. That same fee applies to get you into our dream system, which we're coming to. There's only one fee. And again, if you already paid that fee because you already have a VA, then and you want to get mentoring, then we're going to credit you that fee. And of course, with mentoring, we waive that fee for you. That's cheap. You stop at any time you want. And in fact, is it still true, Pam, that they get 10 free days before the billing even starts?
Yes, and we do that just to make sure that we've got everything set up and you're ready to run. It doesn't take us 10 days to get you set up, but we want to make sure that, you're not being charged for time. So.
All right. And by the way, we might want to tell them, how does the billing work? How do they get billed? What are they paying for?
What are they paying for? So your monthly membership. So you have three different
by
levels.
the minute or by the hour is what I was getting at.
Oh, okay. So our VAs are going to be paid just for the amount of time that they're working on your account. So if they are not working within your account, they're not on the phone calling, they're not spending time sourcing for you, they're not posting ads for you, you're not being charged that time. So it's just the amount of time, and everything is tracked within Dreams, all the movements. So
they're electronically monitored, so they don't need a human standing over them writing down how many minutes they work, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that shows on their bill too, doesn't it? How many minutes they work.
You can see how much time you have left on your account. All you do is log into your home screen, and it tells you right there how much time you have left on your account.
Well, do we get to charge them overage when they use up their amount they paid for?
So we don't go over. That's the beauty of it. When you run out of time, your VA will generally send you like a little reminder, but you can always log in and see how much time you have left on your account.
Okay. All right. And they also get the email of the VA and, of course, the phone number to reach the VA. Is that correct?
That's right. Yes.
Yep. And they get the supervisor's number, so if they can't get an issue solved with their VA, they can call you, right?
They can.
So, and this is your cell number, so they can call you anytime, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning is fine, right?
You can try, but no.
Okay. All right. So, in other words, I want you to think about your VA like they're an employee, but they're not. They're not even, they're an employee of ours. We pay them by the hour. You get charged by the minute. But Pam, I want to make the case here that they don't get one VA.
Right.
They get a whole team of VAs to do specific things that the VAs are good at. Want to explain that?
Sure. So we've found that through the years of doing this that if you were to task a VA to source and post ads and call, all they would want to do is one task because they tend to get better at one certain thing. So we have just honed in on what their specialties are. So we have a team of VAs that do nothing but post ads, another team that do nothing but source ads, leads for you, and then callers. So that's just a specialty skill that each of them have. And we are doing constant training and refreshers on all those skills for them.
We found out early that everybody just isn't cut out to call people on the telephone all day.
It's true.
And if you give them a choice of doing that or something else, they're going to do the something else.
Yeah.
So we had to make people stay on the phone. And it is training, constant training. You don't have the turnover that we used to have when we started, though, do you?
No, it's gotten less and less as we've gotten more specialized. I think that people tend to stick with what they're best at.
Right. And you screen them better coming in as well.
Yes.
Okay. A $21 an hour VA, which is what it costs if you're only buying 5 hours. Honestly, in fact, it's more like a $5 or $6 an hour employee because you're only paying for the minutes they use. There is no employee that you're getting 60 minutes worth of work time out of 8 hours a day. So the more leads you produce, the lower your bill. Let me explain that. In fact, we do need to delve into this. Just remember, folks, when our VAs are sourcing leads for you, you're paying for that time. When you are furnishing the VAs the leads, there's nothing for them to do but make the calls, thus reducing your VA bill. I'd also like to point out, Pam, if you sit around and wait for us to do nothing but generate leads for you like these, these leads are going to go to every client we have in your 2 counties. Is that correct?
It's true.
Yep.
Yes.
So in
Yes.
other words, leads we generate, we're going to distribute to our customers where you live. No choice. Which means sometimes you're paying for theirs, sometimes they're paying for yours. It all washes out. But now leads that you send us, nobody's going to get but you. You have them all to yourself. We wouldn't dare share them with anybody else.
Right.
Good reason to go generate more leads. All right. A VA will most certainly change your life. I'm telling you. Look, until you get somebody to help you and get all that minutia off of your back, you're just not going to realize how why you should have done it years and years earlier. But Ron, I can get a VA cheaper than what you charge. Is that true, Pam?
Sure.
Yes. Okay. It is true. But that means you get to hire them, train them, fire them, retrain them, retain their replacements, manage them, pay them, put them on payroll probably, and then expect them to do multiple tasks, which they cannot do. Our VAs ain't the cheapest on the planet, but they're dirt cheap for what you're getting out of them, I can tell you, because they're focused on your business and nothing else. And we don't do anything else but handle your business for our clients. So maybe, if I have to keep having this argument, maybe you ought to go get your own VA and we'll see you when you get back. But in the meantime, I'll ask you, what you're going to do when that VA craps out on you? There goes your business. You got to start all over. I wonder how many deals that'll cost you while you're trying to save a few bucks on a VA. You get what you pay for, guys. If you got to get to the top of the tree, you want to train a horse or hire a squirrel. That's cute. I just threw that in there, Pat. So, are you better spent babysitting or buying houses? And you've heard me say 100 times, you need to be focused on making decisions and delegating everything. So, and if the VA is not calling your leads, who will? We all know the answer. It'll be you. That'll be ugly. And the problem is they won't get called. They just won't get called. Okay. Until you get an acquisitionist, your VAs need to be calling your leads. And even after you get an acquisitionist, if you're going to get one, somebody has to take this off their back at night. I mean, nobody has to call leads at night. But when your VA is not doing what you delegate to them, then that needs to be jobbed out to whoever's doing it when somebody else. Like if you take calls during the day, who's going to take them at night? Pat Live. Okay. So anyway, you get the point. Now, Pam, tell us, how do you handle putting their calling leads in order and arranging them and so forth? It's first come, first serve, right?
Yes. So all of the leads from all of our students are put into our system, and then the VAs have the opportunity to look at that system, and the first lead that shows up on there, they're kind of in chronological order. And so they'll start at the top of the list and then work their way down.
Okay. So let's make the point. Somebody wants to go send you 25 leads in a batch. You're not going to shut down your whole department and call their 25 leads and leave everybody else hanging.
Correct.
So how do you handle that?
So generally we'll call for an hour or 2 hours a day on everybody's leads until we get through the entire list. And if you still have a large amount of leads left to be called throughout the day, we're going to start back up at the top of the list and continue to work ourselves down. We will only call a lead once a day. So once we've called it and nobody answered, they've got to wait until the next day for us to try that lead again.
So it takes several days to get through these leads. But on your dream site, which we're about to get to, you see the progress of every single one of them as you go through, because it's right up there on your VAs put the sheets on their dream site, don't they?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
And dreams is a godsend for you guys, because it is the thing that's going to run your entire business for you, and it's literally free with our middle gold club level. So it will, it'll in place, it'll employ you, will it? All right, so Pam, I think we got, I don't know if I got it up here or not, but let's get to work telling them what dreams will do for them
So it's your property analyzer. So that's where you would go in and check and see if that property makes sense for you to purchase it or not. You can look different what if scenarios to try and find the best outcome for that deal. You can actually go in and look at comps. So you can look at your subject property. They'll give you a street view a lot of times. You can see the different homes that have sold in the area. You can zoom in on those different homes. You can see whether or not, there's a lake across the street or train tracks, anything like that. And then find the different comps. Once you start selecting on comps, your ARV will automatically show up on there. So that's another valuable tool. There's a repair list in there, so you can help try and figure out what your estimated repairs would be and calculate that. It's your CRM system, so it's going to be where all of your contacts are housed. It's also where you can go and put in your marketing for that property. So once you've obtained that property, you can send the details over to your VA and they can post the property for sale on your website. So it's also your website. But it can also create separate landing pages for your property and distribute that out into the internet for you.
And it also, let's say you talk to a seller, you want to put notes in there and you want to trigger it to notify you when it's time to follow up with a seller.
Absolutely. So
it allows you to set it and forget it.
Reminder system, if you will.
And it has a built-in system to follow up electronically with emails for however long you want to set it, for whatever message that you want to put in it, which we have messages already in there for folks to use depending on the situation when they call their seller. In other words, they might have got a hold of seller said no. That's a different email than one where they didn't even reach the seller, in various different situations.
Yeah,
That
a lot
alone,
of deals are done in the follow-up, and this Dreams makes it super easy for you to follow up. You don't really have to do anything. The system automatically does it for you.
That alone makes this thing worth its weight in gold. And I'm telling you, it's got the best comps site in the business on Dreams. And if you guys are on Dreams and you're new to it, tell them how to get to the comps.
So all the way at the bottom, there's a quick analyze, and you just enter in the property address, and boom, you're in there.
Okay, I like it. It's about the easiest one I've ever seen to use. It's even easier than what we used to use, Real Estate ABC. And the cool part about it is we can go get our list of comps, pick the two we like the best, and then Dreams will calculate the ARV for us.
Yeah.
So we don't have to sit there and multiply the dollars per square foot by the number of square foot. I just learned that the other day. I didn't know that. Okay. And again, guys, it doesn't make any difference what website. A comp is a comp is a comp. So what site is on is irrelevant. But here they come. They're all in one place.
Yeah. So Dreams basically is the Swiss Army knife of tools for your real estate business.
That's pretty good. You make that up?
Yeah.
The Swiss Army knife. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So here's what the VAs are going to do for you. They're going to manage Dreams for you so you don't have to. And they're going to manage your website. So you're going to get a website, but that's different than your Dream site. And they're going to run the ads for you if you tell them to. And you don't have to tell them where. They know where to run your ads, your free ads. They're going to build that flyer. You know, you have to have a flyer on your site where you're selling houses, pictures of the houses and description of the houses, and flyer pretty much does the selling for you, and then it has contact in order to get a hold of you. And that contact should drive them to Pat Live to take the few little information to see if you want to get on the phone and let them in the house. All systemized, man. We got it done. But somebody's got to build that flyer, and your VAs will do that for you. And then they call sellers, which is probably one of the biggest reasons people have our VA service. All right, so yeah, what's left for you to do? The answer is very little, and that is the whole point. That's the whole purpose of this conversation. There's very little for you to do. So you can focus on the things that you need to focus on, which is making decisions. Guys, when you get to the point to where that's almost all you have to do, you're going to love your business. Because can you see Frank Cava sitting out on a porch in a T-shirt and a hat today, and everything's going on back there doing 300 deals a year, for crying out loud? Trust me, he's not deeply involved in those day-to-day decisions, or he couldn't be able to do that. So You're either going to have minutia or you're going to start getting rid of it. And once we start getting rid of it for you, you're going to adapt that to anything else you do, because it's true for all businesses. You know, I've had 6 restaurants. Can you imagine me working in any of them? Not a chance. They didn't run without me. I never would own a restaurant. All right, so here's your choices. You got 3 levels of the Gold Club. The first level is $59. That's the one at the bottom there. And it includes the Gold Club. It includes all those things that I described, all the resources, leads coming into you every single day. It includes all of my forms and agreements, and forum and Q&A and a bunch of other stuff. All right, $59 a month. If you're watching this, I can't imagine why you would not get on the Gold Clubs. Best bargain in real estate. Now, when you're ready to go to work and do anything, you're going to need the second level, which is $297 a month. But it includes dreams, and it includes your website and your buyers list, and it includes the $59 level. An incredible bargain.
Yeah.
An incredible bargain, okay? And then, now, level 1 and level 2 does not come with VA service. You just add that on, 5-10 hours at a time, as you need it, okay? Level 2 is your operational platform, but level 3 is just level 1 and level 2 with 25 hours of VA service added to it. That's it. So level 3 includes everything, includes 25 hours of VA. And if you do your math, you'll see that that'll save you about $125 a month if you're ready to use 25 hours of VA service. So I always suggest start with level 2 when you're ready to go, and then see how many hours you use, and then when it's time, upgrade to level 3, and you can downgrade to level 3 anytime you want, or go up and down. By the way, you have to be at least in level 1 to use our VAs. Our VAs are not available to you until you're at least a Gold Club member at level 1. So Pam, what happens if I want to go on vacation for a month?
So you can downgrade at any point. You just let us know, and we can stop your account for you, or you can still have your account running, and you can really manage this while you're on vacation if you want to. I don't know why you would ever want to stop it, but if you needed to, you just let us know.
Okay.
We can do
that. Okay, and if we do stop it, then we don't. We still have to pay our monthly dues, but we don't have. In other words, our VA service will, if we already paid for VA service, will it continue on?
So yes. So if you want to downgrade to our lowest level, $59 a month, and then just not purchase any hours, you can do that. If you had already purchased hours, you just tell us, hey, I want to pause my calling and I want to pause, sourcing for a period of time, and we can do that for you as well.
Okay. All right. So we explained the levels. And we've explained that, which is true. It's cheap. I swear, my internet service at home and my cable TV cost more than that whole middle level right there. I'm probably getting ripped, aren't I?
You probably have some good deals.
Yeah. All right. So here's what's left for you to do. Get the leads our VAs furnish you and make a quick closing call like you've seen them do last night. Visit the house on the ones that passed the sniff test. Make a decision on whether you want to buy it, and then come see me more often, because the more of the doses of Ron you get, the easier this is going to become. And stay focused on just that, creating revenue. All right, so here's what I want you to do. If you're not in the Gold Club now, I want you to go register for it. Register at the $297 level if you're going to do anything. And right there it is, ronsgoldclub.com. And now let's talk about when you need a VA. All right. And I'm going to be honest with you on this. If you're not doing anything, and you don't intend to do anything, then you don't need a VA. You don't want to hire a VA if you're not going to use them. Okay? However, if you're ready to go generate leads and have them processed, you need to get a VA. Because if you don't get a VA, you're likely not going to process them. So the goal is to get a bunch of these coming across your desk every week so you have a business. And then all you got to do is make that closing call and follow up accordingly. So if you're ready to go, get a VA. If you're not ready to go yet, you don't need a VA, but you still need that, at the very minimum, that $59 level of the Gold Club. Now, we got a special deal for them on this VA thing, don't we?
Oh, wow. Yep.
Pam. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. So here's the deal. If you get a VA today and get at least 10 hours of VA time, which is a lousy $200, I'm going to give you 500 Gold Club points to your account. Now, you can't use those this week. You'll use them next week, a week after, whenever. You cannot use Gold Club points, by the way, on VA service at all, but you can use them on mentoring, masters, courses, anything else that we can think of. So you got to call in today to get this deal. However, just because you get 10 hours of VA right now don't mean you have to start using them right now, does it, Pam?
No.
Yeah.
Use
So
them when
take us
you're
up-
ready.
So take us up on this deal and tell us when you're ready to use them. Now, really what that means is I am paying you $500 to give me $200. I think that's a fair deal.
Yeah, that math works. That's pretty good.
And math works?
Yeah.
All right. Covered all of that. But Ron, I'm already a Gold Club member. What are you trying to do, man? I want that same deal. Okay, shut up. You'll get the same deal. Call in today, order 10 hours of VA service, and you'll get the 500 Gold Club points as well if you're a current member. Oh, leave me alone. Damn grouch monitor again. Okay. All right. Well, Pam, I am about out of questions. What did I miss, and what do you need to add before we?
So I just want to
Yeah.
say how valuable it is for you to have a VA, because you really are not going to be wanting to make these calls. If you do a handful of them, which I recommend that you do so you understand the value of it, you're really going to get inspired to get a VA because they really do a lot of work for you. They're used to taking some rejection. And believe me, you can tell by the numbers that we went over, there's a lot of rejection there. And they're not going to take it personally. They're just going to move on to the next lead. So you only deal with the people that want to deal with you.
I'm going to give them those numbers. I'm about to give them the results of the calls and all those numbers right now for what we've done here. Nick, do we have any questions for Pam before I turn her loose? Go.
Okay, let's see. Angela says, how many hours do you recommend we buy to start?
I would start off with
I think we just answered that question. Yeah. Why wouldn't you buy 10 hours when you're getting 500 Gold Club points for free? I mean, that deal is going to be around the day. You better do that. Again, you don't have to start with them right away.
All right, Celian says, how many dials should the VAs make per hour and how many PI sheets per hour with leads from Gold Club?
Yeah, so
Get that
that
one a
will
lot, don't we?
fluctuate based if we get somebody on the phone or not on the phone. So that's kind of a difficult question, but our goal is for every hour we're spent on the phone is to generate a PI sheet.
Okay. However, the question is, how many do they get an hour? But guys, remember, your VAs are not spending all their time on the phone. Some of them are doing these other tasks for you. That means you're going to get less PI sheets per hour.
Yeah.
VA, internally, it's a bunch of VAs. And you generate leads, we're going to get more PI sheets per hour because we have to call these people 3 times. We're going to get yours on the phone a lot quicker. So there is no answer to that question, and frankly, it really doesn't matter anyway. What matters is how many deals are you going to get, regardless of how many PI sheets or calls you have to make. Focus on the big ticket items. That's the beautiful thing about our business. Small amount of money out, big amount of money in.
Angela says, are we giving them the scripts?
Angela, their script is the PI sheet. This is their script right here. This is what they're going to deliver to you.
Willie says, can we use Gold Club points for the VA?
Willie, I just told you no. He must have wrote that before I told him.
I think he did.
All right.
Ferris says, Pam, will I be assigned one VA and would I know them?
Yes. So you get assigned a VA, and they're pretty much going to manage all the other VAs for you. So when I say you're going to have a plethora of VAs, they're going to be working behind the scenes for you. You're going to be speaking with just one VA.
Right. One contact.
All right, Teresa says, Pam, I have VA service and Pat Live. Are the Pat Live leads sent to the VA, or do I send to the VA?
Question.
You will send them to the VA.
And that's upon my insistence, Teresa. You don't want Pat Live sending the VAs everything they get a hand on, because you might not want some of that stuff. May not even apply to what you're doing. Plus, I want them to go through you so you can keep an eye on how many you're sending to Pam, so then you can go back on your Dream site and see what's happening to them. And it is your responsibility to check leads in and find out what happened to them. And it's all right there on your tabletop. But you need to know what's going on. You don't want them to flow without even you knowing what's going on.
All right, Gary says, does Dreams text out and email out and record the texts and emails and calls under the leads?
You can
for
answer
property?
that.
Yeah, they
Nick can answer
Dreams
that one.
can do that for you.
Dreams can text out for you and email out. Of course it does that. And record the text. It does that. Yeah. The answer is yes, Gary. All the above.
Jeff says, Pam, how do I use Dreams for follow-up with sellers?
So in order to follow up with them, Dreams can do automatic follow-up through our automation series. And then also you can use the emails or the texting to follow up with them as well.
You got to set it up once, Jeff, and pick an email you want to send to them. And sometimes there's a whole series of emails that you send out. They're autoresponders. And then you can set it up to do the text them the same way. But you just got to set it up. Actually, you don't set it up. Your VA sets it up. You just tell them what you want them to do, and they set it up. And yeah, it'll be a pain in the neck to get it set up. But on the other hand, it was a pain in the neck to figure out how to use your cell phone when you first bought it too, wasn't it? All right. It's only got to get it done once. Now look, here's the good point. You do not have to be an expert on Dreams, nor will you ever. And in fact, I hope you never become an expert on Dreams. Then you'll be doing all this crap yourself. I really would rather see you just figure out what Dreams will do, and then you can easily communicate with your VA to make sure that they get done what you want them to do. You owe it to yourself to figure out what it'll do. And when you get the Dream site, there's a whole bunch of video training modules right there for you to pick from, clearly labeled for each section of it.
All right, Farhana says, I feel like if we get VAs to do all the work and not get our own hands dirty, we will not learn and not make any mistakes to learn from them, and ultimately not appreciate what we build from the ground up.
Okay. Well, Farhana, I can tell you right now, you're going to quickly get rid of that attitude, because if you start doing all the work, can you just imagine yourself calling these people and filling these things out 15, 20, 30 times a week? In fact, might be a good idea for you to do that, come to think about it, because you'll quickly figure out why you want Pam so bad. Because this is grunt work here, and you don't want to be doing grunt work. Remember, you're running the show, okay? You don't need your fingers in everything you do. In fact, again, the best thing you can do is get out of the way and let other people do this kind of work for you. That's a lesson, not easy to learn. Some people never will learn it. But automation, systemization, delegation. Up to you. You can do whatever you want to do. The longer you're in business, the less you're going to want to do.
All right, Gary said, will acquisitions call the yes leads?
Yeah, of course. They call all the leads, not the yes leads. That's what they're for. Call leads, go to house, get contract, and sell house.
All right. You already answered this, but if we already have a VA, do we still get the deal?
Well, Luis, I gave it to everybody else, but since you asked that question, the answer is no, you don't get the deal. Man, I'm getting worse, aren't I? Okay. Luis, call in right now and you'll get the same deal. You get 10 hours for $200 and you get 500 Gold Club points.
All right. David says, can we get 500 Gold Club points if we already have the level 3 Gold Club service?
Of course.
No, they already have it. They already have the
I
697.
don't care. That just means they're entitled to 25 hours of VA service. That doesn't stop them from buying more.
Right. So if you
Yeah.
want to add 10 hours, you can add 10 hours to that.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to, if you're paying the 697 and you're not using 35 hours, then you don't want to buy 10 you're not going to use because you already get 25.
Right.
But you can use up 35 hours of VA service pretty quick if you use them.
Roy says, if you join Gold Club, what budget do you need to operate?
Roy, that depends on what other stuff you want to do and how much you want to spend on marketing. You're probably looking at $1,000, $1,200 a month, and that's assuming you're in the 697 program, and that gets you 25 hours of VA service right there. But now anything you want to spend on marketing, you just add to that. You start with whatever budget you can, and then you work your way up. What I did, I started with zero budget. Okay. It was me, me, and me.
Looks like it's about time to get started with deals. You got time for more?
Yeah, okay. We done with Pam's questions?
There's some more questions we can ask. You want those?
Yeah, a couple more.
All right. Alan says, can you talk about how Pat Live integrates with the VA service?
Sure. It doesn't. Okay. Calls go to Pat Live. Pat Live sends information to you, then you send them to the VA.
All right. Dang says, how does VA billing work? Do I purchase it each time, and when it's used up, it'll automatically charge us, or a monthly purchase, or the staff will notify you of renewal?
So your membership is a monthly membership. So whichever level it is, that's your monthly membership. Your hours are going to be purchased a la carte. So you just tell us whenever you're ready to buy additional hours, and then we will go
Except
in
at
and
the top
buy.
level.
The top level, you get up to 25 hours per month. That will reset every month. So if you don't use the 25 hours, they don't roll over. So that's when Ron said, if you're using it, stay at that level. But if you're not, then downgrade.
But they will be automatically charged unless they tell you not to.
Yes.
On all three levels, right?
The monthly subscription, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we got to end this, Pam, because we got a schedule here, and I'm trying to keep it.
Okay.
And so we appreciate you. Appreciate you, girl. You did a great job. We get a lot of
Thank
rave
you.
reviews about you. And there's no way they pay me to do your job. But you do a good job of it. All right. Thank you. I will see
All
you
right,
the next
thank you.
time. Keep up the
All
good
right.
work. All right. Thank you. And you
Thanks,
guys better
guys.
go get that VA deal. All right. So we're into deals now. Deal structuring. All right. So where do we want to start here? I've got deals from 3 different mentors, I think. Starting, I got the Wolfs, and I got Andrew, and I got Barbara, right? Okay, who's first? Well, I'll tell you what, I got some information here. Give me the overhead, John. I want to show you guys something. Remember we were talking about our numbers today with Frank Cava and how important it is to keep up with your numbers? All right. Well, here's a chart on the activity on these deals just for this event. All right. And here's what it says in a nutshell. It says we started with 300 leads that you sent in. We've dialed 247 of them. There is no answer on 123 of them. 54 of them are not interested, or 34 of them are not interested. And sold or listed is 55. And we're following up with 17 of them that there's a reason to follow up with. We got 18 deals orally negotiated, which we're going to be covered some of them already. All right. Now, I want you to look down here. This means that we really only had 69 valid contacts because, as far as I'm concerned, sold or listed or no answer is not a valid contact. So out of 69 valid contacts, we got 18 deals. Guys, that's 26% of the valid contacts. Now you look down here, the total contacts. So this includes all the ones that are listed and said no. Okay? We got 14.5% of those we turned into oral deals. That's incredible. That's incredible. Now look up here. This is how many deals based on how many contacts. So Tony got 2 deals out of 22 people he talked to, and remember, a lot of them were listed or sold. But he did get them on the phone. Okay. The Wolves got 11 deals out of 41 contacts. Of course, they had twice as much as everybody else to work on. And then Bo got 1 out of 9. Barbara got 1 out of 9. Andrew got 2 out of 10. And Steve got 1 out of 21. All right? Now, you should have these kind of charts for yourself. You're going to make these calls, measure your own progress here. And as you can see, it doesn't take a ton of calls to make a deal if you master that phone. And these are, again, these are all these leads that we send you. None of these leads were generated by the students. So these are incredible numbers. So now we're going to find out what that means. Who's on here? Well, let me do a reminder. Guys, listen up. Might want to take a screenshot if you want. I'm going to do a quick reminder because we're running out of time. And you might not have been here yesterday. If you weren't, make note. If you haven't registered for the Quick Start School yet, I gave you $1,000 off yesterday. I gave you all my cash flow systems, and if you already have the term system you ordered off the webinar, I gave you $1,000 credit for it. I gave you $500 off for veterans and responders. I gave you a chance to work with me personally for 90 days on your deals to help you get them going, starting now. And I gave you a $1,000 rebate for if you do a deal within the first 90 days. And the whole thing covers all the virtuals and all the live events for a whole year, as many times as you want for free. And by the way, I need to announce that we are not doing the live event in December in Jacksonville, unfortunately. We had to cancel it. COVID is killing it again. So we decided to do it virtual during the same dates, but we're not going to do it in Amelia Island where we planned. We're postponing it. We'll do it there, but we just can't do it in December. Saddens me big time, but frankly, we just got to go with the flow. So if you registered for it live, then we'll get you the link to get on it virtually. All right, mentoring. I told you you could partner with me, and frankly, if you want to get the money back that this thing cost you, partner with me. It comes right off the top. I'm giving you the Finding the Motivated Sellers course. I'm giving you the Mastering the Phone course. And I'm giving you the Business Management Boot Camp. Good grief, that's $3,000 right there. And I'm giving you credit for or waiving the setup fee. That's another $500. I'm giving you 1,000 Gold Club points. And I'm giving you $1,000 off of the mentoring program, in addition to all these other goodies. And you can use Gold Club points for the balance after you take all these credits off. Holy smokes. And if you pay by check or wire, another $300 discount. Okay, so when it's all over, let me know how much of a check I got to write you to get into the mentoring program. Get on that phone right now and make a call and find out what's going on and do something to get going here instead of just sitting around and waiting for another year to go by. All right, who's first on here, guys? Oh, come on. All right. Huh? Okay, Barb's first. All right. Yeah, Kevin, come on, Barbara. Pull up chair.
Come on.
The infamous BJ, who happens to be my sister.
Hello.
Commonly referred to as Barbara.
Hi, everyone.
Okay, I'm getting feedback from hers. Is that normal? All right. Okay. Blow this up for me.
Wait, I can't get this in my ear.
Stick it in your ear, Barbara.
It's
Stick it
in my ear.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay. I don't know.
Can you hear me? It's in my
Okay.
ear.
Kevin, you
Yeah.
there? We hear you,
Yep,
Kevin?
I'm
You
here.
hear us?
I can hear. Yep,
Yes?
I can hear.
I can't hear.
Okay. All right. All right. All right, so Kevin, this thing is in Indianapolis,
Yes.
and Barbara made the call for you.
Yes.
Yes, she did.
All right. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And the asking price is
Might be why, huh?
460,000.
Okay.
Down from 475, if I can read it. Correct?
Yes.
Hey.
All
Hi,
right.
Kevin.
How you doing, Barbara?
And
Good.
there is was a first mortgage and a second mortgage.
Yes.
Totaling, I can't read it.
Okay,
But
there's
the payment is 2380?
that, it's 2,300. So the
Okay.
first
So who
mortgage
wrote
is.
this? You?
I did. The first mortgage is 353 and the second mortgage is 40,000. Payment's 2,300 and the Zillow's estimate for rent is 3537. Cash flow, cash flow.
But I don't see any comps.
Yes, we have comps.
Well, where are they?
They're right here. It says it appraised for 480. We looked at PropStream. We got the comps there, 480 plus. That's
You-
a low comp.
You looked at what?
That's a low cost.
We looked at PropStream.
What's that?
PropStream is a tool for.
We use Dreams.
I know you do, but.
I'm working on that tomorrow,
So
okay, Ron?
Huh?
I'm getting out tomorrow, okay?
All right.
We checked some other sites too.
Get your act together, Kevin. Get your act
I'm
together
working.
here. Go with the flow. Okay.
I'm working.
But they're still asking 460 and it's only worth 480.
Yeah, well, he's flexible.
I hope so, because that's not much
Yes,
equity.
absolutely. We're going to talk him down when we get to the house.
All right, so it's in good condition,
It's in great condition. It's beautiful.
but it's a townhouse.
It is a townhouse.
It's got $375 a month dues
Yep.
and needs no work, and it's occupied. Okay. All right, so what's the terms?
So the terms are, you ready, guys? 0 down,
Uh-huh,
2,300 a month,
uh-huh.
5-year term, owner financing.
Okay,
And one of the things is that he said he wanted to move February 21st. I said, no problem. We can go ahead and close and make this convenient for you. And that was a big draw to him.
What'd he
So
say?
He
Is that
said,
okay?
yeah, sure.
Okay.
That sounds good.
well, let me think. Kevin, you want this?
Yes.
All right, you okay with
Yes.
the down
Did
payment?
you hear me? I said yes.
All right, I heard you loud and clear. Okay.
Okay.
Now, all right, so taking a look at this sheet right here, what issues do we need to work on?
Excuse me.
This one, big time.
Oh, yeah, the price.
We need to
Yes,
get,
we need-
we,
yes.
we need to get a
So,
bigger spread. Let's bigger spread.
We're going to get a bigger spread. So we're talking, and the guy says, so, suppose we did it for, say, 460 or so. And I'm thinking, all right, well, he named 460. We're going down from there.
That's right.
Right.
Okay, so do you have an appointment?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so then you keep the appointment. Now, make sure she's on the phone. You are his mentor?
No, he has a mentor.
Who?
And it's Scott.
Scott? Okay, well, you better make sure Scott's on the phone now and gets this sheet and understand what's going on.
I
Already
sent that.
communicated with
I
him.
sent all that to him today, Ron.
Okay, when's your appointment?
3rd of
The
December.
appointment's December 3rd.
Okay, good.
He said he wanted to talk to other people, and I says, well, we want to be last because we're going to finalize this with you. And,
Yeah.
we want to be after you've talked to other people because
Yeah.
we're ready to make this work.
He won't be talking to anybody but people who got to go it alone and buy it.
Well, exactly,
Okay,
but I
okay.
want to make sure we were last so that
I hear you.
we're ready to finalize
I
it.
hear you. Okay, so let me see. Down payment's good, payment's good. 5 years is okay, but I try to get longer, so you only got two things to work on, price and
Right.
term here. Okay?
Right.
So let Barbara do that for you when you get to the house. How you gonna get him down on price?
Well, Scott's going to be the one that's going to talk to him. He's
Oh, that's
got a
right.
mentor.
Sorry, Scott's gonna be doing it. Okay, I know how he's gonna get him down on price.
Yeah, we're just going to,
Okay? You wanna hear me get him down on price?
Absolutely.
All right, Kevin, you're the buyer and I'm the seller. I'm sorry, I'm the buyer, you're the seller. All right?
Yeah.
So I'm at the house and I'm here. I'm saying, look, Kevin, we are very, very close here. Well, listen, I can get this thing closed next week if you like, and I'm okay with your February move-out date. Plus, I don't care if you leave furniture in it, whatever, when you leave, it's all right with me. And of course, you're not going to be paying any real estate commission. So I just got a couple things I need to discuss. and hopefully we can get this thing finalized. Number one, you're asking top retail price for the house, Kevin, and I'm sure you're aware of that, right?
Absolutely. It's worth it.
Okay. Okay, well, you got to give me a reason why I'd want to do all of this. So what is the least you could take for the house, man?
Well, I'm pretty firm on that price because looking around, the rest of the townhouses are, you know, quite a bit higher. But I do want to
So
move.
are you telling me if I don't pay you $460, you won't sell me the property?
Not saying that, Ron. I'm just saying I want you to pay me $460.
I know, yeah, and I'd rather pay you $260. So one of us not going to get what we want, are we?
That's true, exactly.
So
Preferably,
Kevin, work with me here. Kevin, we're this close, man. We're this close. So
Right.
cut me some slack here and give me. I got to have some kind of a discount so I can make a little money on this thing. You know, I'm actually making less than a realtor would make, Kevin.
That's
and I'm
true.
the one buying it and taking all the risk and making your payment and taking on responsibility of the unit and all that. So, you know, you come down. Give me a break. What's the least you could take?
$450.
Well, you're going in the right direction.
I was afraid of that.
But, you know, we need to go a little bit, lower than that. Listen, if you'll take 440, we got a deal.
$450.
And you can stay in the house.
And you can stay in the house till you're ready to move.
That's right.
Until February? Till February?
Sure.
Sure. I'll just write that in the agreement. You get out by the end of February.
Or March if you need to.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't tell them
Okay.
that. Okay. So, you won't get that out of somebody else buying it, will you? They're going to want to move in right away.
Yep, absolutely,
flexible.
especially down here.
All right. Okay. I just got one more thing I want to discuss with you, and that is, man, some people give me up to a 30-year term, and you said you wanted a 5. I haven't done one in less than 10 years since I can remember.
So we'll split the
10
difference,
years
go
worth.
750, 77 and a half, 7 years.
How about we split it and go 9.5?
We'll go 8. Let's go 8.
Oh, now we're at 8. Okay, you're a shrewd negotiator, man. I tell you what
Hey,
I do.
Mark.
You got a coin in your pocket there? You got a
I
coin?
do.
All right, here's what
Hey.
I'll do.
Flip it.
I got the coin when we're
call
going
it.
ahead.
All right, wait a minute. You call it. If you win, it's 8. If I win, it's 9.5.
Ah, fair enough. Fair enough.
And you're flipping,
I got
right?
you.
Can I trust you? Can I trust you?
No.
Let's do it. I want to see who won.
Go ahead and flip it and be honest with me now. All right. You don't have to do it, Kevin. We're just playing here.
Yeah, I wanted to see who won.
By the way, I lose every damn time on the flip. But I don't care. Let's sit there between 8 and 9.5. All right.
Exactly.
It's okay to have fun, though, isn't it?
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
So speaking of having fun, guys, one thing I noted is that this property is just on for rent on Zillow. It's not even for sale. And one of the things that he liked is, well, you know, you're going to be renting this. You don't really want to deal with toilets and tenants, do you? We're going to take over
Right.
all the maintenance.
Actually, no, you better be careful you don't talk too much.
Well, that was
are-
one of the things
you are-
that attracted him when we were negotiating because
No, that's not what I say at all. Look, I'm going to buy it. None of that's your issue
Exactly.
anymore. I'm going to own the property. It's all on me.
Exactly.
All on me. That's as
'Cause he
simple as
didn't-
that.
Exactly. So
I
he
don't
doesn't have to-
ever try to tell anybody what I'm going to do with a house.
Okay.
No,
Right.
but he's renting it. So we told him, I said, you don't really want to deal with toilets and tenants, do you? We're going to take care of it, everything.
We're going to
So
buy it.
it was
All right.
for rent.
So it's worth $480. So what are you going to put on the market for on lease purchase? Where's this thing at anyway? Indiana.
Downtown Indianapolis. What am I going to put on it?
Yeah. What price you going to put on it? Lease option?
$529.9.
It's worth $480.
Nah, I think it's worth more than that.
Yeah.
Hey.
Well, now wait. I'm only going by what you got on here. It's worth $480.
Oh. I was going to say, I got a master's course to pay for. I got to make some cash here, man.
Hey, Kevin.
Hey.
Pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered.
Hey,
I
I've never
know.
seen him give so many discounts as he did today.
That's a fact.
That is a fact.
All right,
Should
let's
I
go
have them for you
$4.90.
guys?
$499.9.
No. That I'll do. $499.9. Okay, I'll do that. By the way, you need to keep it below that 500 mark.
Yeah, right.
Because
Okay.
you kill a lot of searches if you don't.
Yeah. Yeah,
But,
that makes
that's
sense.
$50,000 down if it's a nickel.
Right.
So they owe you $450, and you owe out. You probably owe him about $440 or somewhere in that ballpark. So it's not in the back end; it's in the front end. And
Let's
what do
see
you
how
think you
good
can get for
Scott
rent?
is.
Huh? What do you think you can get for rent?
35,
I would
Okay.
37.
see. There's
Zillow's
a,
estimate's 35, 37.
how accurate do you
Pretty
find
good.
Zillow?
HOA.
Two-car garage.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
I don't even look at the Zillow's estimate because I don't care what it says. All
So
right?
you're thinking
Put this
35?
out on the market. We let tenant buyers tell us what they will take,
Absolutely.
and they don't know it, but they're bidding against each other.
Right.
So you got to be patient enough. You got to be patient enough to let the market speak, and that's why I don't want you to start making payments till about the third month after you buy it, which is
Gotcha.
what we do.
You do have a big HOA. It's well, not big, normal for that, but it's $375 a month.
$375 a month is not big for this price range
Right,
of a house.
exactly. It's normal.
Okay, all right. So anyway, all front end is yours. Look at that, $1,200 a month positive cash flow. And you're gonna get it back in because you're gonna get 10 years on this thing. And I'm just guessing here. Remember, your tenant buyer owes you $450, and that is fixed all the way through. But this puppy that you owe the seller keeps on going down and down. After 10 years, I bet you this thing's gonna be down to about $300,000
Yeah.
if you get that
Right.
low. And that's
Yeah.
one of your biggest
Okay.
paydays is in that debt pay down. People tend to forget about that.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
It just gets
All
forgotten.
right, sir. That's a
Yeah.
good one. Let's get on it. Let's get it done.
Okay.
And, all right.
Congratulations, Kevin.
Hey, thanks for the
Good
help,
job,
Barbara. I
Kevin.
appreciate it. I wouldn't have done it without you.
Well, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Do we want to go to Andrew next? Okay.
Hello, Ron.
Andrew, how are you today, sir?
I am fantastic, sir. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Did you get a deal on the live calls last night?
We got one we're following up with this afternoon. Daryl, the owner, was turned to likely okay with it, but he had to have his wife present before he would make the deal meeting. So,
all right.
So an almost.
Okay.
Now this one is by the way, you're going over Gold Club points. I have 4,922, Ron.
Okay, well, use them, man. Spend some money, do something. All right, now here's the problem with this one, so let's just get this out of the way real quick. This belongs to Brandon.
Yep.
Brandon Porter.
That's me.
Brandon, is that you?
That is me.
All right. Well, I'm reading down here, and obviously this is a problem. This thing went to the foreclosure sale today.
Yeah.
Did it?
So the seller was actually going to take care of that on his own before we even called him. He said he was.
But did he? You need to know if he brought the payments current or not.
He said he had
Because if he didn't-
He said he had $130,000 in the bank, and he was not going to let it sell. He was going to have it current prior to today. We spoke to him. What day we speak to him?
Saturday.
Yeah.
All right.
So
that means that you got to find out that it's still available, because if it went to the sale, he doesn't own it anymore.
Correct.
All right. And we are in Kentucky. Louisville, that's where you're
Yes.
at, isn't it now?
Yes, it is.
That's where Andrew is.
Yep.
Okay. Well,
So-
if you guys are in the same city and you get this deal done, then Brandon owes you a big fat steak dinner, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Yes, yes.
In
I
the
will
top
totally
of the
take you
Cape
to dinner.
Tower.
Okay.
So
That's a
things-
pricey dinner too.
Yes, it is. A couple of things, Ron, about this. So a lot of unique things here, a lot of opportunities for folks to learn on this one. There's $31,000 in HOA fees. The guy got accused of sexual assault and was in prison for about 3 years, hence why mortgage got behind. The HOA is trying to force him out of the community, hence why there's $31,000 in HOA fees tacked on. And
Now, wait a minute. Are those real HOA fees that they can prove that he owes?
most of it is hype, from what I understand. They
What does that mean?
Well, there's about $10,000 in HOA fees from the time he was gone to prison that are
what's the
legitimate. He claims that there was double charges, that there was fines for stuff that was not true. A lot of crap. Like I said, I think the HOA just wants him gone. And
Is
then
the HOA the one filing foreclosure?
Yes.
no. Go ahead.
So the first mortgage.
Well, the $10,000 foreclosure was from the HOA.
All right. So
That's
the
right.
HOA, how can that be? You just said it was 30,000.
The judgment was for $10,000. If you look at the notes on the bottom, the judgment that I found on our foreclosure website here in town was for $10,849.
And how old is that? How old is that, Brenda?
That I got that from the foreclosure website 3 weeks ago.
When did the judgment go on the record?
That I don't know.
Well, you see, they're going to be adding attorney's fees and all the crap that they can make up since that happened. So that doesn't necessarily mean that's what he owes. Okay. So where did you get the $30,000 number from?
That's what he said.
The seller stated it was $31,000 and change to take care of the HOA.
All right. And how far was he behind on the first? How many dollars?
$93,000.
Oh my God. Okay. Well then, if all of that is paid up, what does this guy owe?
He has an IRS lien for 120 something thousand.
Holy crap. Okay. So, all right. So wait a minute now.
Yeah.
What is the first mortgage amount? Do you know?
$450.
That's his first mortgage amount?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many dollars is it behind?
93.
Okay, so he's down 93,000. Wow. All right. And then he owes HOA 30,000 supposedly. Okay. And now you got a IRS lien for how much?
He says it's 120 something. He supposedly fill Ron in, Brandon, on what he said about his beautiful IRS lien.
He said that the IRS lien would like fall out of I forget exactly what the term he used, but basically most of that debt goes away after a year. I'm not sure exactly what.
That's not true. Okay, the IRS lien will go away 120 days after foreclosure, which he won't own the house anymore.
Right.
Okay. Now, good news is we can get the IRS to release this lien once you get the deed. And I've done it 22 times. You simply apply for a release of lien and they just remove it from the house. They don't remove it from him because they have no reason, because they're not going to foreclose on this house. There's nowhere near enough equity to make the IRS want this house. But the problem, I bet you guys that he did not bring this loan current and stop this foreclosure. So we might be wasting our breath here if that did not happen. So now, if that did happen, I wonder what the deal's going to look like. We can buy the house, leave the IRS lien on there. That doesn't bother me. We can buy it and leave the HOA lien on there. Okay? But somebody's got to make up this $93,000 here, or we're not buying the house. Because they're
He said if we would buy the house for $550, he would bring the 93 current. Isn't that what he said, Brandon?
Yes, that is what he said.
But if he brings the 93 current now, what is his balance? 450 or 450 minus 93?
I understood that included the 93. Is that what you understood,
That is
Brandon?
what I understood as well.
So he was hoping to bring the 93 to the deal and then later get about 200 back when we cash him out down the line.
So,
Yes.
so you're thinking that that would knock the loan down to about $357,000.
Yes. That's the impression that he gave us.
And then he still owes the 30, and he still owes the 125. Okay, I'm seeing if this adds up. That's 512.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
Yes.
Which probably is where he got his 550 number.
All right. Well, here's the cool thing, though. I don't want, if I buy this house, I will buy it and whatever it's worth. What's it worth? What's the R? $750? Really? Okay.
Yep. It is a beautiful house.
We'll give him $550. We got to make that is if he finances it, because it looks like he wants $100,000 down, doesn't he? Ooh.
That was to bring the 93 current. That has changed. He'll bring that current.
So you think maybe if we give him $550, he'll sell it with nothing down?
I think he would sell with very little down if almost nothing.
But you got to be careful. But I want it structured. I want nowhere in there that it says that I got to pay off the IRS lien. Okay. Because when it comes time to sell this thing, I want to get the lien removed from the property. And that puts $125,000 in your pocket, Brandon, instead of the IRS's.
I'm good with that.
Now,
and
if you do
his
a wrap,
partner's pocket, Ron, and his partner's pocket.
I see. If you do a wrap, though, see, that's got to be excluded from the wrap. So you probably want to make a deal with him. The IRS lien would be ahead of your wrap, but it is in third position, not in first position. So I'd want to structure this thing. You know what? It's just as easy to do the wrap and make a deal with him that if I get the IRS lien discounted or removed, I'm going to split the different profits with you. Now, if you just remove it from the property, he still owes $125. Period. So you ain't going to do any many favors. All right. But if you can get it discounted, and you might, then actually, if you can get it discounted, I just put a little note in there that if I get the IRS lien discounted, that his loan is going to reduce by that same amount. That makes sense, Andrew?
Absolutely.
Just a little paragraph, just a little line right in the note.
That's a money-making line. I like that.
Anyway, I love it when these things are all screwed up with liens on them.
Just so you know, Ron.
Yeah.
I just checked the our property lien website or the foreclosure website. It does have withdrawn.
Oh, it does?
Yes.
So he did bail it out.
So
he did bail it out. Okay, good. Now, as far as the HOA goes, I'm going to negotiate with them. If I have to, we'd sue them. You know,
now,
sue them. The whole thing is a settlement. Pay them about half of what they think they're owed.
Are you in mentoring yet, Brandon?
No, I'm actually talking to Thomas Payne, one of your guys, about getting into the program.
Well, crap. I thought you had a mentor. I thought you were his mentor. All right. You don't want to try to pull this one off without a mentor, Brandon.
No. That's definitely why I'm getting into the program.
Why don't you get in? Andrew, you got any room?
You have to ask Dolores.
I think you got a pretty good chunk of folks right now. Anyway, if I were you, I'd get in mentoring, sir, because it might cost you a ton of money here. Let's find out how much. Despite all of this, you're going to be buying it for $550, right?
Yes.
Give or take? Okay. But you say it's worth $750. Where'd that number come from?
That is comps I did in the area, actually using what I learned at the Quick Start Real Estate School.
Do you trust those comps?
Yes. Actually, one of the comps was right down the street, sold for $750.
Okay. Same size house?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it was slightly larger, but
does this house need any repairs?
He says it does not. We actually have an appointment to see it on Saturday at 11 a.m.
All right. Well, that's good.
Yep.
So you need a mentor before you go into this house, though, sir. That mentor needs to be on the phone with you. I don't even know if we can get you one by Saturday.
If he signs up, Ron, and you just confirm it with me, I'll be happy to make myself available for the deal meeting.
Okay. All right.
This is an exciting
Today's
area.
Thursday. Yeah, it's right in your city too. I mean, you're the obvious mentor for him, so we can make that work, Brandon.
All right.
Okay. So anyway, I got to get going here. You're going to lease option this thing. You say it's worth $750. You can probably get about $769.9 out of it easy enough, can't you?
Sure, we
If
could.
it's in good shape. All right, man. That is a $100,000 non-refundable option deposit, whether you know it or not. On a grant.
Yeah, I was thinking at least that much.
Okay, so that means that they owe you $670. You only owe him $550 if you get it with nothing down.
Check out that payment, Ron.
Look, 120,000 on the back end, less debt reduction, and 100 on the front end. Yep, I think he needs a partner, don't you?
150%.
Yep. Payment is what? I can't read it.
2640.
2640.
There's two mortgages. Yep. 2172 and 470.
What's the association dues?
Let's see.
I don't remember that answer, Ron.
Yeah, we asked him, and I can't remember the answer either.
Well, you got to factor that in.
I want to say it's 2 something a month, but I wouldn't promise that.
And Zillow says it's worth $4,000 a month rent.
Yes.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay, you think that's it's worth at least that. Okay, it's worth at least that, I'm sure. $760,000 house. So let's just put 4,000. Okay, so that's $1,360 a month that you don't deserve or earn, Brandon.
Well, if I don't deserve it, I guess I should take it anyway.
Yeah, okay. You can take it before the committee as to whether you want to keep it or not. Okay. Well, that's a good deal, man. I mean, this is a really good deal. At least it looks like it. So here the cool part about it is when you get ready to pay him off this $550, you're going to discount the crap out of all that crap underneath anyway. And frankly, the minute I take title to it, I'm going to go dispute those HOA fees, and I'm going to have him join me in on the lawsuit if I can't make a deal with him and get that out of here. Cut them down to at least half what they think they're owed, and then if we get, if he's got this thing down to $357,000, that's a big gap between that and the $550 I owe him. So there's going to be a big discount here as well. So this thing has just got money easing out of it. All right. Well, you know what to do. You better get on the phone right now if you want him. It's 10-4 right now. Okay.
Good job, Brandon.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Is that the only one you got, Andrew?
Is that all we got? I'm not for sure. I know we got a couple others, but I don't know if they're in the queue for today or not.
I don't see them.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow, Ron.
Okay. Well, you just made a great case there why you better have a mentor. That deal would never be pulled off without one.
That's a huge
complicated deal.
right there for sure. That's
Absolutely.
exciting.
Yeah. Will you make sure Brandon knows that it will not work without a partner? Will you?
I will make sure.
Okay.
You got it, sir. Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Okay, so do we have our Wolves on here? Oh, this is Ann Brandel.
Hi, Ron.
Hey. Hey. Welcome back.
How's
Hey, there's
it
Ann.
going?
And,
How are you, sir?
and we're working on a
It's
house.
my baby
no
deal.
kidding. Okay.
Hey, Ron.
Ann is in
before
our commercial mastermind group, and Ann and I already own 2 properties, and we got another one under contract, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Too bad they're in Indiana.
Hey,
All right.
Hey, Ron, before we talk about that,
Yeah.
I just want to show you. This morning, you were talking to Andrea Warkington. That was the Canadian A, and we actually have a whole manual here of her testimonials when we were mentoring that
No kidding.
girl. It
Yeah,
is crazy. She actually had 17 meeting us in October 2009, signed up for the mentoring program with Ron LeGrand and the Wolves. 17 houses she bought, 16 AFS, agreement for sales, and 1 with private money. And she sent me a testimonial check, me and Brian, deal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, they
No
just
kidding.
kept coming. It's actually a whole manual. That's her.
That's a bit. That's
She's
her
still
right
out there doing it.
And she's
Yeah.
still out there
Yeah.
doing it. So it works in
Okay.
Canada.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, that's when we.
That's cool.
Yeah,
We're proud of
All
her.
right. Yeah.
We're
You guys
proud of
were at
Ann,
that
too.
2008.
yes,
Oh, it was
You
crazy.
guys were at that 2008 boot camp, weren't you?
Yes.
we were at
Yeah.
both of
right.
all the Canada stuff.
Okay.
and we had a lot of
Well, I'm running
Canada
out of time here,
mentorings,
guys.
too.
So let's get on Ann's deal.
All right.
What's the ARV?
Okay, Action Ann. So the ARV is
130?
$130,000.
Asking 95. Free and
Asking
clear.
95, yep.
Needs no repairs. It is vacant. 5-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,700 square feet, 2-car garage. It's a single-family house, no association dues, and the terms are.
Well, we tried for the nothing down. We sure did. As of right now, they want $5,000 down. Some moving money.
Okay. And then they want $1,000 a month.
$1,000 a month,
then-
and
their term is flexible,
yes,
right?
this is a good one.
So, Ann, do you want this?
I did some research on this, Ron. The guy newly renovated it.
Absolutely.
It's 5 bedrooms. It's on a good street. It looks like maybe it's worth maybe even more than 130, depending on what you're looking at. But there was a comp down the street that sold for 165, and it's right on the same street. So there is some value
good to
here
know.
for sure. The
So
comp
it's
was a little
130
bit
to
bigger.
165.
Now
How
in
much
Zillow it says it's 2,024 square feet. So that we have
Wow.
another I don't know. It says here 1,728 square feet, but Zillow says 2,024 square feet. I got
It's
pictures.
got a
from
tenant
that.
for 1,200. It's got a tenant for
Yes.
1,200.
Yes.
And do you think that's what you're going to get, or do you think you can get more? Or what?
I think I
Hear
can
me?
get more than
Yeah.
1,200.
All right.
Can you hear me?
So anyway,
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yeah,
We
can you
got
hear
room
me?
to negotiate that. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
more than 12.
I think we got a delay here,
Yes.
though. All right, so I'd work on that price a little, and I would definitely work on that down some. I don't mind giving them some money, but and honestly, that $1,000 payment's pushing the top. So I'd work on all 3 of these things if I were you, and they're probably going to take it. So same old, you're going to put it on the market on the lease option, right? After you determine
Yes.
what the real value is? Let's say
Correct.
the real value is 160, you're going to get 179.9 for it, aren't you?
Of course.
Aren't you? What gives you the nerve
Yes,
to raise
sir.
the price of that house so much?
Ron LeGrand said I could.
Okay, that's good enough. Okay, so how much down payment you think you can get?
That's a tough area for down payment. So, I mean, I'd be happy with 30.
15,000, Ann. You're going to be happy with
Oh, that's
less.
perfect.
All right.
All right.
And of course, you never know, you might get more. So that's 165 they owe you. And if you have to give them 5 down, then that's 90 you owe them, unless you get the price down. So you got a nice back end. Got a nice back end.
Yes.
However, if you give them 5, you're only getting 10 out of the front, which is okay. And then if you're paying out 1,000, you think you can get that up to 1,500 a month?
Yes.
Lease option tenant buyers pay more. All right. So that's $500 a month cash flow. It ain't going to make you rich, Ann, but it sure ain't going to make you any poor. It's a decent deal.
Yeah.
Okay. Just set it and forget it, and forget about it. And the next thing you know,
Amen.
this $90,000 is paid way down. All right. And were you on here when the Wolves bragged about that
Amen.
$160,000 check they get, mostly from debt pay down? Huh?
165.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm glad you're making
Yes, I
money.
did.
So
Yes,
maybe
I
you can
was.
Go get some.
Yeah.
All right.
And
All right.
and this
Hey, and another thing on this, Ron, on Ownerly, they've got a really high price on it. They're saying 152 for collateral analytics. That's one thing to check out. Ownerly is kind of a nice site, guys. Most of you are using Dreams a lot, and Dreams is
Dreams
awesome.
is the best.
But sometimes Trulia and Zillow has this really cool map that I like. So there's some other features that other things have, but Dreams is the number one. So I think there's
Well,
some real residual value in this, and the guy is
I'm not sure I believe that. I'm not sure I care because honestly, I don't trust anything on Ownerly. They're too far apart.
need dreams.
yeah.
It just screws up. All right, come on. Who's next here? I got to
Ron,
go.
this last one was
Thank
a
you,
video
Ann.
text.
Hey, Ann.
Wait,
Thank
this
We
was
love
a-
Action Ann. We've worked with Ann for so
This-
long,
this
guys,
is a
and
video
she's
text.
done, in the double digits of deals, and so she's done awesome. And I actually made that phone call to that commercial agent on that commercial deal, the very first
Yes.
commercial deal. That's
Yes,
right.
yes,
So,
indeed. Stay
Yeah, so
plugged
it's
into
great
the
to-
system.
Great to
Ann,
see you, Ann.
Well, I got you. You need to go get on Tim Brust, man. I don't even think he's got that property listed yet in the front.
He doesn't, and I texted him again this morning. He's promising me a call tomorrow.
Hey, he better get on the ball because he's this close to getting whacked. All right.
I hear you.
Thank you, man.
Awesome.
Thank you.
See you soon, Ann.
Bye, Ann.
Okay,
She's
I
got two.
Do we
Oh,
have
she's
Gino
got
on here
two?
now?
Oh, yeah.
No, you got two more
Wait,
here.
Ann has two?
Ann
No,
has two.
no, Ann
Oh, wait.
does not have two. Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right, who we got on here now?
Ann has another one.
Gina?
Gino.
Gino?
Gino.
Okay. Gino and who?
Giovanna.
They're brother sister from Arizona.
Okay, all right. Oh, they're out there where you're at.
Yes.
All right.
Hi.
Well, look at that. Wow, we got a $2.5 million ARV and a 2.1 asking, right?
Yes. And they're
Free and clear.
flexible. Flexible on the
All right.
2.1, Ron.
Okay.
All right,
And it's
you want to?
vacant,
Yeah.
and there's no repairs. 4-bedroom, 4-bath, 7,100 square feet. And it is a house. And I don't see any association dues. And what is this? Is that 6.9 acres?
Yeah,
that's
almost 7 acres.
Yeah.
Wow, that's nice.
I got some pictures of this, Ron.
All right. Well, let's go over to terms first. Guy wants 100 grand down, huh?
As of right now, we just said that was
Okay.
in the range, Ron. Money is not his motivation. I got to tell you one really quick thing about the terms here, Ron. One of the first things the seller said to me when we got on the call was that he does not want cash. He wants to do owner financing. Do not give
No
me
kidding.
a cash offer.
No kidding.
Right?
In my experience,
That's
people
correct.
that have $2.5 million houses don't need the cash.
Exactly.
All right. So he wants $6,000 a month, and he'll do 10 years.
Yep.
Man, okay, I like this deal already.
The
And,
furniture is included as well, Ron. So it could
No
be a
kidding.
vacation rental, Airbnb
Oh, man,
type property.
I don't know if I could stand making this a vacation rental and giving it a humongous front-end deposit, Brian.
Yeah.
It's going to be a huge deposit, huge. All right. So you got an appointment?
Yes. We're
When?
going to go see him Sunday after church. We didn't firm up the time yet. I had a
Are
question
you-
for you on that.
Are you their mentors?
Yes.
Okay.
correct.
Well, that's good because you're right there. You should
Yeah.
be. All right. So you're going to work
Do you want
on
to see the
down?
pictures? You want
Yeah,
to see
in a
the
minute.
pictures, Ron?
Relax.
Okay.
In a minute.
All right. I just didn't want you to forget.
So you're going to work on the down payment. Frankly, his monthly payment is very reasonable for a $2.5 million house if it includes taxes and insurance.
Yes.
And 10 years is okay. Wouldn't hurt to mention it. Like to have a little longer. All right. But you're not going to be in this house that long anyway. All right. Show me the pictures.
Okay. This is the gate. It's got a big, it's a huge house on a long driveway.
Is that
And it's-
pavers I saw on the driveway?
It's up on a hill there.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, really nice inside. Look at that.
Very nice. Yeah. Well, it should be for that price.
That's right.
Okay. All right. So what
So,
kind
Ron-
of area is this, Brian?
It sits on the National Forest. 5 acres is on the National Forest.
Look at that
So
patio.
it-
That's a porch.
Wow. So it is in a very nice upper scale neighborhood, right?
Absolutely.
Oh, yes.
Well, now here's the other thing. It's not around other houses that are similar to this. And
Yeah.
this is where, you can tell a lot by looking at the map. There's a lot of pictures of this, guys. I could go forever on this.
I don't
but
wanna
look
go
at this
forever. I
now.
can't.
When I go on the map here, you can look and you can hit this lot lines view, which is the third one over. Now, look, it says 2.1 there, and you can see where the lot line is. It's a really big
Huge.
7-acre lot. The house is really big on the front there. And then
Yeah.
over here, it's by these neighborhoods. These houses are expensive. They're, not approaching what
Okay.
this guy's asking for, because this is a different
All right,
kind of
so
house.
He's got a very unique property on a lot of
Yes.
land.
Yes.
Which, when I'm thinking about it, would make a great Airbnb.
Yeah.
But again, you got to give up that big front end. I don't have any idea what that thing would go for per night. But you can go on
Yeah.
Airbnb.com and see if you can find something even similar to it. I mean, that thing probably go for $1,000 a night, don't you think?
Yeah, it's near this golf course over here too.
Even
and so
better.
really nice area.
But I'm thinking about the park where people can go hiking and things like that.
Oh yeah,
I
it's
love
right
it.
on the national park.
Can they camp in that park?
The National Forest, yeah, there's
Oh, yeah.
camping.
Yeah. So anyway, I love the
Yeah,
house.
great. Yes.
And so well, let's get these terms right. And then what are we going to do with it? Well, the answer is we got to treat it as if you're going to put a single tenant buyer in it. So let's treat it that way. You think it's
Right.
worth 2.5 million,
Yes.
right? Give me my screen back. So
It's one of those ones that's hard to comp, Ron, because there isn't a lot like that. But
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I hear you. So Gino, what do we do with a house where we can't determine the value by comps?
What do we do with it? Well,
Yeah. How do we figure out what it's worth?
we pull the comps. We go on either.
We couldn't find the comps.
We couldn't find a comp.
Well, then we expand. Yeah, similar square footage. So we have to expand our range within 1 mile, and we have to go out further. No.
Not on this price house, sir.
Well, this is
What you gonna
the
do?
first one for us, so you
Well,
tell
then
us.
let's do it right. Fortunately, you got these two working for you.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yes.
And then when you want a partner, they're going to bring it to me. So you got all of it working for you. Okay.
Right.
Now listen, here's what you do. You're going to put it under contract, and then you're going to get it appraised. And then we'll know where we're at. Let the appraiser do all that work. For,
Okay.
it probably costs $1,000 to appraise this thing, so who cares? Now we'll know where we're at. And so if it appraises for what we think, great, but if it doesn't, we're going to have to go back and reduce the price some from the seller. So, Brian, Lynette, I think you need to get this down to about 1.9 right away,
Yeah.
and then see what you can do about that down payment. And honestly, the rest of it, I'm okay with. And remember, we put it under contract, we're at no risk, guys. Okay, we've got time to close it, and we go do our due diligence, we find out the real facts, and then we close on it accordingly. And good thing about it is we don't have to go to no bank to raise money and all that crap. It's going to be a down payment, owner financing. And the Wolves are going to put up the down payment, so you don't need to worry about it.
Yep.
All right. But look at the back end on this thing. Holy moly. You can lease option it out, but if you can get this thing for 1.9 and it truly is worth 2.5, I'd put this sucker on the market and let a realtor sell it and get the cash and run. If it was me.
Yep.
That's one option. All right. But you can also put it on the market for a lease purchase for $1 million or $2,599,000, which is exactly what you had in mind, wasn't it?
Yes, of course.
Okay. And I'm telling no way I give anybody the keys with less than $500,000 down.
That's right.
Actually, that's 20%. No, not that much. 250,000 down.
Even there.
Wait,
They
I was
need
getting excited.
20%. They need 20% to go to the bank. But you'd be okay with 250, wouldn't you?
It'll do.
Even if you have to give them 100? That still works, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You got 6,000 going out. I'm telling you right now, a payment's going to be a lot higher than that if they go to the bank and get a loan.
Right.
Because that's PITI.
That's correct.
So this kind of house ought to get at least 10 grand a month, don't you think, Brian?
Oh, maybe 89.99.
All right.
Nice.
Well, my wild guess is as good as your wild guess. So
Yeah.
anyway,
All right.
it's several $1,000s a month positive cash flow. Guys, this is the kind of deals where you need to focus on right here. You don't need to do but one of these a month.
Right.
Correct.
While Ann is out here messing around with this thing, okay, you're going to be getting more down than her house is worth. So the more dollars you waller in, the more stick to you. Sorry, Ann. Okay.
No.
We're proud of these guys. They just signed up for the mentoring
Perfect.
program, and they are doing
All right.
spectacular.
Great job,
I want to
guys.
hear how this deal works now. I want to
Yes.
see this deal work. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, well, I got to let you guys go. I got one
Thank
more I
you,
got to
guys.
get done here.
Thanks, Wolf.
We
Thank
have
you.
a great team, that's why.
Perfect.
Awesome.
That's right.
All right.
All right, I got Joey Morales here. We got him?
Joey.
Hey, Joey. All right.
Here you
Hello.
are.
Very
Joey.
quickly, you're in Apollo.
How you
Building.
doing?
It's not very far from me. They're asking $385. It's worth $450. I like that. Where
Yep.
did the $450 come from?
Brian did the comps.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, Ron,
And
this was a no. This was a no. Turn to yes.
Yeah, okay, that's good. And they want $2,000 a month, PITI, which ain't bad on a $500,000 house. But it's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,570 square foot house. It is vacant. I don't know if it needs any work or not because it doesn't say.
No, it doesn't need any work.
Yeah.
Okay, but down here it says it's on the water, and it's got a dock that needs some work. Have you seen the house?
Yeah, you want to see
You
the
want to
pictures?
see the pictures?
Yeah, show me the pictures.
That's the front.
It's got
It's a-
pavers, Ron.
It's a corner
The
unit.
driveway.
Look
Yeah.
at that driveway. I love it.
Yay!
Okay,
Yeah.
and
So it's nice inside. Yeah.
you sure that's 1,500 square feet? That looks a lot bigger than that. That has got to be bigger than 1,500 square feet.
It says 1546.
I don't care what it says.
It looks very nice.
You need to have that checked out.
Okay.
Okay, can you show me
All
the
right.
water?
Yeah, I'm getting to the view. Hopefully that's the unit.
The terms are nothing down, and we're covering their payment, $2,000 a month.
Okay. So
And
you
they're
then
fle-
gotta, all right, so you just
Yeah,
gotta
they're
negotiate
flexible.
maybe a lower price
Yep.
and maybe a good long term, and you got it.
Yeah.
All right? So you know what to do with it, don't you, Joey?
I am
We
following
have
directions.
Okay, they're your mentor?
Yes.
Yes, they are.
Well, let's do $459.9 and $50,000 down. So they owe you $410, and you owe out $385, assuming you don't get a discount.
But
Nothing
they're
wrong with this
flexible.
deal.
Yep.
Yeah, you're going to get them down. So you keep all the 50, and you got 2,000 going out, and this thing will probably do what? 3,500 a month?
I'd say 3,500, Ron.
Okay, somewhere along in there. That could be $1,500 a month, 50 up front, and decent back end as well. Perfect deal.
Wow.
Now this is one you could even do an Airbnb if you wanted to, if it's on the water like that. Apollo Beach is a nice place. It's up to you. You get it under contract,
Yeah.
and we'll worry about that.
I
And then
wanna
you can
break-
do some research on what it would rent for on Airbnb.
I just want to
Okay.
brag about Joey because he's from the Quick Start and just started the mentoring, and he does everything we tell him to do. He is
Really?
incredible. We give him an order, he does it to the T. He follows up, even though he has a job, a job. I don't know how he does it, but he is like turning in the most leads. He went to 2 deal meetings this past weekend. And he did phenomenal at the deal meetings.
Yep.
Just great at building rapport.
Very
He
nice.
walked through the house, and then we sat down and did a video conference. So we're proud of you, Joey. You really
Yes.
are. You have the right heart, the right mindset. You know how that guy was talking about mindset on the first day. You have the right mindset.
They
Yes,
must like you,
definitely.
Joey. Okay. By the way, Joey, just so you know, you do
Yes.
not have to dress like them to make money.
No. You don't have to match.
All right, okay, thank you. Guys, I gotta go. I gotta get a land trust in here today, and then I gotta come back.
Well,
to work
Joey's
tomorrow.
already thinking about getting an acquisitionist. We're going to be back tomorrow morning. First thing, guys,
Okay,
and
yep.
this is a crucial part of your business because,
right.
like Mr. Medley yesterday, everybody he talks about, everybody who was in his group doing those big numbers, they started
all
by
have
getting their first acquisitionist. That's where you take that next big level up. So if you're thinking about that, and some people get an acquisitionist right away, right when they get going. So we're going to talk all about that tomorrow morning. Don't miss that.
All right, thank you all. Thank you, Joey.
Thank you, Ron.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
All right, Big John, put up my land trust. Get going right now because we got a break at 5. All right. I never, ever stop getting questions on land trust. So guys, I'm going to go through this, and I hope I'm going to answer all of your questions, but if I don't, you can put them up after we come back. Don't put them up now, because I won't be able to answer them until after we come back when we take that 5 o'clock break. Take a 5-minute break, coming back and taking all your questions on anything left over from Bob Bloom, anything left over from land trust, or anything else for that matter. All right, why land trust? What are they? Well, a land trust is just simply an entity to own a house in, and that's it. It's just an entity. The entity will have no bank account. It's not like an LLC, and there's only 2 parts to it. There's a deed and there's an agreement. And so why do you need one? There's actually a bunch of reasons, but here's 4 good ones. Number 1, you get privacy. The land trust, the trustee is on public record as the owner of the trust. Therefore, your name isn't. Therefore, you have total privacy. You need something, Nick? Huh? Oh, I can take that out? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Okay. You also have lien protection. If your house is in a trust, a lien against you cannot attach to a house you don't own, and you don't own the house, the trust owns the house. You just own the trust. So you have lien attachment protection. And also ease of transfer. If your house is in a land trust and you want to sell that house to another investor or somebody who understands this land trust thing, all you have to do is assign them the beneficial interest of your trust, and they own the trust that owns the house. Nothing changes downtown. There are no closing costs. Nobody even knows this took place except you and your CPA when you turn in your taxes. You do have to report it because it is a legitimate sale, but it's all internal. Nothing changes downtown. And also, trusts don't die, people die. If you own a property in a land trust and one of them in there dies, it's not going to be any probate. Whoever's left as beneficiaries just take on over and keep doing their thing. So those 4 reasons right there are the big ones. So do you need an attorney? Well, I don't know. Let's see. Here's the deed. It's 2 pages. And if you look at the top, it calls for the trustee and it calls for the beneficiary and the trust number and the address of the house and the date and the county, and that's it. You look at and the legal description. You look at the 2nd page, it calls for a signature. It calls for a signature of the person granting the trust, which is the seller. If you're that seller, it's your signature granting it to your trust. If you're buying the property from another person, it's that seller's signature granting it to your land trust. And it's got to be notarized because it's got to be recorded. The deed must be recorded. Then there's the trust agreement. You'll find this on your Go Club site, clearly labeled. And this is the agreement that lays out the terms of the trust. Now, come back a minute. Nowhere on this deed will you find the beneficial interest of the trust. It's not on there. That's why you have total privacy. The only place you're going to find the beneficial interest is on the trust agreement itself. Now look at the top. Got the beneficiary, got the trustee, you got the county, and you got the address of the property. So let's see how complicated this is. Let's see. No blanks, no blanks, no blanks, no blanks. Uh-oh, blank. This is where we got to fill in who the beneficiary is and who the trustee is. Do not have to have it notarized. And here's where we have to identify, no notary needed, we have to identify what percentage the trustee owns and what percentage the beneficiary owns. And that is it. Okay, you just filled out the trust agreement on literally 90 seconds. You fill this thing out and you stick it in your filing cabinet. You never record the trust agreement. You only record the deed. So nobody knows who the beneficial interest is. Now, probably should do a little bit of more training on how to own this trust before you go putting husband 50 and wife 50 on this thing, because that is dangerous. You get attacked, and that's you very well may lose one or both of those interests in that trust. If you remember, I have LLCs on the trust, and then I have undivided interest owning the LLC. But the trust is just the first layer. And if you put a property in a trust, it is not insulated from lawsuits, and it's not insulated from them taking it away unless it is owned by entities they can't take it away from. And I hope you got that. It's on your Go Club site. And there's lessons on there. Go up to the search box, put land trust. Oh my God, there's going to more than come down than you want to deal with. Remember, the deed must be recorded. And when you put a property into a trust, there's no transfer tax. In Florida, it's $20 to go record that deed into that trust. Transfer tax is $7 a thousand, but there isn't, because you're putting your property into a trust for estate planning purposes. Now, if you buy this property from the seller, I promise you the attorney's going to want transfer tax, because that's rightfully so. They're not putting the property into a trust for themselves. They're deeding it to your trust. So transfer tax is applicable. But if you want to put a house into a trust, you don't have to worry about that transfer tax, which is pretty big in some states. Okay, should your home be in one? The answer is, in my opinion, absolutely yes. Now look, in some states, at least Florida and Texas and a couple other I know of, your home is sacred. They can't get it, but in a lot of states they can get it, okay, if they want to come after you. Okay, I'm going to say, I don't care what state you're in, your home should be in a land trust. And now, come back to who owns that land trust. And by the way, your LLC should not own the land trust that owns your home. You might be inadvertently creating a tax problem. However, it'd be really nice if a a limited partnership owned the trust that owned the house. And now you've got that protection that Bob was talking about. In any state, by the way, limited partnerships are federal. All right, so homestead exemption, like in Florida and Texas, you will still get it. You put your house in. My house has been into a land trust since I bought it in 2002, and all my houses prior to that were in land trust. I've been getting homestead exemption every single year since I bought the houses. You simply put right on the deed that the beneficial interest of this trust resides in the property as their principal residence. And it shouldn't even bother you. You have every right to put your house into a trust, and you need no one's permission, period. No one can stop you from doing it, not even the bank. The bank cannot call a loan due because you put your house into a trust. There happens to be a federal law prohibiting them from doing that. It's called the Garn-St. Germain Federal Depository Institution Act of 1982. It says right in there, this is the one that gave the teeth to the due on sale clause, but it also has exclusions, and one of those, if you put your house into a trust for estate planning purposes. You might want to take time to look that up sometime and see those exclusions. Also in there, if you deed your house to a family member, bank can't call the loan due. If you own a second mortgage on a house and you have to foreclose on it, they can't call the loan due. All these things are in that law. So you don't need to worry about the bank. You don't need their permission. They're not going to call it due. I've seen letters from them stating Garn-St. Germain. You don't need to worry about any bank calling a loan due. You don't need anybody's permission to put your house into a trust, period. Well, what if you want to get a bank loan on a house? Well, they're not going to give you a loan as long as it's in the trust. So if you're going to put a bank loan on it to buy it and violate everything I teach you, then you're going to have to take title in your name, get a loan on it, but then you can put it in a trust. If you already own it and you want to refinance it, you're going to have to take it out of the trust, put it in your name, and then put it back in the trust same day you close if you want to. Best thing to do is don't get a loan on it, and then you don't have to worry about that. There's no tax return. There is no federal ID number. There is no bank account, and there's no annual fee for a trust, for this grantor revocable trust, which is how you should refer to it. Grantor revocable trust. Your attorney will understand that part. You may not understand the word land trust, okay? There's no tax return because wherever the money's flowing in and out of, probably the LLC, that's where the property is going to be reported. So there's no tax. It's a see-through entity as far as the IRS is concerned. So there's no any kind of a filing that has to be filed for the land trust. And there's no ID number because you don't need an EIN number because you don't have a bank account. And there's no annual fee because the state don't even know this thing exists. So big advantages right there of a land trust. Again, whoever the money flows to is the entity that will pay the taxes for a house that's owned in a land trust. A land trust has no tax consequences whatsoever. None, zero. Okay, who's going to be the trustee? Well, it depends on what state you live in. In many states, Your LLC can be the trustee. Florida's one of them, and there are a bunch of them. And all my land trusts have one of my LLCs as the trustee. I find that when I need that trustee, they're pretty easy to find if it's one of my LLCs, since I am the manager of those LLCs. Now, in some states, it has to be an individual. All right, if it's an individual, it should be somebody that, of course, you know, but I would not put anybody as trustee with your last name, and then it won't pop up if somebody does a search of your name. I mean, that's not that big of a mandatory thing, but frankly, anybody, let's say you are, if you put your property into a trust, I don't know, your brother or a sister or your relative or your friend or your employee or whatever, because the trustee doesn't do a darn thing except sign the deed when you're ready to sell the house. That's all the trustee does. So you're just going to have to pick someone. Now, that someone could sign the deed when you're not aware of it, but honestly, there ain't no title company let that go through, because when you sell this house, they're going to want a copy of the trust to verify that the beneficiary gave the trustee permission to sell the house. And you can fire the trustee anytime you want. With one piece of paper, it's on your Gold Club site, and it's called Appointment of Successor Trustee, period. So you're not at any risk, you're not losing control. Now, who's the beneficiary? Again, we've talked about that. And you better get some legal help on that, because that's going to rely solely on, are you married and what state you live in. All right? I'm in a tenants by the entirety state. So in my case, I'll say it again, the land trust is owned by an LLC. The LLC is owned by my wife and I, tenants by the entirety, or a family or a limited partnership. Okay? It's really that simple. If you just get those simple steps right there, boy, that save you a lot of grief if somebody wants to come after you. Now, your home, remember, I don't want any LLC involved in your home whatsoever. So the simplest answer is have a family limited partnership be the beneficial interest of the land trust that owns your home. Please let Bob take care of that for you, because he knows how to do this stuff. And I just had him do an LLC for me, and I'm telling you, I was impressed with the package that I got on that LLC. I, like you probably, have formed a bunch of them on our own by going to the state and fill in the site. But that's scary if you ever get attacked, because you have no idea what is in that operating agreement that the other side can use to come right on through. All right, can I take title in an LLC instead? Well, of course you can. But every LLC requires an annual fee, it requires a tax return, and it's very easy to find who the owners are of the LLC, and it needs a federal ID number. Okay? Land trusts need none of those things. So why would I want to take title to a property in an LLC and have a whole bunch of LLCs and a whole bunch of tax returns and a whole bunch of annual fees when I can take title into land trust and have none of that crap and get the exact same protection that I get out of an LLC? So that's confusing to some people. It's confusing to some attorneys. Owning the land trust alone is not much legal protection. But when the land trust is owned by the LLC, that's a lot more legal protection. And when the LLC is owned by a limited partnership, that's even more legal protection. So attorneys are going to tell you land trusts have no legal protection. Well, they're misunderstanding the use of the land trust. Well, in a way, they're right. If somebody finds out you own a land trust, they can come get your land trust from you if they got a judgment against you. If you take title of several properties into one LLC, anything happening to one happens to all of them. Okay, I got 10 houses, and they're all titled on public record, all to one LLC. Smoke alarm don't go off, 2 children die in a fire on one of them. Huge lawsuit, promise you a judgment way more than your insurance will ever cover. What's the judgment against? It's against the LLC that owns the house, that also owns 9 other houses. At least it used to, until the judgment attaches to it and they take away all 10 of them. Never put all your eggs in one basket. Never. One egg, one basket. One egg, one basket. And in a land trust, you only have one house in one trust. One house in one trust. Unlike some of your attorneys will advise you, multiple houses in one LLC, or even worse, one house in one LLC, which is incredibly ridiculous as far as I'm concerned. I'll come back to that. But my attorney says it won't work here. Well, either you ask the attorney the wrong question, or your attorney has not done enough work understanding this grantor revocable stuff, because it works in all 50 states. That's probably even includes the one you live in. Just got a question yesterday, I think. Somebody in Pennsylvania told one of our students they won't work there. Well, you better ask the thousands of people in Pennsylvania that are using them, because that is absolute baloney. They do work there. They work in all 50 states, okay? And the only real problem with a land trust, the only downside is ignorance. Ignorance on the people that you're going to be talking to who persuade you that it won't be used here. Now, there's a lot of states that don't have a statute on these grantor revocable trusts, so there's a lot of attorneys that say, I don't see any statute on it, so it won't work here. Not true. It does work there. Well, Ron, what if I put my house into a trust and somebody convinces me I've done something evil? Well, if you put it into a trust, you can deed it right back out of the trust back to you anytime you want. Go fill out the deed from the trustee to you, you own the house again. You own the house again. There's no irreversible, this is not an irrevocable trust, this is a revocable trust. So there's nothing that you can't undo if somebody convinces you you shouldn't have done it. All right, my attorney told me to deed my properties to my living trust. Really? Well, let's see. What's in your living trust? Answer, everything you own. Everything you own will be in your living trust. So, if my living trust is on public record as the owner of all this stuff, and any one thing has a problem that causes a big judgment, you got it. Everything in your living trust is gone. That means everything you own is gone, because you put more than one egg in one basket. Estate planning attorneys might say, put it in the living trust. Okay, I put it in the living trust, but I won't deed it to the living trust. I do not want the living trust on public record owning anything, and the same thing is true for your IRA. Never, ever put your IRA on public record as the owner of a property or anything else. Same problem. Anything happens to that property, they're going to get a judgment against the owner, which is your IRA. There goes your IRA. And you know, your IRA is sacred unless somebody gets a judgment against your IRA. And of course, it's not sacred from the IRS either. So that would be a really foolish mistake, is making your IRA the owner of anything on public record. Now remember, my IRA is going to own an LLC. That's just between me and me and me. LLC is going to own land trust, but the land trust is on public record, not the IRA. See, I think that's the third time I've said it, one egg in one basket. You might want to get that in your head. One egg, one basket. Don't let anybody talk you out of doing it differently. Okay, so how should you own these entities? We'll discuss that briefly. Again, I told you, LLC probably should own land trust. But if you don't have an LLC and you don't want one, your limited partnership can own it just as easily and have just as good a protection. My land trusts are owned by LLCs. LLCs are owned by Beverly and I tenants by the entirety or family limited partnership. Gosh, you know, guys, if you just write all that down, you're probably way ahead of where your attorney is going to guide you anyway. Just draw yourself a chart. Land trust, down to LLC, down to family limited partnership. Let Bob do this for you, please. We don't get anything out of it. Let Bob do it for you. All right, so the answer to that is the key to not losing everything. Never solo. You never want an LLC owned by one person, because I can tell you from experience, they'll come take that bank account right out of that LLC, and if they want, they'll own the LLC. Never solo LLC. Always more than one owner. And Bob told you, all right, look, tenants by the entirety, these are the states that have tenants by the entirety on the top for anything, and the bottom is for real estate only. Okay, Florida happens to be a TBE state. Many aren't. So if you're not married and you don't fall into that category, then you're probably going to move to a family limited partnership, even if that family is you and your LLC. Remember what Bob told you. You don't even have to have family in this thing. Your LLC can be the general partner and you can be the limited partner. And then you have that protection. However, if you have children, this is a really good time to put them in the limited partnership. They don't have to own much. I mean, 0.5%. And now you even got more people in the limited partnership. And of course, that applies to, it applies to your spouse, but anybody else you want in this thing. Because the limited partnership has another advantage. It passes down to your estate. You won't pay any taxes on it. Well, you probably won't pay any taxes on your estate anyway. It's such a big number now. I think your estate can be over $11 million, I believe, before they're going to get any probate taxes. At least that's the way it was. How it's going to be going forward with a democratic regime, that's one of the first things they're going to pick on is those estate taxes. More reason why you better get set up now so that if you pass, you don't have those estate taxes, because they're doing everything they can to create more taxes. In fact, they're even going to try to pick on 1031 exchanges. They're picking on anything and everything that gives people tax breaks. So get yourself structured right now. All right, already covered that. Limited partnership. Ask your attorney, ask your asset protection attorney how you can take title. Okay, again, discuss this with Bob after Bob knows everything that you have that you want to protect. And then he will simply guide you to where you want to go. And then here's how it works. They send you a questionnaire, and it's got some ugly questions on it that you never thought about answering. Okay, like, when you die, what do you want to happen to your assets? Okay, who do you want to be your administrator? Okay, what if that administrator is gone? Oh, what if that administrator is gone? What if? And what if you to death? And you got to get the answers to them so they can then prepare the right documents. They can change them at any time, but it starts with this questionnaire. Questionnaire goes back, and then if they need anything else, they come back to you again, and you agree on what documents they need to prepare for you. And by the way, you're all going to need the ones that Bob put in that beautiful package he created, which was living trust, living will, LLC, and there was another. Oh, limited partnership. I paid $3,500 just for a limited partnership. $3,500 just for a limited partnership. Okay. My estate plan is about that thick, and I promise you I got 20 grand in it. You better take advantage of his great deal, I'll tell you that. All right, so there's your answer. Now, I don't know where else to go with that. I know I'm going to get questions on that. So you guys want to break now and come back? Are you? Okay, want to take some questions now? All right, let's knock some questions out now, and we'll answer them when I come back. The rest of them.
All right, Joanna says, if several properties in one LLC, all affected for liability, how does one protect each property from liability, individual LLC, costs for filing fees, etc.?
Well, if you were just watching, I just answered that. One house, one land trust, many land trusts as you want, in one LLC, you got one tax return to file, that's the LLC.
What if the title company will only write a check to name on title ABC Trust and don't have a bank account that matches the same name?
Well, the first thing I do is ask them if they would write it out to your trustee or you, or even your trustee and you, so you can sign it and deposit it. If not, you may be able to take the check and put for deposit only in it and just deposit it, and that'll go through most of the time. But first I'd try to get, in fact, you might want to have this conversation with the title company before you actually do the closing, and that might be a contingency upon them doing it for you. Hey, show them the trust. Just let them have the trust. When you sell the house, they're going to want the trust anyway. Okay, when they see who the beneficial interest of the trust is, they shouldn't give you a big argument, but if they do, your only choices are try to add both parties on the check or just go deposit the check. And worst case scenario, you have to go open a bank account for the trust, but boy, that'd be a pain in the neck just to cash a check. I'd fix it on the front end and make sure we have an agreement with this closing agent, whoever that is, before I let them close.
How do you get out heirs trust, handed down land real estate?
How do you get out heirs trust, handed down land? What the heck does that mean? Okay. Well, a living trust will contain the answers to who gets what next. And that's answers you got to come up with so they can build your trust. And then there's a lot of directions you can go depending on what you got. Bob gave you a great plan, but some of you are going to need more things that are on that plan. Anybody that's got a lot of stuff, or by the way, if you've got a business, if you're running a business outside of real estate, you're going to need that protected as well. Okay, he can do all that stuff for you. Again, give him what you got, and he'll tell you what you need.
All right. What do you suggest naming the trust? A land trust to own a property at 123 Main Street.
The name of that trust would be the 123 Main Street Trust. Frankly, it doesn't even care if it has a name. You can call it the number of the trust on the deed would be 123, but I just call it the Main Street Trust.
I can't remember. There was somebody, I think it might have been Lee Phillips or somebody, that they said you can name them things like Sister Mary's something trust, so that when you see it, you'd feel guilty trying to attack it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the Holy Church of God Trust. Doesn't matter what you name, it's irrelevant. You don't even need a name.
Ferris says, Ron, is there a limit to land trust you can have in one LLC?
No, but any prudent attorney will tell you probably not to put 15 or more than 20, 15 or 21 LLC. But honestly, the LLC is not liable for anything. It probably just doesn't matter.
Alicia says, can a Kentucky land trust and a California land trust be placed in a Wyoming LLC?
The Wyoming LLC can be the beneficial interest of any trust, no matter where it's at. But you better get clear on why you're using that Wyoming LLC first, because you may not need it. People go out and get all these entities and go to seminars and get all these entities and don't even know why they're getting them.
All right. And we'll have ABC LLC as trustee with Ron LeGrand as its manager. How does the trustee sign the docs, such as purchase and sale agreement?
Okay. All right. Let's say that a trust is buying the house and it's got ABC LLC as trustee. All right. The trustee will sign the docs. At first it'll say ABC LLC as trustee, and then it'll say Ron LeGrand, manager. That's it.
Okay. Velda says, does the FLP own the LLC?
Yes.
Okay. Katrina, if you have a solo 401k, you are a single member LLC. So LLC owns land trust and solo 401k owns LLC. Doesn't this jeopardize the single member LLC rule?
Let me see. You have a solo 401k. Remember, no matter how you take title, it's going to be in a trust, a land trust. All right. And if your solo 401k is for the same LLC that owns your land trust, you can still take title. Well, you can own the land trust in your solo 401k. That's the easiest way to do it. And it's not at risk.
Even though it's a single member LLC?
Yeah, but that's a pension plan. Hard for them to get to a pension plan. It's not a single member LLC. The solo 401k owns the land trust. It's not an LLC at all. However, you might want to, I don't know if you can take title in the land trust and the LLC own it, and then the 401k, well, I know the 401k own LLC, but I'm assuming you want the LLC that you're doing business in to take title to the trust, and then the 401k, how does it get involved? You're probably better ask your 401k administrator on that one so we don't break any rules, because I'm not the expert on that. But it ain't complicated, whatever it is.
Do you put living trust and will inside your FLP?
No, those are different documents. He's going to create a living trust for you, which has nothing to do with your FLP, and he's going to create a living will, which just tells everybody to pull the plug when you're gone, which also has nothing to do with your FLP. And all of that is part of that package, incidentally.
Gary says, if we are getting the property via subject to, should the trust be in the name of the seller to avoid due on sale clause?
No, I mean, you could. I wouldn't worry about it. I never had the bank call a loan due, but you could. That's an age-old trick. Have the seller deed it to a trust and have the trust agreement filled out with the sellers as a beneficial interest, and then have them assign that to you. You know, I guess there's no reason for you not to do that, but really, that's all it's for, to keep the bank call a loan due. But all that means is if the bank were to call a loan due, you're going to send them the trust that have the sellers as a beneficial interest, and some could construe that as bank fraud. So I would get a little bit of legal help on that one.
All right. Alex says, as a Canadian, having a Canadian corporation, owns and controls a Wyoming C Corp, which owns and controls a Florida LLC, can I still have a Florida land trust with my LLC as trustee?
Yep.
All right. Dang says LLC B has 20 land trusts. If LLC B gets sued, all 20 land trusts gone?
Dang. One house, one trust. Okay. LLC B will not get sued. It's not out in public as the owner of the property. I mean, I guess you could do something stupid and get it sued, but yeah, if the LLC gets sued and they get a judgment, then all of those properties are at risk. But I guess there could be a reason it could get sued. Maybe that's the case not to put more than a handful of them in one LLC. I don't know.
All right.
An entity that doesn't own the property, though, is an extremely small chance of it ever getting sued.
Greg says, I also have Facebook ads running, but I noticed that the newest Gold Club leads do not list an asking price. Is that the new norm or a different lead source?
I don't know what he's talking about.
Gold Club leads should list an asking price. If it's not, I mean, they scrape from over 2,000 different sites now. So occasionally, you know, one of the lead sources will change, and they'll change how it happens. So just let us know, and we'll forward that onto the developers, and they can take a look at it.
Even if the asking price is not there, should still go to the VA to call. They'll get the asking price.
Yeah. I've also noticed that I'm starting to see phone numbers on Zillow for sale by owner ads again. I don't know if you knew that already.
What's that?
I said I'm seeing phone numbers on the for sale by owner Zillow listings again. Yeah.
Are you?
In the right spot, like not in the listing description.
Okay.
So maybe enough people complained that they
well, maybe
reverted.
Pam will catch on. Yeah, I'm sure they were complaining.
All right. Miguel says from Texas, what are the steps to put a home in a land trust that was bought using traditional financing, no LLC, and me and finance as beneficiaries?
Okay. Fill out the warranty deed to the trustee and go record it. Go home and fill out the trust agreement and put it in your cabinet.
All right. When you buy tax liens or houses with an IRA, how can you make sure it's not public record? Have it in LLC?
Anytime I'm buying personal property, which is what a lien or an income stream is, it's going to go in a personal property trust. And if it's an income stream, it's going to go into a paper trust, which is a personal property trust designed to hold incoming notes. And then the IRA could own that trust. Or those trusts could be owned by an LLC that the IRA owns, which is probably even better.
Andy says, if an owner is doing a 1031 exchange on their property, can I still do a creative deal with them to turn into an Airbnb?
You can exchange properties that you sell with owner financing, but it is complicated, and that owner is going to be forced to let that intermediary try to sell off that note, and you're probably not going to be able to pull that off. I mean, you could if the owner's willing.
Is all this information in Ron's FSBO cash flow system?
No. Got a whole bunch of different information here. Number one, well, let me take a look at this thing. You know, none of Bob Bloom's stuff is in any of my systems, even though I teach something similar. Mastering the phone is a separate system.
She might have been asking about the land trust information.
Land trust is a separate, you can go on the Gold Club site and get all the information you need about land trust. In fact, the presentation that I just did is on the Gold Club site. So that's an easy place to recapture that. And no, what I did the first day yesterday until noon is all in my term system.
Gary says, how often should we have our asset manager review our situation if we are an active investor?
I assume you're meaning your law firm. I only have my law firm, I only update my estate plan about every 2 years. But Frank gave you some good advice on making sure they review your insurance policies and just, keep them in the loop. Attorneys are cheap compared to what they save you. Don't ever let my attorney hear that, though.
John says, does TLP pay corporate tax or a pass-through without reporting?
Okay, tell me what TIP is in the last.
Probably FLP.
That's supposed to be FLP?
I think so.
Okay, FLP is not a corporation, and it's a pass-through entity. It goes right on through to you in whatever tax bracket you're in. But remember now, all your members, if you have a gain in that entity, your members are going to get taxed on their proportionate share of that as well.
All right, you might have just answered this. I missed family limited partnership. Why is FLP superior to an LLC?
Well, for one thing, the only way they can get anything out of it is to get a charging order against the income, and if you're the general partner, there won't be any income distributed. So they'll get a tax bill for income they can't even get. And there are federal laws around family limited partnerships, whereas LLCs are more state law oriented.
Alex says, how do you put LOA into a land trust?
Want to tell me what an LOA is?
Don't know.
Alex, you tell me what an LOA is and I'll answer that.
All right. Dang says, when you're in Gold Club level, $59 level and you purchase 10 hours of VA, don't the leads get called and use VA time automatically? Yes.
Well, now wait a minute now. Don't the leads get called and use VA time? You only, if you're talking about the leads that come through every day, we're going to call them and they're going to go to everybody in those 2 counties. If you're talking about leads you send in, you're the only one that's going to get them. But VA time will be used if you get the leads. If you don't get the leads, no time will be charged to you.
Yeah,
unless you've got the VAs doing other stuff. Yeah.
You do have to send your leads to the VA. So yeah, if you purchase 10 hours and you start sending leads to your VA, then your VA time will be used. Or if you instruct your VA to source leads for you and call them, then your time will be used. But if you just, if you don't instruct them to source any leads, if you only have them calling leads and you don't send them any leads, then none of your time will get used.
All right.
Let's see, John, does FLP, a pass-through entity, pay taxes on personal tax return?
Yep.
If I own an LLC that owns 4 land trusts and I complete 4 terms deals in 1 year, would that fall under the Dodd-Frank law?
Nope. Dodd-Frank only applies if you're selling with owner financing. And then you got to sell more than 3 of them out of 1 entity per year. And then there's the question of what's an entity? Because if it's owned in a land trust, as far as I'm concerned, that's 1 entity. And you only have 1 house and 1 trust. Can't sell more than 3 out of that per year.
Dang says, is the FSBO cash flow system, the green course, outdated?
Yes. Wait a minute. What color is the current term
Black.
course? Black. Yeah, it's outdated. Get into my boot camp, dang, and you get all of them for free. Plus all these other goodies I gave you.
LOA is a lease option agreement.
Ah, I should have thought of that. Now, what was the question?
Let's see. It was, how do you put an LOA into a land trust?
You don't. A land trust has nothing to do with a lease option. You cannot have a land trust unless you're taking title to the property, which funds the trust and brings it into existence. An lease option is not taking title of the property.
Would you ever put a lease option into any type of trust, like a paper trust, like you do with an owner financing note or anything like that?
Well, you might if you're selling, certainly not if you're buying. You owe, nobody owes you. But honestly, if I do a lease option, it's usually just in an LLC's name, and I don't have very many of them in one LLC. In fact, I might do that in my D, but that's probably a more complicated question I'm going to be able to answer right now.
Is there a Dreams smartphone app? There's not a Dreams app. There is a Profit Dial app. The Dreams website itself is mobile friendly, so when you go to the website, it looks like an app. And then there's an app called Profit Dial where you can actually make and receive calls using your Profit Dial numbers, send texts using your Profit Dial numbers. You do have to be in a team level of Gold Elite membership or the Gold Elite VA membership in order to have that texting ability and have that access to that app.
All right. All right, let's take a break here now. Now, guys, we're just going off for 5 minutes. All right, so tell them how to get back on, Nick.
All right, we are posting a link to tonight's session. It's actually on the same page, the same access page you used to get to this morning's session. But we're going to post a link right in here right now. You should see it in a few seconds or so. But just click on there, and we'll be starting right back up for this evening.
And I hope you wrote down the questions that have not been answered yet, including all the Bob Blooms, because they're going to go away when we start back up now. Then you have to put them back in so I can answer them. So I'm going to come back, and I'm going to do a master's presentation for those that want to know what it is. And if you don't know what it is, you don't have to come back. And then I'm going to answer the rest of those questions after that. So with that said, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the Wolves come on and talk about an acquisitionist before we get started with another powerful day of stuff tomorrow, which includes Dixie Decker, one of my favorite people who's doing student housing and Airbnb. All right, so let's take 5, and let's come back at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock sharp.